A crisp crack sounded, and dazzling golden light erupted from the golden disc. In the face of the enormous power of laws, it twisted and warped before shattering into pieces. The golden disc proved to be extremely fragile and instantly disintegrated into countless specks of light, leaving only some faint spatial fluctuations in the air. Right as this treasure was being destroyed, a thin and tall humanoid figure that was seated in a secret chamber deep within a certain sea of the spirit realm abruptly raised its head, and a pair of green fireballs appeared in its eye sockets, illuminating its facial features with great clarity. This was a white skeletal face, and the two green fireballs that were flashing within the eye sockets presented quite a harrowing sight to behold. Not far in front of the skeleton were 12 ancient copper lamps, each of which was around a foot tall. There were green flames of different sizes flickering within the lamps, the largest of which were comparable to the size of eggs, while the smallest ones were as thin as a pinky finger. A hint of bewilderment appeared in the skeleton's eyes, and it cocked its head to the side in a contemplative manner. All of a sudden, a thought seemed to have occurred to it, and it abruptly opened its mouth to expel a ball of silver light. A palm-sized silver disc appeared from within the silver light, and aside from the fact that it was of a different color, it was completely identical to the golden disc that had been destroyed in the vast glacial realm. However, the silver disc was riddled with countless thin and long cracks, and in the instant that it emerged, it let loose an anguished wail before vanishing into nothingness. The green fireballs within the mysterious skeleton's eye sockets immediately swelled to several times their original size upon seeing this, and a thunderous roar of fury erupted from its mouth. It then abruptly rose to its feet and suddenly made a grabbing motion toward a certain patch of space in a fit of thunderous rage. Powerful spatial fluctuations immediately erupted forth as a giant inky black claw appeared out of thin air, then grabbed toward the nearby wall. A resounding boom rang out as the thick wall of the secret chamber was pulverized by the giant claw, but the skeleton's fury still didn't seem to have abated. It opened its mouth toward another wall, and there was black light flashing within its mouth, suggesting that it was seemingly about to blast out something. However, right at this moment, its eyes flashed and it suddenly turned toward the 12 antiquated lamps on the ground. The green flames within its eye sockets flashed, and it seemed to have calmed down as it slowly closed its large mouth in the end. The skeleton gritted its teeth and grumbled an unintelligible string of words before sitting down with its legs crossed once again. Thus, the interior of the secret chamber fell completely silent again, and the green flames within the 12 lamps continued to flicker, illuminating the secret chamber in an unsteady light. Green light flashed from the profound heavenly sword, and its blade quickly vanished as it reverted back to its original wooden rod form. The sword then emitted a clear ringing sound before drifting toward Han Li's arm as a ball of yellow light. The same faint yellow insignia then reappeared on Han Li's forearm, indicating that the profound heavenly sword had been sealed again. Han Li stared at the insignia on his arm with an elated look in his eyes. He heaved a long sigh of relief before attempting to stand up from within the crater. In the instant that the golden disc had been destroyed, all of his pain had been alleviated, leaving him feeling as if he had just survived an ordeal that would have surely resulted in his death. However, it was still too early for him to be relieved. As soon as he rose to his feet, his legs suddenly gave out from under him, and he collapsed onto the ground again. Immediately thereafter, his entire body became numb, and this development was naturally quite alarming to Han Li, prompting him to release his spiritual sense to inspect his own internal condition. The result of his inspection brought a wry smile to his face. Even though he was currently at the pinnacle of the late spatial tempering stage, his body was completely devoid of magic power. It was quite clear that although that slash from the profound heavenly sword had been devastatingly powerful, it had also sapped away all of the spiritual power within his body. On top of that, it had also completely devoured all of that mysterious energy that had flowed into his body. Otherwise, without that additional energy, there would have been no way for him to unleash that slash with the profound heavenly sword. Thankfully, only his magic power was currently completely depleted. Everything else had been left largely untouched, so he was already extremely fortunate. However, his meridians had been damaged by the excessive influx of energy from earlier, and now that his energy and magic power had been completely depleted, the aftereffects naturally began to rear their ugly heads. However, Han Li wasn't concerned about this. With his powerful self-regenerative abilities, he would be able to easily recover from this. However, the severe exhaustion of magic power was something that would take some time to recover from. In any case, he was still extremely pleased overall. He had confidence that he was different from other cultivators, and that it was only a matter of time before he reached the late spatial tempering stage with the assistance of his rising dragon pills and other pills, but the rapid progress he had made today had saved him around 500 years or perhaps even 1,000 years of arduous cultivation. This was naturally a massively fortunate event for him. With that in mind, a faint smile appeared on Han Li's face, and he cast his gaze toward the center of the tall platform. There, the golden body was hovering in mid-air, and it was also seated with its legs crossed and its 6 eyes closed. Through the spiritual connection between his primary and second nascent souls, he was immediately able to determine that his second nascent soul was completely fine. It was merely consolidating its current cultivation base with all its might after making so many breakthroughs in quick succession. Otherwise, if it weren't careful, its cultivation base could immediately fall back down a stage or two. Furthermore, it had only been able to survive that rapid string of breakthroughs as Han Li was a spatial tempering cultivator himself. Otherwise, if the second nascent soul had truly only been a nascent soul stage being, then just the inner demon backlash resulting from the massive cultivation-based disparity would instantly drive it mad and result in its death. Even so, the second nascent soul definitely wouldn't be fit to fight anyone in a short time. Without over 10 years of meditation, inner demons would potentially appear at any time to destabilize its cultivation base. However, what was most remarkable to Han Li was the current state of the Provenance golden body. After being broken down and refined on multiple occasions by that mysterious energy, countless purplish golden runes had appeared over its body, and the aura that it was releasing was over twice as powerful as it had been in the past. The Provenance golden body had been extremely powerful to begin with, and now that its powers had more than doubled, it had naturally become an extremely fearsome force to be reckoned with. This was an unexpected pleasant surprise to Han Li, and even though he was doing his best to remain calm, he couldn't prevent a faint smile from appearing on his face. Around 2 hours later, Han Li sat up before folding his legs. The damage that had been inflicted to his meridians had already largely healed, and he flipped a hand over to summon several medicine vials of different colors, then tipped out a few pills that were emanating fragrant medicinal aromas before taking them all at once. The medicine vials then disappeared and were replaced by a pair of extremely vibrant green crystals. Han Li immediately closed his eyes and began to absorb the pure spiritual qi within these top-grade spirit stones as quickly as he could with the assistance of those pills. Not long ago, Han Li had wished he could expel all of the spiritual power within his body, which was threatening to make him explode. However, now that he truly had no spiritual power left, he was forced to accumulate it little by little once again. Han Li was left feeling rather speechless by this string of developments. Time passed by quickly and over half a day flew by in a flash. Han Li abruptly opened his eyes, and a burst of light flashed through them, indicating that he seemed to have recovered some of his magic power. His brows furrowed slightly as he slowly rose to his feet, and due to the breakthroughs he'd made, his body was now able to hold far more magic power than in the past. The spiritual qi in this place was far more abundant than that of the spirit realm, and so much time had passed since he'd taken those pills and began to use those spirit stones to replenish his own energy, but he had only recovered around 10% of his total magic power. Of course, this so-called 10% was comparable to close to half of the magic power he had once had prior to his breakthroughs. However, in this current situation, Han Li naturally couldn't just meditate for a few days and waste that much time. After he felt like he had recovered enough energy to protect himself, he immediately sprang into action again. However, he didn't exit through the broken gate. Instead, he made his way toward the center of the stone platform. The most precious treasure here, that golden disc, had been destroyed, but all of the other treasures here were still quite tempting to him, and he planned to take all of them. This green chair that he was currently appraising was naturally one of those treasures. The chair had cooperated with the golden disc up above, and it was clearly quite an extraordinary treasure in its own right. Han Li swept a sleeve through the air, and a burst of azure light immediately surged forth, following which the chair vanished in the blink of an eye. After that, he cast his gaze around him, then abruptly appeared in front of one of the armored puppets. Compared to the spirit chair, Han Li was more interested in these puppets. Following the destruction of the golden disc, the puppets had returned to their original stationary statuesque state, but Han Li didn't dare to look down on them at all. Back when the armored puppets had been fully activated, the spiritual pressure they released was almost comparable to that of a body integration stage being. If he could control these puppets to fight for him, then they would be an enormous asset. With that in mind, he released his spiritual sense to infiltrate the puppet before him, but a peculiar look suddenly appeared on his face moments later. The construction of this puppet was extremely rough, and the only thing that Han Li was unable to identify was the strange crimson stone embedded into the core of the puppet, which wasn't an ordinary spirit stone. He didn't know what this strange stone was, but its surface was as smooth as a mirror, and it was flashing incessantly with countless thin golden threads within it. The spiritual light emanating from it was extremely faint, and it looked as if it could be snuffed out at any moment. It was quite clear that the puppet's actions had already exhausted most of the energy within the strange stone. At present, it appeared that the stone only possessed enough energy to support one or two more attacks from the puppet. Han Li's brows were tightly furrowed as he inspected the puppet for a long while, but in the end, he still swept a sleeve through the air to try and stow the puppet away amid a flash of green light. However, the turn of events that unfolded next gave Han Li a massive fright. Right as the azure light settled over the puppet before him, light suddenly began to flash erratically from its body, and it released an extremely dangerous aura. Just this aura alone was enough to force back the azure light, and Han Li immediately rushed back in an alarmed manner, leaving a trail of afterimages in his wake. After just a few flashes, he appeared in the air outside the platform, and right at this moment, the 9 puppets swung their halberds through the air in unison, sending powerful streaks of silver light hurtling toward their closest puppet. A string of dull thumps rang out, and the 9 puppets were all sliced in half at the same time before exploding as they collapsed to the ground, leaving only shattered puppet shards littered all over the platform. Han Li was naturally feeling rather wistful that he hadn't been able to take the puppets with him, but he then quickly flew over to the platform and collected all of the puppet fragments amid a flash of azure light. The construction of these puppets was a little rough, but Han Li had never seen this type of material before, so he was planning to take it for further research. After doing all that, he looked down to find that the platform was now completely empty, but the massive starry sky diagram was still perfectly preserved. Han Li had experienced firsthand just how powerful this illusionary formation was, and even with his significantly enhanced cultivation base, he didn't dare to look at it for too long. After taking a deep breath, he flipped a hand over to produce a white scroll. He flicked a wrist and tossed the scroll downward, upon which it descended as a streak of white light. However, when it was still over 100 feet above the platform, it paused in mid-air, and Han Li made a hand seal while chanting something before pointing downward in a solemn manner. The scroll unfurled to reveal a blank image that was several feet in length. The scroll then began to expand at a drastic rate as Han Li chanted his incantation, and mere moments later, it had expanded to around the same size as the stone platform, making it look as if it were a massive white canopy that was hovering in mid-air. A faint smile appeared on Han Li's face, and his chanting ceased as he flicked his 10 fingers downward in succession. One incantation seal shot forth after another before vanishing into the white scroll down below, and lights of all different colors erupted from the scroll before slowly descending and encompassing the entire stone platform. The vibrant lights swirled incessantly over the blank scroll, creating a spectacular sight to behold. Only after a full 10 minutes had passed did the light on the scroll gradually fade into nothingness, but the white scroll and now become a 5-colored one. Han Li waved a hand through the air, and the scroll immediately rose up from the platform in a flash before quickly shrinking down to its original size of several feet. There was now a miniature diagram on the scroll that was completely identical to the one down below. Han Li had used a secret technique to replicate the starry sky diagram on the stone platform. The scroll then transformed into a 5-colored streak of light that vanished into Han Li's sleeve in a flash. With this starry sky diagram replica, he was confident that he would be able to glean some secrets from it. At the very least, studying it would greatly assist him in bettering his understanding of illusionary techniques. As such, there was nothing of value left in this place. However, Han Li still carefully searched through this place, and only after ascertaining that there were no hidden items did he fly out of the shattered gate as a streak of azure light. He had already been in this space for close to a day, so he naturally didn't want to linger here any longer. A resounding boom rang out as a certain section of the giant screen in the main palace suddenly exploded. A ball of black light that was around 10 feet in size abruptly surfaced on the screen before quickly swirling to form a small vortex. A streak of azure light emerged from the vortex before fading to reveal Han Li at the center of the palace. He turned to look back at the screen before his third law destruction eye slowly fell shut on his glabella. It's a pity that this Shumi treasure has already been completely refined by someone else and can't be used by others. Otherwise, this would be a very useful treasure, Han Li murmured to himself in a slightly wistful manner before looking around at the palace, and sure enough, Lu Shu'er and Shirkuan were already nowhere to be seen. Despite this, Han Li's expression remained calm, and after a brief moment of contemplation, he strode out of the palace. He had remained in that Shumi paradise for such a long time, so the other two had presumably already searched through every other place here. As such, all he wanted to do now was to find them and leave this place as quickly as possible, then meditate somewhere for a few days to recover his own soul power. However, just as Han Li emerged from the palace and was about to let loose a long cry to contact Lu Shuer and Shirkuan, a loud rumbling akin to a thunderclap suddenly erupted from the ground, immediately following which everything began to quake violently. Han Li was quite startled by this development, yet before he had a chance to do anything, the sky suddenly dimmed, and a vast expanse of dark clouds suddenly appeared to obscure the entire sky. Lightning flashed and loud thunderclaps rang out while gusts of powerful gray winds erupted from the ground in the distance, disappearing into the dark clouds like WRM rising into the heavens. From a distance, it looked as if countless gargantuan pillars were rising into the air, creating a very spectacular sight to behold. Han Li's expression immediately darkened upon seeing this. Even without releasing his spiritual sense, he could tell that the world's origin qi in this place had been plunged into complete disarray, and all types of spiritual qi had filled the entire sky. What was even more alarming to him was that many bursts of restriction fluctuations had emerged in the nearby space, and they were fluctuating in power in an extremely unstable manner. Azure light immediately flashed from Han Li's body as he slowly rose up into the air. Only after elevating to around 50 to 60 feet above the ground did he stop in his ascent. The flight restriction here hadn't completely disappeared, but its power was less than half as potent as it originally was. As such, Han Li had no difficulty flying at low altitudes. Right at this moment, the ground began to quake more violently, and a layer of purple light began to appear over the main palace behind him before fluctuating in brightness in an extremely erratic manner. A ball of yellow light abruptly erupted out of the roof of a certain building among the cluster of pavilions behind the main palace, and it hurtled directly toward the main palace. At the same time, a streak of white light also flew toward the main palace from one of the side palaces. These were none other than Lu Shuer and Shirkuan, and both of them wore alarmed expressions, clearly having been caught by surprise by this sudden development. Han Li's eyelids twitched slightly, and he didn't hesitate any longer as he flew toward the plaza in front of the main palace as a streak of azure light. After just a few flashes, he reached the mountain path outside the palace gate, then rushed down the steps toward the foot of the mountain. At first, he had been concerned that the suction force of the mountain path would still exist, and that it would impede his efforts to rush down the mountain, but after flying for over 100 feet, those concerns were completely laid to rest. Perhaps it was due to the sudden changes taking place in this space, or perhaps this restriction only applied to those scaling the mountain. In any case, he didn't encounter any impediment and reached the foot of the mountain after just a few flashes. Shirkuan and Lu Shuer also arrived beside him almost immediately thereafter. As soon as Shirkuan appeared, he immediately bellowed in rage and frustration. "What happened? Why does this space suddenly look like it's collapsing? I was just about to secure a powerful treasure. If you think you're the only one? I had just broken the restriction on a secret chamber and was about to enter it," Lu Shuer snapped. Neither of them appeared to be explicitly pinning the blame on anyone, but both of them turned to look at Han Li in unison. "Do you think I have something to do with this? I only just emerged from that space as well. How could I have possibly done anything to result in this situation?" Han Li's expression darkened, and he certainly wasn't going to take the blame for this. "But, let's discuss this after we get out of here. If we don't leave this place, we'll all be dead once the space collapses." Shirkuan was about to say something further, but Lu Shuer interjected to cut him off, and he immediately fell silent. Han Li naturally wasn't going to say anything either, and the three of them rose up into the air as streaks of light. Now that the three of them were flying together, the speed of their flight increased by about twofold, and they reached the stone platform nearby, upon which stood the teleportation formation. The three of them rushed into the teleportation formation at the same time, upon which Han Li raised a hand to cast an incantation seal toward the edge of the formation. The formation released a faint buzzing sound and a flash of bright white light, following which Han Li's trio was instantly completely encompassed within the white light. After the buzzing sound receded and the light faded, the teleportation formation also vanished. A streak of azure light emerged tens of thousands of feet in the air, following which Han Li abruptly emerged. Lu Shuer and Shirkuan also appeared within 200 feet of him, and none of them said anything as they stared intently down at the massive light hole down below. Lights of different colors were flashing incessantly within the light hole amid a string of rumbling booms, and spiritual light was flashing violently on the edge of the hole, making it look as if it were a volcano that was about to erupt. "Let's go. We can't remain here any longer. That thing's about to blow up and it'll be extremely perilous for us if we get caught up in the spatial vortex." Han Li said in an expressionless manner. He then flew toward a certain direction without waiting for a response from Lu Shuier and Shi Kuan. Shi Kuan and Lu Shuier exchanged a grim glance before immediately flying away behind Han Li. Immediately thereafter, the bewildered and enraged roar of a beast rang out from within the light. A ball of yellow light then erupted forth to intertwine with the golden light, and the six-pawed lizard emerged out of thin air in a rather sorry state, desperately spewing yellow light out of its mouth to ward off the golden light. Seeing as Han Li seemed to have been momentarily distracted by the lizard beast, a sinister look flashed through the young man's eyes, and the black spear in his hand suddenly vanished in a flash. The giant python pounced forward and wrapped its own body around the severely ravaged six-pawed lizard, which had just emerged from the golden light. The giant python then opened its mouth before attempting to sink its fangs into the lizard beast's body, and the six-pawed lizard immediately retaliated in an alarmed and enraged manner. Han Li wasn't worried about his sentient puppet in the slightest. He had already examined that lizard beast and ascertained that it was only at the mid-spatial tempering stage. Even though Dahl was only at the early spatial tempering stage, it possessed a pair of ice-attribute treasures that greatly enhanced its powers, so it certainly wouldn't be much weaker than the opponent. Furthermore, it possessed the body of a puppet, which gave it a distinct advantage in battle as its combat prowess wouldn't be hampered at all unless it sustained fatal damage. With his puppet taking care of the lizard beast in his stead, he was able to focus his attention entirely on the young man within his sword formation. At this moment, the young man had already brandished the silver ruler and was inspecting the azure lotus flowers around him with a disdainful expression. He flicked his wrist and the silver ruler released a loud ringing sound before manifesting a series of ruler projections that appeared to be quite profound. Han Li's eyelids twitched, and he immediately activated the sword formation. All of the azure lotus flowers revolved on the spot before swelling to several times their original size, then combining as one to form an azure light barrier. The young man could only sense his surroundings blur, following which he found himself on a vibrant green grassland after a flash of azure light. Delicate blades of grass that were no more than several inches tall laid all around him, interspersed with wild flowers of all different colors. There were birds chirping in the surrounding area, and this was an extremely relaxing setting that instantly struck him with a sense of drowsiness. This is an illusionary technique. The sleepy look in the young man's eyes faded in a flash, and he immediately came to his senses as a dark expression appeared on his face. He abruptly swept his silver ruler through the air, and countless ruler projections flew forth in a flash, then abruptly converged to form a massive ruler that was several tens of feet in length. The ruler let loose a dragon's roar, and the sound of howling winds and rumbling thunderclaps also abruptly rang out. The space in the wake of the silver ruler warped and twisted violently as if it were about to be torn apart, and the surrounding area shattered into countless fragments like an azure mirror. However, the surroundings then blurred, and the young man found himself in a dense forest next. All of the surrounding trees were extremely tall and lush, and their canopies virtually obscured the entire sky. Earth-shattering tremors suddenly ran through the ground, and all of the surrounding trees were suddenly felled, crashing down toward the young man as countless thick azure logs. "Humph, you're trying to use this illusionary technique on me a second time? How insolent!" A sinister look appeared on the young man's face as he swept his silver ruler through the air, releasing countless ruler projections once again. All of the azure logs that came into contact with the silver ruler instantly vanished as specks of spiritual light, and it seemed that this silver ruler's abilities were a direct counter to illusionary techniques. Silver light flashed, and the countless ruler projections converged once again to form a giant silver ruler before crashing directly toward one face of the azure light barrier. The scenes that unfolded next made Han Li's pupils contract drastically. In the instant before the silver ruler struck the azure light barrier, scintillating light erupted from it, making it almost impossible to look directly at it. Using this sharp light as a smokescreen, the silver ruler suddenly split into two. A silver ruler projection that was identical to the original treasure was left in its place while the ruler itself blurred before vanishing into thin air. Thankfully, Han Li had been quite wary of this Jiao Qi being and constantly had his spirit eye ability activated. Otherwise he would have most likely been fooled by that switcheroo. The silver ruler projection struck the azure light barrier amid what appeared to be an extremely violent clash, but at the same time, a burst of virtually undetectable spatial fluctuations erupted several tens of feet above Han Li's head. Immediately thereafter, the silver ruler appeared out of thin air before instantly sweeping downward in a completely silent and stealthy manner. In the blink of an eye, The ruler was no more than several inches above Han Li, and after one final flash, enormous spiritual pressure erupted from it as it came crashing down without making any further attempt to disguise itself. Brilliant silver light erupted from the ruler, and right at that moment, golden light suddenly radiated from the top of Han Li's head, following which a golden palm that was riddled with purple runes emerged out of thin air. The golden hand then reached out like lightning and caught the silver ruler in a flash. The ruler shuddered and began to emit a shrill shrieking sound. Silver and purplish golden light intertwined to result in an earth-shattering explosion, and shockwaves that were visible to the naked eye erupted from the epicenter of the explosion before surging toward all directions. The silver ruler was enveloped within a dense layer of silver light, extending and retracting in an unpredictable manner in an attempt to free itself. However, the fingers of the golden hand were like inescapable hooks, and even though they were being kept at bay by the spiritual light being released by the silver ruler, they were slowly closing inch by inch. The young man in the sword formation was somehow able to see Han Li through the illusionary technique of the sword formation, and a stunned and furious expression appeared on his face. He immediately let loose a low cry before making a hand seal, then pointed a finger directly toward the silver ruler. A loud thunderclap rang out, and arcs of lightning erupted from the silver ruler to strike the golden hand. However, the hand was like an impregnable fortress, and it only shuddered slightly in the face of the ferocious lightning strikes. A disdainful smile appeared on Han Li's face upon seeing this, and he abruptly swept a sleeve through the air. Bright golden light erupted forth, and a purplish-golden figure that was around 20 feet tall appeared. The figure had 3 heads, all of which were completely expressionless, as well as 6 arms. This was none other than Han Li's golden body projection, and not only was it riddled with purple runes in its current form, even the spiritual light that it was releasing had turned into a purplish-golden color. The golden hand that had latched onto the silver ruler was none other than one of the projection's 6 hands. 2 of its 3 heads lowered in unison before opening their mouths to blast forth 2 bursts of golden light, which swept away the silver arcs of lightning being released by the ruler. The hand quickly took advantage of this opportunity to clamp its fingers around the ruler, and the silver light barrier surrounding the treasure was instantly shattered, thereby allowing the hand to truly close itself around the silver ruler. One of the golden body's other hands then also shot forth like lightning, and it rubbed its 2 hands together with the silver ruler between its palms. The ruler immediately let loose an anguished wail, and the silver light it was releasing instantly dimmed significantly. One of the golden body's heads then opened its mouth to expel a burst of golden light, which drew the silver ruler into its stomach. Everything had taken place in the blink of an eye, and by the time the golden-horned young man had processed what had just happened, he had already lost his spiritual connection with his precious treasure. He was naturally greatly alarmed and infuriated by this development. Unbeknownst to the Jiao Qi being, Han Li himself was also quite surprised, but his surprise was intermingled with elation rather than fury. He had known that the Provenance golden body would definitely be far more powerful than before after being refined by that mysterious energy, but he didn't think that it would be this powerful. To think that it was now able to steal enemy treasures as if they were nothing more than mere toys. Albeit, he had taken advantage of the element of surprise, and the treasure that was taken wasn't his enemy's bonded treasure, but this was still near unheard of. Han Li forcibly repressed his elation as he laid a hand onto the top of his own head, upon which a ball of black light emerged and vanished into the golden body in a flash. Black light flashed from the eyes of one of the golden body's faces, its body swayed before it disappeared into the azure light barrier. Immediately thereafter, Han Li opened his mouth to expel a ball of silver flames, which also vanished into the barrier in a flash. The golden-horned young man within the sword formation was still rapidly making hand seals with a furious look on his face in an attempt to recover his silver ruler, but upon witnessing what Han Li was doing, his expression changed slightly, and he immediately calmed himself down. He then exhaled as he ceased making hand seals, then let loose a loud cry, upon which a massive shimmering blue projection appeared behind him. This projection was around 50 to 60 feet tall with scales all over its body and a pair of eyes as red as blood. There were countless bullhorn-like bone spikes on the top of its head and its 4 limbs, creating quite a harrowing sight to behold. What was even more alarming was that the projection was holding an extremely peculiar treasure in each of its 2 hands. One of them was a long-handle hammer with a head that consisted of 3 monster heads fused as one, and the other was a triangular shield that was as smooth as a mirror and had crimson flames burning on its surface. The young man narrowed his eyes slightly as he made a strange hand seal, then began to chant something in a solemn manner. It was quite clear that Han Li was far more powerful than he had anticipated, thereby leading him to cast aside his initial disdain and take Han Li seriously as an opponent. However, he was still trapped within the Spring Dawn Sword formation, so Han Li naturally wasn't going to allow him to unleash his abilities so easily. Thus, a cold light flashed through Han Li's eyes as he activated the sword formation again. Light flashed erratically from the azure light barrier as one azure lotus flower after another surged forth in a frenzy. These lotus flowers then transformed into countless lotus projections that surged into the sword formation, and all of a sudden, there were countless lotus flowers of different sizes and at different stages of their growth flying throughout the entire formation. What was even more entrancing was that in the instant that the azure lotus flowers appeared, bursts of a rich floral fragrance also filled the entire sword formation. This added an additional sense of realism to the scenes unfolding within the formation, and if one weren't careful, they could easily fall captivated by the beautiful scenery. However, the azure lotus flowers failed to entrance the young man. Instead, he was immediately able to identify the killing intent hidden within the flowers, and his expression darkened as the blue projection behind him swung its hammer toward the flowers. The three monstrous heads on the hammer opened their eyes in unison before also opening their mouths to release fierce white winds, scorching crimson flames and powerful silver lightning. The flames were fanned by the winds, and the lightning was fueled by the flames as three surged forth as massive waves of devastating power. Almost at the exact same moment, azure light flashed from the surfaces of the azure lotus flowers, and they transformed into countless azure sword projections that rained down from above, following which the sword projections struck the three powerful waves in a flash. The hammer was an extremely rare treasure, but with Han Li's recent cultivation-based advancements, his azure bamboo clouds warm swords had also become far more powerful, especially when enhanced by the power of his sword formation. Even though these were only sword projections that had been released by the flying swords, they were no less powerful than actual flying swords. Thus, the torrential downpour of sword projections managed to steadily force back the three massive waves. The young man's heart stirred slightly upon seeing this, but he then immediately gave a cold harumph, upon which his blue projection hurled its triangular shield through the air as well. This was clearly a fire attribute treasure, and after circling around in the air, it transformed into a fiery cloud that was around an acre in size before rising upward. The fiery cloud churned violently and countless fist-sized fireballs swept forth along with streaks of crimson light. Many of the sword projections that struck the fiery cloud were instantly incinerated into nothingness, and the temperature within the entire sword formation was drastically elevated as if it had become a massive furnace. This fiery cloud assisted the three massive waves that had just been unleashed, forming a watertight protective barricade that allowed none of the torrential downpour of sword projections to reach the young man. Right at this moment, the azure light barrier behind the young man suddenly parted, and a huge golden hand that was as large as a banana leaf reached out. Before the hand had even reached the Jiao Qi being, a burst of enormous invisible force crashed down upon him, and he felt as if the surrounding air had become a cage of iron and steel. His body was completely immobilized, and he was unable to break free from these invisible constraints in a short time. The golden hand continued downward and reached the top of his head before quickly making a grabbing motion. At the same time, silver light flashed from another part of the azure light barrier, and a silver fire raven that was around 10 feet in length emerged before opening its mouth to expel a burst of scorching silver flames. In the face of this perilous situation, the Jiao Qi being remained completely unflustered. As opposed to displaying any signs of fear, a cold smile appeared on his face, and he suddenly stopped uttering his incantations as he expelled a burst of seven-colored light out of his mouth. The rainbow light swirled before revealing itself to be a snowy white and translucent small bell. Ding! The bell rang in a pleasant manner, following which an incredible turn of events unfolded. In the instant that Han Li heard this ringing sound, he was suddenly struck by a sense of disorientation. Immediately thereafter, his surroundings suddenly blurred, and he somehow found himself tipped upside down. Not only that, but peculiar scenes were also unfolding within the sword formation. The sword projections that were raining down from above suddenly swerved upward to crash into the azure light barrier amid strings of resounding booms. Meanwhile, the space beneath the giant golden hand warped slightly, and the golden-horned young man abruptly vanished, only to be replaced by the silver fire raven. The golden hand grabbed onto several of the giant bird's thin fiery feathers, and scorching silver flames instantly swept upward to envelop the golden hand. As for the burst of silver flames that the bird had unleashed earlier, it had already gone off in some random direction. Han Li was quite alarmed to see this, and he hurriedly adjusted himself into an upright position. Right at this moment, a clear ringing sound rang out, and the entire sword formation seemed to have been struck by some kind of mysterious force. The azure light barrier twisted and warped before immediately shattering into pieces, and the surrounding space tremored before 72 azure flying swords were revealed. The spring dawn sword formation had been broken just like that. The golden body and silver fire raven were rooted to the spot, clearly at a complete loss, and Hanli was also quite stunned. That little bell seemed to possess the legendary ability to invert the heavens. When the bell had first begun to chime, he could sense that it was imbued with a hint of the power of laws. Hanli's expression changed several times in succession, and blue light flashed through his eyes as he instantly swept his gaze over an area with a radius of over 1,000 feet around him. His gaze then suddenly locked onto a patch of empty space, and his pitch-black law destruction eye abruptly appeared on his glabella. Black light flashed, and a pillar of light that was around as thick as a thumb shot forth in a flash before vanishing into space. A loud boom rang out, and the golden-horned young man stumbled out of thin air in a rather disheveled manner. "That's a law destruction eye," the young man immediately exclaimed at the sight of Hanli's third demonic eye. He had already donned a suit of blue armor, and as soon as he steadied himself, he swept a sleeve through the air, and the giant blue projection that was wielding the pair of treasures appeared once again. The young man then made a grabbing motion with one hand, and rainbow spiritual light flashed, following which the pristine white bell appeared in his hand. In the instant that the small bell emerged in his grasp, the bewilderment on the Jiaoqi being's face vanished, and he turned to appraise Hanli in an intense manner. Hanli was completely expressionless as he waved a hand toward the golden body and the spirit-engulfing fire raven, following which the two of them abruptly appeared beside him. Almost at the exact same moment, the 72 azure flying swords in the surrounding air suddenly transformed into streaks of azure light without any warning before hurtling directly toward the young man. The 72 flying swords reached him in the blink of an eye, almost as if they had teleported through the air before crashing down from above. The speed of the azure bamboo cloud's warm sword was quite alarming to the golden-horned young man, but he remained completely unfazed as he pointed a finger toward the small bell in his hand. The bell chimed and rings of white ripples surged forth from it, sweeping directly toward the streaks of azure light. As soon as the two clashed, the streaks of azure light flashed before reverting back into flying swords that were around a foot in length each. Immediately thereafter, a few more ripples of light surged through the air, and all of the flying swords were shattered into nothingness. He had falsely identified the profound heavenly blade segment as a treasure of the same caliber as the small bell. But then again, that wasn't all that preposterous of a comparison. From a pure power perspective, the incomplete blade segment was indeed quite similar to a profound heavenly holy artifact in that it was only able to emulate and unleash part of a profound heavenly treasure's abilities. At this moment, the young man flicked his wrist and tossed the small white bell into the air before flicking his fingers toward it. The bell chimed several times in succession, and crimson light began to appear over the young man's fingers. Furthermore, his face paled progressively with each and every flick, and after the bell had chimed 7 or 8 times, the young man's face was completely devoid of color. It was quite clear that the small bell required far more energy to fuel than the average person could imagine. Even though this young man was at the pinnacle of the spatial tempering stage, he was still clearly struggling after just a few flicks. However, the effect produced by the ringing of the bell was extremely alarming. In the instant that Hanli heard it chime for the first time, his ears immediately began to ring, and the space around him blurred while his body was almost dragged into space by some kind of power of laws. He was naturally given quite a fright by this sudden development, but he immediately donned his suit of black devilish armor, which released layers of black runes that revolved around him before exploding one after another. Bursts of fierce black winds instantly took shape, forming a burst of enormous invisible power around him that shielded him within. The power of laws was extremely troublesome to deal with, but it could only make those black winds warp and twist without being able to reach Hanli. However, the bell then chimed for the second time, and the black winds were completely vanquished, unable to withstand the power of laws any longer. As the bell chimed for the second time, piercing black light abruptly erupted from Hanli's devilish armor, and the space near the black light blurred as bursts of buzzing sounds rang out. The power of laws was acting directly upon the suit of heavenly devilish armor, causing the black light to sway unsteadily. Hanli had wielded profound heavenly treasures on several occasions in the past, so he was naturally aware of just how fearsome the power of laws was. As such, his expression changed several times in quick succession, and he hurriedly made a hand seal. A thunderclap rang out, and azure and white spiritual light flashed on his back as a pair of translucent wings appeared. Right at this moment, the bell for a third time, and the black light being released by the devilish armor instantly congealed before shattering into countless pieces. Han Li's lips twitched upon seeing this, and he didn't hesitate any longer as he immediately flapped his wings. A loud thunderclap rang out, and Han Li transformed into an azure and white arc of lightning before vanishing on the spot. In the next instant, the space around where he had been standing just a moment ago warped and collapsed as a black hole appeared. Han Li had just barely managed to evade the direct attack unleashed by the bell's spatial power. However, in the instant that the bell chimed for the fourth time, a loud thump rang out from a certain point in space over 200 feet away. A ball of white light appeared out of thin air, following which a figure with arcs of lightning flashing around his body stumbled out of empty space. It was none other than Han Li, who had just vanished into space. His lightning movement techniques had been easily nullified by the power of the bell. Following another melodious chime, Han Li felt the air tighten around him, and he was struck by a rush of dizziness before he was enveloped within the power of laws in an unavoidable manner. The power of laws then fell upon him as a burst of enormous force, immediately following which this force abruptly spread in all directions in an attempt to tear Han Li's body apart. However, right at this moment Han Li's eyes suddenly widened as he let loose a thunderous roar. Golden light that was as dazzling as that of a scintillating sun erupted from his body, and countless strands of coarse golden fur appeared over his skin. At the same time, his teeth transformed into sharp fangs, and he instantly became a massive golden ape. The ape was around 50 to 60 feet tall with an extremely ferocious appearance. Its limbs were extremely thick and burly and seemed to possess boundless strength. The giant ape let loose a violent roar before swinging its four limbs vigorously through the air in unison, and a dull thump rang out, as if something in the air had been broken. A sinister smile then appeared on the giant ape's face as it took a huge stride forward, covering over 300 feet in the blink of an eye, which brought it close to the golden-horned young man. The giant ape then immediately reached out with a huge furry hand, and gusts of fierce winds hurtled directly toward the young man. The golden-horned young man was already astonished by the fact that the attack from his small bell had failed to take effect, and he couldn't believe his eyes at the sight of the giant ape that Han Li had transformed into. The massive ape then abruptly appeared beside him before unleashing a vicious attack, and he was caught completely off guard with no time to use the small bell again. He wasn't familiar at all with Han Li's giant ape transformation, but the fact that it was able to break free from the power of laws with its physical body alone naturally revealed to the young man that it was extremely powerful. As such, the young man had no choice but to hurriedly make a hand seal, upon which the brilliant light erupted from the blue projection behind him, and it reached out with both hands to conjure up a pair of giant blue blades. Blue light flashed, and one of the blades swept directly toward the giant ape's oncoming palm while the other hurtled toward the ape's chest, trying to force it to fall back in retreat. However, the huge ape remained completely expressionless as if it couldn't even see the blue blade slashing toward its chest, and it focused all of its strength on its massive furry hand. The sound of metal clashing with metal rang out, and as soon as the blue blade came into contact with the massive ape's hand, it abruptly shuddered before being pulverized into blue powder. Meanwhile, the other blue blade struck the giant ape's chest, only to be repelled by the burst of golden light without being able to harm the ape's fur even in the slightest. Arg! The golden-horned young man was truly horrified now, and his heart thumped violently as he desperately spurred the projection behind him into action. The blue projection abruptly swelled in size before rushing upward and swinging its fists toward the giant ape. At the same time, the young man opened his mouth again to expel another burst of black chi that was intermingled with green threads. He then quickly raised an arm, and crimson light flashed past his face as well as his finger, as he flicked it toward the small white bell again without any regard for magic power expenditure. However, the young man had still underestimated just how powerful Han Li was in his giant ape form. In the instant that the blue projection came into contact with the huge golden hand, the former was completely destroyed by the massive ape's extraordinary strength. As for that burst of black chi, it was also torn apart by the giant hand without being able to pose any impediment. Thus, the giant ape's hand fell like lightning, completely brushing aside the young man's protective spiritual light before grabbing onto his head and squeezing its fingers together without any hesitation. The young man only had a chance to adopt an expression of shock and horror before his head exploded like a watermelon, and his headless body swayed before plummeting toward the ground. However, in the instant that the body began to fall, brilliant crimson light erupted, and it suddenly exploded amid a resounding boom. Blood began to rain down from above as an extremely faint shadow shot forth in a flash toward the small white bell in a wraith-like manner. It was none other than the young man's nascent soul. He was naturally aware that after losing his physical body, it would be next to impossible for his nascent soul to escape from Hanli on its own. As such, the nascent soul immediately tried to seek refuge in the small bell, hoping to use the bell's abilities to help it escape. In the face of the oncoming blood arrow, the giant ape made no attempt to evade. Instead, a ferocious look flashed through its eyes, and its chest bulged before it let loose a devastating roar. The roar was like a culmination of countless thunderclaps, causing the surrounding sky to ring violently. Sound waves swept through the space up ahead, causing it to twist and warp as countless white marks appeared in the air. The giant ape's roar alone had shattered the surrounding space, and that was sufficient testament to its enormous power. The blood rain was instantly reduced to nothingness, and the young man's nascent soul hadn't had a chance to escape out of the range of the roar yet. It only had a chance to let loose a howl of anguish before it was also completely destroyed, and much to Han Li's surprise, the small white bell also abruptly self-detonated amid a flash of white light in the instant that the young man's nascent soul was destroyed. However, the treasure's self-detonation didn't release any power, and it merely vanished as countless specks of white light. Blue light flashed through the giant ape's eyes upon seeing this, and it immediately vanished into space without any hesitation. In the next instant, the giant ape appeared in the air above the giant white python, which was still battling the six-pawed lizard, and its fists rained down from above like a torrential storm. The poor lizard was also a mid-spatial tempering stage being, but in the face of the giant ape's attacks, it was pulverized into mincemeat without being able to offer any resistance. Even its demon core was gouged out of its body in the end, and the demon soul that escaped from its pulverized body was devoured by the white python. Now that the final enemy had also been slain, golden light immediately flashed around the giant ape's body, and it instantly shrank back down into its human form. Han Li then turned toward the spot where the small white bell had just vanished with a contemplative look in his eyes. Just as the small bell had self-detonated within the vast glacial realm, a cry of surprise suddenly rang out from a pavilion within a certain mysterious palace in the spirit realm, which was surrounded by layers of restrictions. Impossible. The voice was filled with shock and fury, and there were several golden armored warriors standing at the entrance to the pavilion, but they remained completely expressionless, as if they hadn't even heard the loud cry that had just rung out from within the pavilion. There were 3 Jiaoqi beings in different forms on a higher level of the pavilion, and all of them were appraising a massive white bell on a green jade table with grim expressions on their faces. The one who had let loose the cry of surprise was a middle-aged beauty who appeared to be in her 30s. She had a pair of small green horns on her head, and her hand was covering her mouth as an enraged look flashed through her eyes. The giant bell on the table was over 10 feet tall, and aside from its size, it was completely identical to the small bell used by the golden-horned young man. On the ground beneath the table, there were 5 shimmering golden miniature formations, and 4 of the formations were completely empty with only a white ball of light hovering above the formation that was closest to the giant bell. The white light and the giant bell were flashing in unison as if in resonance with one another. A profound heavenly holy artifact has been destroyed, and even the divine bell true spirit that was the main material of holy artifact has returned of its own accord. It seems that the disciple wielding this profound heavenly holy artifact has most definitely perished in the vast glacial realm, the middle-aged beauty murmured. However, a white-robed old man with an azure mark on his forehead remained completely unflustered, and he stroked his beard as he said, "What's so remarkable about that? There are countless powerful beings who are sent into the vast glacial realm every time it opens, and it's far from impossible for those disciples to encounter a few powerful opponents or power beasts within the vast glacial realm." "I beg to differ, Brother Shurexian. The disciples who are carrying profound heavenly holy artifacts that are replicas of this heaven-bending bell should be able to save themselves even against holy great opponents. On top of that, we made it extremely clear to them that all groups had to travel as a single unit at all times. I can't think of anything in the vast glacial realm that can kill a core disciple with a profound heavenly holy artifact when there are so many people protecting them. On top of that, it's been half a year since they entered the vast glacial realm, so no matter how far away they initially were from their destination, they should have reached it and begun to set things into motions now," a blue-robed middle-aged man said with a faint smile. The elderly man fell into a contemplative silence upon hearing this. The middle-aged woman calmed herself down before musing in a cold voice, "Regardless of how that core disciple perished, that group of disciples has lost their profound heavenly holy artifact, which means that they've lost their opportunity to obtain that thing. This will have a significant impact on our plan. It's alright, that thing was split up into a total of 5 segments. As long as the other 4 groups succeed, we can just secure the final segment when the vast glacial realm opens next, and we'll still be able to enact our plan, the middle-aged man said. I'm just afraid that something will happen to the other groups as well. It's not a disaster if we miss one segment, but if we miss out on more than that, then we'll be in big trouble. The elderly man mused in a slow voice. Surely we can't be plagued by that much misfortune. Even if that does happen, it simply means that it's not yet time for our race to rise into the ascendancy, so there's nothing to complain about, the middle-aged man replied with a smile. That is indeed true, but we've used a lot of our race's precious materials and even had to use this heaven-bending bell to refine those profound heavenly holy artifacts. It would be quite a waste if we can't achieve our objective. Those holy artifacts are all temporary treasures that were specifically refined to target those things after all. Even though they aren't less powerful than true profound heavenly holy artifacts, they'll disintegrate on their own in a year. We were the ones who proposed this plan, so if we don't reap the desired rewards, we'll have a hard time explaining ourselves to those old geezers, the elderly man said with furrowed brows. What's there to explain? Have you two forgotten that our plan consists of killing 2 birds with 1 stone to begin within? We may have failed in our plan for the vast glacial realm, but there's a very good chance of success for our project in this realm, the middle-aged beauty said as a cold light flashed through her eyes. That is indeed true. It's about time we ended this battle against the heavenly cloud races. The middle-aged man and elderly man exchanged a glance, and both of them began to chuckle. The middle-aged beauty didn't say anything further, and she pointed a finger toward the white ball of light hovering above the golden formation. The white ball of light immediately let loose a delightful ringing sound before drifting over to the giant bell and vanishing into it in a flash. The giant bell then began to chime as layers of silver runes appeared over its surface. Hanli was naturally unaware of the fact that he had unintentionally foiled one of the plans of the Jiaoqi race by killing the golden-horned young man. At this moment he was completely immersed in the recollection of that final punch that he had unleashed in his giant ape form to kill his opponent. It was quite clear that his 12 awakening transformations could become more powerful as he did. Now that he had reached the late spatial tempering stage, this ability was finally beginning to display its true power. In his giant ape form, his body and spiritual sense were enhanced to such an extent that he was struck by an impulsive urge to seek out a body integration stage being and engage them in battle. Thankfully, his mental fortitude had also been bolstered following his ordeal in the illusionary realm of that starry ski diagram, and that allowed him to maintain spiritual equilibrium, as well as control over his own emotions and impulses. On top of that, he was also quite disappointed by the abrupt disappearance of the white bell. That profound heavenly holy artifact possessed some extraordinary abilities, and securing it would undoubtedly have given him a significant power boost. However, he couldn't do anything now that the treasure had disappeared, so he could take the treasures that the young man had left behind before flying away as a streak of azure light. Not long after that, Hanli appeared tens of thousands of kilometers away, and as he flew through the air, he began to carefully consider what he was going to do next. He had already obtained the treasures requested by Duan Tianren and Kai Luing with the assistance of Lu Shuier and Shi Kuan, but he still hadn't yet secured the tool refinement materials he had promised to the Stone Cocoon race. Duan Tianren had told him that this wouldn't be an issue as long as he could secure the treasures within the restriction, but he didn't want the Stone Cocoon race to be able to use this as an excuse to prevent him from being able to use the super teleportation formation. Thus, after considering where the ore was situated and how much time he had left, he decided that he still had enough time to secure the material. However, prior to this he had to recover his lost magic power first. The vast glacial realm was an extremely perilous place, and he didn't dare to grow complacent in the slightest despite his drastic cultivation base improvement. Thus, after formulating a plan, Hanli immediately changed directions and flew into the distance. Close to half a day later, Hanli stopped in the air above an ordinary-looking small forest. He circled around in the air for a while with blue light flashing within his eyes, and after ascertaining that there were no potential hazards nearby, he descended into the forest as a streak of azure light. He then found an enormous tree and stepped into a hollow at the foot of the tree before raising his hand to release several formation flags. The flags disappeared at the entrance to the hollow, forming a simple concealment formation that hid the hollow from view. After that, he swept a sleeve through the air, and a streak of yellow light flew out before revealing itself to be a small furry beast. It was none other than his leopard Kirin beast. After consuming the demon cores of the three-eyed dark beasts, the spirit beast had been hibernating in the spirit beast bracelet this entire time, and it seemed to have only awakened not long ago. Even though it had already refined the demon cores, its outward appearance didn't seem to have changed much. The only noticeable change was that some inky black patterns had appeared over its body, and on top of that, its aura had now also become slightly different, striking even Han Li with a slight sense of peril. This naturally made Han Li rather intrigued. Even though Han Li couldn't see any apparent changes in the leopard Kirin beast, the fact that he was sensing a threat from it naturally meant that it had definitely undergone some kind of transformation. Unfortunately, he didn't have time to carefully analyze the beast, and he would have to wait until he left the vast glacial realm before conducting a thorough examination. With that in mind, Han Li issued the leopard Kirin beast an instruction using his spiritual sense, then sat down with his legs crossed and began to meditate. He hadn't recovered much of his magic power to begin with, and after that battle with the golden horn Jiao Qi being, he was almost completely spent. Hence, Han Li stayed in the tree hollow for 7 days, and only then did he manage to recover close to 90% of his magic power. He had naturally intended to fully recover all of his magic power before continuing in his journey, but at around noon of the 8th day, the leopard Kirin beast suddenly let loose a low snarl, immediately jerking Han Li out of his meditative state. His eyes abruptly sprang open, and he could sense chaotic spiritual chi fluctuations surging through the nearby area. Furthermore, there were faint explosions ringing out in the extremely far distance, and it seemed that someone was engaged in battle in the air above. Han Li immediately released his spiritual sense out of the tree hollow without any hesitation, and a peculiar look appeared on his face as he discovered that there were 2 ferocious beasts, one large and one small, engaged in battle tens of thousands of feet in the air above. As they battled, the larger of the 2 beasts was pursuing the smaller beast, the latter of which was a beast that was only around 10 feet in size with shimmering golden fur and a pair of inky black eyes. This was none other than the Dark Beast Monarch that Han Li had seen earlier in the Dark Beast Forest, the very same one that was being hunted down by its own brethren. This Dark Beast Monarch was now in an even sorrier state. Not only were there charred sections on its body that were devoid of fur and skin, most of its thin and long tail had somehow been severed. Even so, it was still just as ferocious as ever, relentlessly blasting golden blades of wind toward its pursuer as it fled up ahead as a golden streak of light. As soon as the golden blades of wind erupted from its mouth, they extended to several feet in size, then covered a distance of several hundred feet in a flash before crashing downward with vicious force. However, the larger of the 2 beasts completely disregarded the golden blades of wind, relying on the spiritual light that was glowing around it to repel these attacks. Its defensive abilities were truly astonishing. This beast was over 100 feet in length, and it was a strange beast with the body of a WYRM and the head of a pig. Its head was snowy white while its body was of a shimmering blue color, and its aura was even more powerful than that of the Dark Beast Monarch, so it was no wonder that the latter was fleeing from it. Han Li stowed the leopard Kirin beast up his sleeve, and azure light flashed from his body as he held his breath. The 2 beasts had most of their attention focused on one another, so neither of them noticed Han Li lurking down below. Moments later, the 2 of them vanished into the distance, and only then did Han Li withdraw the azure light around him as he furrowed his brows slightly. Why did that Dark Beast Monarch come all the way here? He was naturally a little perplexed, but with his current powers he certainly wasn't fearful of those 2 beasts. However, he naturally wasn't eager to draw unnecessary trouble to himself either, which was why he chose to remain hidden. The appearance of the Dark Beast Monarch was rather abrupt and surprising, but it didn't have anything to do with him, so he didn't think much of it. Even so, he decided it was best to leave this place after that disturbance. After all, the remnant auras left behind by the 2 beasts as they passed through this area was quite powerful, and it could easily attract nearby beasts to the area. Thankfully, the 2 beasts had rushed off in a different direction from the one he was planning to go, so he wasn't overly concerned. Thus, after withdrawing the formation flags at the opening of the tree hollow, he flew out from within as a streak of azure light and continued on his journey. As he flew through the air, he summoned a top-grade spirit stone in each hand to continue to replenish his magic power, and at this rate, it wouldn't be long before he fully recovered his magic power even without seated meditation. Han Li traveled day and night for an entire month straight, encountering only a few foolish low-grade beasts along the way that dared to oppose him, all of which were naturally easily taken care of, and he was naturally quite elated by his good fortune. On this day Han Li caught sight of a gigantic lake with no end in sight in the distance. The surface of the lake was as blue as the sea, and there was not a single cloud in sight, creating a captivating sight to behold. A faint smile appeared on Han Li's face at the sight of this lake, and at the same time he carefully released his spiritual sense toward the lake. If he weren't mistaken, he would be reaching his destination soon. Moments later, he withdrew his spiritual sense and began to fly over the lake. Several hours later, a hint of surprise had appeared on Han Li's face. This lake was far more massive than he had originally envisioned, and even after flying for so long at his incredible speed, there was still no end to the lake in sight. If it weren't for the fact that all of the correct landmarks had appeared along the way, he would have most likely been led into believing that he had accidentally stumbled upon an unknown sea. What was even more unsettling to Han Li was during these past few hours, he detected barely any beasts in the lake aside from some ordinary fish. The few lake beasts that he did encounter were all low-grade beasts that were very adept at concealing themselves, and all of them were hidden in a completely stationary manner on the lake bed. If it weren't for his powerful spiritual sense, it would have been very difficult for him to detect them. A hint of wariness began to appear in Han Li's eyes, and many thoughts also quickly flashed through his mind. This was not an unfamiliar scenario to him. It was most likely the case that there was an extremely powerful beast in the lake that had startled all of the other low-grade beasts away. The stone cocoon race had told him that this area was very safe and devoid of powerful beasts, but that was only the case on the last occasion that the vast glacial realm had opened. So many years had passed since then that it wouldn't be any surprise to Han Li if a powerful beast had taken over this area. With that in mind, he became rather hesitant. Was it really worth taking this risk to secure the tool refinement materials for the stone cocoon race? After all, even if he didn't make this trip, Duan Tianren had assured him that he would help Han Li gain access to the super teleportation formation. With his lofty status in the vast glacial realm, he most likely wouldn't lie about something like this. However, there was always a possibility. Furthermore, he had already traveled so long to get here, and he was rather reluctant to simply turn back after coming this far. Thus, an indecisive look appeared in his eyes, and he gradually began to decelerate. Right at this moment, a black spot appeared in the distance, and it expanded further and further in Han Li's field of view before revealing itself to be a massive island. Han Li's eyes narrowed slightly upon seeing this, and he stopped in mid-air as he looked on from afar. This island appeared to be close to 1,000 kilometers in size, and there were two mountains on the island, one tall and one short, that were situated next to and connected to one another. The taller mountain was over 100,000 feet tall and was completely gray, with most of the mountain completely devoid of any greenery. The shorter of the two mountains was around 30,000 to 40,000 feet tall, and it was filled with lush greenery. "Looks like this is the place," Han Li murmured to himself. His gaze quickly fell upon the gray mountain, and he appraised it in an intent manner. The shape of the island was virtually completely identical with the one on the map, and the precious material requested by the stone cocoon race was a type of unique or that could only be found on the tall gray mountain. This or could only be sourced in the vast glacial realm, and it seemed to be quite important to the stone cocoon race. Just as Han Li was inspecting the island, his expression suddenly changed, and he abruptly swept a sleeve through the air to send a small azure sword hurtling forth in a flash. Almost at the exact same moment, a pillar of water suddenly erupted from the placid mirror-like surface of the lake before hurtling directly toward Han Li. Azure light flashed, and the pillar of water was parted by the streak of sword chi. A strange cry rang out, and a strange fish that was concealed within the pillar of water was also sliced in half by the sword chi, sending green blood raining down from above. Han Li lowered his head, and blue light flashed through his eyes as he appraised the strange fish to find that it was only around a foot in length with a green body and a pair of wings on its back. Upon closer inspection, Han Li could see that its head resembled that of a venomous snake, and there were a pair of claws on its abdomen that were so thin that they were barely visible. Han Li's eyelids twitched, and he was suddenly struck by the feeling that he had heard of this type of strange fish from somewhere. However, he was unable to immediately recall the exact details. All of a sudden, an alarming turn of events unfolded. As soon as the carcass of the strange fish fell into the lake, a myriad of loud cries suddenly rang out within a radius of several feet. Countless pillars of water erupted from the lake before revealing a series of the same strange fish of different sizes, all of which were hovering in midair and appraised Han Li with completely expressionless eyes. These fish were completely identical to the one that he had just slain, except these ones were shimmering with spiritual light of all types of different colors. Flying rainbow fish. Han Li exclaimed as he finally recalled the origin of these strange fish. Back when he was in the holy city of the Tianping race, He had seen records regarding this fish by chance in a very ancient tome. These strange fish had a very pleasant name, but in ancient times, they were extremely polarizing creatures that were both loved and hated by foreign beings that dwelled in the sea. These foreign beings loved these strange fish as their inner core was the main ingredient for an extremely rare type of ancient pill that was known as the rainbow pill. Rainbow pills were special pills that were specifically fed to primordial spirit insects, and it was said that consumption of these pills would allow the spirit insects to mature and advance, and that even mature spirit insects that took them had a certain probability of evolving once again. However, what was hated about these strange fish was that not only are they extremely poisonous, the venom they blasted was virtually indefensible, and they always dwelled in large schools of at least several thousands. If someone were to encounter a school of these fish while traveling alone, they were as good as dead unless they possessed some special abilities. However, these strange fish had already gone extinct in ancient times, and records of them only existed in some ancient tomes. Never did Han Li think that he would encounter these strange fish here in the vast glacial realm, and at the same time he finally understood why all of the high-grade beasts in this lake had disappeared. They must have either been devoured by these fish or fled in horror. Of course, these flying rainbow fish were indeed quite powerful, but the value of their inner cores far outweighed their powers, which was why they had been hunted into extinction so quickly by powerful beings in primordial times. Han Li was truly very surprised to encounter these strange fish here, and even though the records on the ancient tome had stated that the venom of these fish was extremely fearsome, Han Li was rather skeptical about these claims. Thus, he immediately waved a hand through the air, and a gray light barrier appeared before him. He then flipped over his other hand, and a burst of 5-colored flames surged forth. The two intertwined with one another to form a light barrier that shielded him within, and immediately thereafter, he swept a sleeve through the air, upon which several tens of small azure swords shot forth in a frenzy. The azure swords circled around before splitting up into several hundred streaks of shimmering azure sword chi that were flashing with a cold light. One of the flying rainbow fish let loose a sharp screech upon seeing this, and all of the flying fish converged toward Han Li in a menacing manner as streaks of light. Slash! Han Li's expression darkened as he made a hand seal while letting loose a low cry, and the hundreds of streaks of sword chi shuddered before erupting forth in all directions, sweeping through the school of fish as thick pillars of azure light. All of the flying fish in the path of the streaks of sword chi were sliced in half, and their bodies plummeted from the sky amid a torrential downpour of green blood. Over 1,000 of the flying fish were slain in the blink of an eye, and a strong stench of blood and gore wafted through the surrounding air. The azure bamboo cloud's warm swords were extremely sharp, but there was a limit to their numbers, so they couldn't kill all of the flying fish at once. As such, there were still some flying fish that managed to get closer to Han Li. All of them let loose sharp screeches before expelling fist-sized balls of green liquid out of their mouths that hurtled directly toward Han Li. Han Li's expression changed slightly as he switched to another hand seal, and all of the streaks of surrounding sword chi abruptly converged around him before transforming into massive azure lotus flowers. The azure lotus flowers rotated slowly in mid-air, completely shielding Han Li within a barrier of sword chi. Han Li was well aware that as long as he could keep the poison attacks of these flying rainbow fish at bay, it wouldn't be impossible for him to eradicate all of them at once. After all, flying rainbow fish relied extremely heavily on their poison. Even though his cultivation base had improved significantly, he was still rather unsure of his ability to withstand this legendary poison. However, he would regret it if he left without at least giving it a try. It was said that those rainbow cores had extraordinary effects and would be extremely beneficial to his gold-devouring beetles. If he could evolve the gold-devouring beetles once again, then this was a risk that was worth taking. After all, he had several powerful treasures and abilities that would allow him to escape if things were to go awry. At this moment, the outermost layer of giant azure lotus flowers had already bloomed, and the azure flower petals formed layers of azure sword barriers that were extremely vibrant to behold. The green liquid struck the seemingly airtight barrier formed by the lotus petals, and plumes of smoke began to rise up into the air, following which holes of different sizes appeared on the barrier. The azure sword barrier was quickly riddled with holes, and it became quite evident that the poison of these flying rainbow fish could easily melt through even the sword chi formed by the azure bamboo cloud's warm swords. This was quite an incredible discovery to Han Li, and his heart jolted with shock, but his expression remained calm and collected. This was a treasure that had been given to him by the stone cocoon race prior to his journey, and he raised an eyebrow as he opened his mouth to expel a ball of azure chi onto the disc. The azure chi vanished into the disc in a flash, following which he raised his other hand and cast a white incantation seal onto the treasure as well. A startling turn of events immediately unfolded. The golden disc flashed with golden light and emitted a loud ringing sound while releasing a series of silver runes. The disc then shuddered before escaping Han Li's grasp and hurtling toward the mountain down below as a ball of golden light. The ball of golden light then abruptly exploded amid a dull thump, and the silver runes it had released flew toward all parts of the mountain. Silver light flashed, and the runes vanished into the mountain face before rapidly traversing through the belly of the mountain. Han Li hovered patiently in midair in a completely expressionless manner. Around 10 minutes later, the disc down below suddenly emitted a ringing sound, following which it began to glow with scintillating golden light. Han Li raised an eyebrow upon seeing this before raising a hand, and the disc shuddered before flying upward, appearing over his palm in the blink of an eye. Han Li glanced at the disc to find that a ball of piercing light had appeared over its surface. Azure light then flashed from his body as he immediately flew toward the mountain down below, then vanished into it before flying through the belly of the mountain at an incredible speed. Moments later, light appeared up ahead, and a giant cave emerged down below. There was a silver head-sized ball of light that was hovering at the center of the cave in a completely stationary manner, and it had been formed by the silver runes that had been released by the golden disc earlier. The azure light faded, and Han Li appeared within the cave. He quickly looked around to discover that there were several winding passageways connected to this cave, and his expression changed slightly before he strode toward one of the passageways. The inside of the passageway was completely devoid of light, so much so that he couldn't even see his own fingers. However, he then raised a hand and several white crystals flew out of his sleeve before revolving around his head, illuminating the passageway so that it was as bright as day. After only making his way through a small section of the passageway, Han Li released Chi's spiritual sense toward the bumpy surface of the stone walls around him. Moments later, his footsteps faltered, and he opened his mouth again to expel a burst of azure light onto the stone wall. The stone wall was sliced apart like tofu by the sharp streak of sword Chi, and a cave with a diameter of several feet was quickly carved into the stone wall. Clang! A strange sound rang out from within the dark cave, and it was particularly audible in this narrow passageway. A hint of elation appeared on Han Li's face upon hearing this sound, and he made a hand seal before pointing into the cave. A small azure sword shot forth, puncturing through an unknown piece of purplish-black ore. This really is the place. There's quite a bit of this or here. It'll take me a few days if I want to excavate all of it. Han Li raised his hand to withdraw the flying sword before catching the piece of ore in his hand and giving it a thorough inspection. He naturally wasn't going to remain here and mine the ore himself. He swept a hand over his storage bracelet, and several balls of spiritual light shot forth before revealing themselves to be several puppets of different sizes and forms. These puppets were all ones that he had refined in the human world, so they were of an extremely low caliber, but they were more than capable of acting as miners. Han Li then patted the top of his own head to release his second nascent soul to supervise the puppets, then unleashed an earth movement technique to rise up to the summit of the mountain. At this moment, Chua was also flying over to the mountain, and she quickly flew over to him before handing him a storage bracelet that contained tens of thousands of flying rainbow fish demon cores. Han Li inspected the contents of the storage bracelet and was very pleased with what he saw. Thus, he extended some words of praise toward Chua before carefully stowing the storage bracelet away. Chua hesitated momentarily before suddenly asking, "Master, I can sense that there seem to be a lot of spirit medicines on this island. Should I go and pick them?" "Spirit medicines? You're a spirit medicine yourself, so I'm sure your instincts are correct. Alright, there aren't any powerful beasts in this place and we have enough time anyway, so you can go and collect the spirit medicines if you'd like." Han Li was rather taken aback to hear this, but after a brief moment of contemplation, he allowed Chua to do as she pleased. "Thank you, Master. I'll be going now." The little girl departed in an elated manner, flying toward the other lush mountain as a ball of white light. Han Li looked on with a smile for a moment before finding a giant rock nearby to take a seat on. He then swept a sleeve through the air, and a dozen or so formation flags of different colors shot forth before vanishing into the surrounding air after just a few flashes. A five-colored light barrier appeared to encapsulate the entire mountain peak, but it then abruptly vanished in a flash. From a distance, it didn't seem as if anything in the surrounding area had changed, but Han Li had vanished from sight. After setting up the restriction, he made a hand seal, and bright golden light erupted from his body, following which a golden figure appeared behind him. It was none other than the Provenance projection. Han Li pointed a finger at the projection, and purple runes immediately flashed over its body, following which it manifested into a golden body that stood in a stationary manner in front of him. Han Li narrowed his eyes slightly and inspected the golden body for a long while before suddenly waving a hand toward it. One of the three heads of the golden body opened its mouth to expel a silver ball of light, within which was the silver ruler that belonged to the deceased golden-horned young man. This treasure wasn't a profound heavenly treasure, but it had also displayed extraordinary powers and couldn't be looked down on. It was most likely a divine spirit treasure. However, Han Li hadn't yet had a chance to confirm this, which was why he was bringing it out now for closer inspection. The silver ruler was drawn into his grasp in a flash, and he stroked the surface of the ruler with his fingers while slowly closing his eyes to seep his spiritual sense into it. His expression remained placid, and after an indeterminate period of time, he abruptly opened his eyes. This chaotic origin ruler was indeed a divine spirit treasure, and all he had to do to be able to control this treasure was to cultivate the artifact imprint technique recorded within the treasure. Azure light flashed from his hand as he injected bursts of pure spiritual power into the ruler, and in the next instant, it let loose a long cry before shuddering as it abruptly expelled a silver light barrier. Rows of ancient text appeared on the light barrier, and Han Li's eyes flashed as he memorized the artifact imprint technique of the chaotic origin ruler, then flicked his wrist, and the treasure vanished in a flash along with the light barrier. He then withdrew his golden body as well before making a hand seal and began to cultivate the chaotic origin ruler's artifact imprint technique. Time passed by in the flash and 3 days flew by in the blink of an eye. With Han Li's current cultivation base at the pinnacle of the spatial tempering stage, it naturally didn't require as much time for him to refine this ruler as it did for the Heaven Void Cauldron. Within the short span of 3 days, he successfully cultivated the treasure's artifact imprint technique before fusing it into his own body. During this time, the puppets down below had also almost finished mining the unknown ore in the mountain, and he would complete his mission after about another day. Chewer had also collected many spirit medicines from the island during this time, some of which were extremely rare in the spirit realm. This was quite a pleasant surprise. After exploring for a day or two without encountering any hazards, Chewer had become a lot braver and had begun collecting some of the extremely obscure spirit medicines growing on the nearby lake bed. Han Li had been at a critical juncture in his cultivation of the artifact imprint technique at the time, so he had only extended some words of caution toward her via voice transmission before letting her go. However, had naturally left a wisp of his spiritual sense on her in case any mishaps were to occur. As it turned out, his cautionary measures were warranted, and around half a day after he had finished cultivating the artifact imprint technique, he suddenly sensed something while he was meditating, and a cold expression appeared on his face. All of a sudden, he flew out of the restriction as a streak of azure light before hurtling toward a certain direction, vanishing into the distance after just a few flashes. Meanwhile, there were 3 streaks of light flying through the air in an extremely panicked manner several hundred kilometers away from the island. One of them was a ball of white light that contained a small figure. It was none other than Chewer. Several kilometers behind them were 4 strange triangular battle carriages that were giving chase in hot pursuit. Each carriage was only several tens of feet in size, and their surfaces were riddled with patches of green rust. The spiritual light emanating from them was also quite dim, and they even seemed to be somewhat damaged. However, they were extraordinarily fast and could cover a distance of several hundred feet with each and every flash. Chewer was quite adept in movement techniques, but she was slowly being chased down. As for the other 2 people with her, they were even faster and could just barely maintain the distance between themselves and the flying carriages. Kukuku, fellow Taoist, you've already expended far too much energy during the last battle. How far do you think you'll be able to go even if you burn your latent potential like this? If you know what's good for you, then you'll hand over the 9 flame herb you have, and I can grant you a painless death. A coarse and unpleasant male voice rang out from within one of the flying carriages, and the voice was tinged with a hint of impatience. Humph, I'd sooner destroy this spirit herb than hand it over to you. A cold female voice sounded in response from a streak of blue light that was flying up ahead. Don't waste your time talking to them, Fairy. They immediately stabbed us in the back after we secure that treasure. We can't place our trust in them. The enraged voice of an elderly man rang out from within a streak of gray light. Don't worry, fellow Taoist Su, it would be downright pitiful if I were to trust them again after what they did, the woman replied. Almost at the exact same moment, she transmitted her voice to the elderly man. Fellow Taoist Su, are you sure this is the right way? We won't be able to last much longer like this. It should be correct. The treasure tells me that there should be a heavenly cloud being nearby in this direction. That little girl behind us has a rather strange aura. She's most likely a spirit beast that was brought here by that heavenly cloud being. They've planted tracking marks on us, so we have no choice but to make this final gamble. The elderly man replied something else in a loud voice while transmitting his voice to the woman as his actual response. The woman heaved a faint sigh upon hearing this and fell silent as she flew on ahead as quickly as she could. The foreign being that had just spoken was naturally enraged by the woman's defiance, and he didn't waste any further time with words as he let loose a sharp cry. A buzzing sound immediately rang out from the 4 battle carriages before they all converged toward the same carriage, combining as one to form a battle carriage that was several times the size of the original individual carriages. This carriage was over 100 feet in length and was rhomboid in shape. There was a beast head that resembled a WRM, but also a python on the front of the carriage, and as soon as this giant battle carriage appeared, rainbow light flashed in the surrounding area, following which 2 pairs of thin and long dragonfly-like wings appeared. The woman and elderly man were both quite alarmed to see this. "Hurry!" The elderly man was relatively kind of heart and abruptly cautioned Chewer before hurrying forward. The streak of light that he was situated in combined with that of the woman, and their collective speed more than doubled. Almost at the exact same moment, the battle carriage flapped its 4 wings, and red light flashed through the eyes of the beastly head, following which it abruptly vanished on the spot. With the reminder extended toward her by the elderly man, Chewer had naturally sensed what was happening behind her, and she was greatly alarmed as white light flashed from her body in an attempt to unleash an acceleration secret technique at the expense of her true essence. However, it was already too late. Spatial fluctuations appeared in the air above, following which a burst of azure light abruptly flashed. A burst of unpleasant cackling rang out, and a giant hand that was several tens of feet in size emerged from the azure light before reaching down toward Chewer. Chewer wasn't their target, but seeing as they had chased her down, there was certainly no reasons for them let her go. Chewer's expression changed drastically as she gritted her teeth before making a hand seal, upon which hundreds of thin blades swept toward the giant hand in a flash. A slight cry of surprise rang out from within the battle carriage, but the giant hand showed no sign of stopping. Instead, it released a burst of green light from its palm to sweep aside most of the flying blades amid a rumbling boom, while the giant hand continued to descend. Arg! Chewer's face had turned deathly pale as she looked on at the gigantic hand. She knew that her powers were nowhere near enough to ward off this astonishing attack. In this dire situation, a cold harumph suddenly rang out from nearby. The harumph wasn't very loud, but for some reason, it was quite clearly audible to everyone. Immediately thereafter, silver light flashed, and a massive silver seal that was around an acre in size appeared in midair. The sound of howling wind and rumbling thunder rang out before the giant seal crashed down toward the huge hand. A resounding boom rang out, and the giant hand was quite massive in itself, but there was no way it could withstand an attack from the huge seal, which was comparable in size to a small mountain. Thus, the giant hand was instantly reduced to nothingness amid a thunderous explosion. "Who's there? Who dares to oppose our own race?" An enraged roar rang out from within the azure light, and the spiritual light faded to reveal the rhomboid battle carriage with its pairs of transparent wings flapping incessantly. There were 4 humanoid figures that were enshrouded entirely in green light standing atop the carriage, and at first glance they resembled humans, but upon closer inspection, it was quite clear that they were completely different from normal humans. Not only were their entire bodies covered in coarse green fur, they had sinister jackal-like heads that were quite harrowing to behold. "Seeing as you dared to attack my servant, I'll let you have a taste of my new treasure." A cold male voice rang out, following which a young man with a pair of translucent wings appeared out of thin air. He raised a hand and spiritual light flashed as a shimmering silver ruler appeared. This was naturally none other than Han Li, who had virtually instantly arrived on the scene through the power of his thunderstorm wings. The silver seal from earlier was formed by the heavenly astral seal, and with his recent drastic power boost, the treasure was far more powerful than before, thereby allowing it to easily destroy that giant hand. Han Li had now fully recovered his magic power and had just refined the chaotic origin ruler, so he naturally wasn't fearful in the slightest toward these 4 foreign beings. Furthermore, the fact that they had attempted to kill Chewer had ignited the killing intent in his heart, and he immediately flicked his wrist as the chaotic origin ruler let loose a low ringing sound. Countless ruler projection then appeared before surging forward in a frenzy. "Thank you for saving me, Master." "Fellow Taoist Han. Two different voices sounded in unison, the first of which was Chewer's elated cry of gratitude, while the other was an expression of surprise from the elderly man that was fleeing up ahead. Han Li's expression changed slightly as he cast his gaze toward the distance, where both the woman and the elderly man had already stopped and revealed themselves. The elderly man was a little familiar, while the woman was instantly recognizable to him. She was none other than the fairy Yu who had led the other team into the vast glacial realm back in Cloud City. A hint of surprise also appeared in the woman's eyes at the sight of Han Li, while the elderly man heaved a long sigh of relief. In his eyes, even though Han Li's inclusion still wouldn't make them a match for these rogue beings, it significantly increased their chances of survival. Furthermore, he clearly recalled that Han Li was the leader of the other group, so perhaps there were more heavenly cloud beings nearby who could lend them some assistance. Han Li was also rather taken aback, but he merely nodded at the two of them before the ruler projections in front of him hurtled directly toward the four foreign beings. Boundless silver light surged through the air, creating an extremely astonishing sight to behold. The four rogue beings on the flying carriage were initially startled by this turn of events before two of them immediately sprang into action. One of them flipped a hand over to produce a black flag, which he waved through the air to send countless black chains hurtling toward the oncoming ruler projections. Meanwhile, the other rogue being opened his mouth to expel a green copper mirror that instantly swelled to several feet in size. Green light flashed from the surface of the mirror, and boundless green flames erupted forth, sweeping through the air in a frenzy. The other two rogue beings merely appraised Han Li in a cold manner, displaying no intention of attacking. Countless claw projections appeared out of thin air before sweeping upward, but neither of them were naive enough to think that these attacks would be enough to kill Han Li. They were merely praying that the attacks would buy them enough time for them to escape. Han Li had slain two of their companions in the blink of an eye, and their hearts were now devoid of battle intent. All they wanted to do was to flee for their lives. Han Li's eyes narrowed slightly as he stomped down on the mountain beneath his feet. Gray light flashed from the extreme essence-fused mountain, and it was sent crashing down from above. All of a sudden, the silver runes on its surface lit up, and it abruptly vanished into thin air. Thus, the fiery WRM and claw projections struck nothing but empty air, following which a massive black shadow appeared right above the two rogue beings' heads in a flash. It was none other than the Black Mountain, and it came crashing down with devastating force. However, these two rogue beings were clearly more powerful than their deceased companions. Even in the face of the oncoming extreme essence-fused mountain, they were still able to just barely abandon the carriage and rush off into opposite directions. The rhomboid flying carriage was dealt an extremely heavy blow by the extreme essence-fused mountain, and it exploded into specks of five-colored spiritual light that faded into nothingness. However, if one were to turn their attention toward the summit of the Black Mountain now, they'd discover that Han Li was nowhere to be seen. In the next instant, one of the feeling rogue beings heard a loud thunderclap erupt overhead, and he was very alarmed as he hurriedly raised his black shield, which surged upward as a dark cloud. At the same time, green flames erupted all over his body, forming a fiery barrier that shielded him within. However, a cold harumph then rang out beside his ears, following which hundreds of streaks of azure sword chi came raining down from a winged humanoid figure who had just appeared. Azure light flashed, and the dark cloud and fiery barrier were almost instantly torn to shreds. The streaks of sword chi then transformed into sword thread that wove themselves into a giant net. A cry of anguish and horror rang out as the rogue being released several more treasures in a blink panic, but all of those treasures were sliced into countless segments by the extraordinarily sharp azure bamboo cloud's warm swords, along with the rogue being's body and nascent soul. The other rogue being shuddered upon hearing his companion's anguished cry, but he continued to flee as quickly as he could without turning his head even once. However, he only managed to fly for several thousand feet before spatial fluctuations suddenly appeared up ahead, following which a golden figure emerged right in his path. The rogue being's expression changed drastically, but he then gritted his teeth, and not only did he not slow down, he accelerated even further as he flipped a hand over to summon a long black blade, while his other hand abruptly expanded in size. The long blade was slashed through the air in a blue, and a dozen or so black saber projections were unleashed in rapid succession. At the same time, he reached out with his other hand, and a giant green claw abruptly appeared above the golden figure before crashing downward with black chi swirling around its fingertips. Right at this moment, purple runes of different sizes suddenly appeared over the body of the slightly blurry golden figure, immediately following which it became a substantial being with 3 heads and 6 arms amid a flash of golden light. It was none other than the Providence golden body. As Han Li set off in pursuit of the other Rong being using his thunderstorm wings, he also released his second nascent soul and golden body to pursue the other Rong being. Black light flashed, and the dozen or so saber projections reached the golden body almost at the exact same time as the giant green claws did. However, the Providence golden body displayed no intention of taking evasive measures. Instead, a cold look appeared on one of its faces, and a pair of giant golden blades suddenly appeared in two of its hands before it slashed them toward the black saber projections. Meanwhile, two of its other hands thrust upward, sending countless golden fist projections hurtling toward the huge green claws in a frenzy. As for its remaining two arms, they were brought together in front of the golden body's chest, then split apart to reveal a ball of golden light. Two of the golden body's heads closed their eyes in unison, following which they began to chant two different incantations that overlapped one another. The golden ball of light immediately began to revolve at a rapid rate while expanding to around the size of a human head. Furthermore, it was only accelerating in its rotation, forming a mysterious golden vortex. Bright golden and black light intertwined as the black blade projections struck the golden blades, and they seemed to be evenly matched. Meanwhile, the giant green claws were almost instantly shattered amid a flash of spiritual light in the face of the devastating barrage of golden fist projections. However, with that short period of delay, the final Rong being's body blurred, and he suddenly vanished into thin air in a flash. In the next instant, spatial fluctuations erupted over 100 feet behind the golden body, and the Rong being reappeared before continuing in its escape. However, right at this moment, one of the Providence golden body's heads suddenly lowered itself before uttering the words "revolving golden light." The golden vortex between two of its hands then suddenly vanished. Spiritual light then flashed several feet behind the Rong being, following which the golden vortex abruptly appeared. As soon as it emerged, it swelled to around 10 feet in size, and loud thunderclaps rang out from within the vortex alongside the sound of Buddhist chants. The fleeing Rong being suddenly felt the air tighten around him, upon which he was completely immobilized. Arg! He let loose a cry of alarm, yet before he had a chance to unleash any other abilities, he was struck by an irresistible suction force from behind. His body was then drawn into the vortex behind him in a flash, and following an anguished howl, an earth-shattering boom rang out. The golden vortex shuddered slightly, following which everything suddenly fell silent. At this moment, the golden body turned around and ceased its chanting before pointing a finger at the massive vortex. The golden vortex flashed as it quickly shrank down to its original size, then disappeared amid a dull thump. All of a sudden, Han Li emerged from the nearby space, and glanced at the Providence golden body with a pleased look on his face. He swept a sleeve through the air, and the golden body disintegrated into specks of golden light. The second nascent soul then flew toward him as a ball of black chi before also vanishing into his body in a flash. He had released his second nascent soul to possess the golden body, but due to the fact that it still hadn't fortified its cultivation base, it had been unable to use its devilish powers during that battle and could only use its spiritual sense to control the golden body. In doing so, the second nascent soul wouldn't have to worry about facing backlash from inner demons, but the golden body wouldn't be able to unleash its full power either. Thankfully, after Han Li reached the late spatial tempering stage, he had also cultivated to the last level of his Providence True Devil Arts, so his golden body had become far more powerful than back when he was at the early spatial tempering stage. As such, he was able to use many more powerful abilities that he had been looking forward to for a long time, one of the most powerful and unpredictable of which was the revolving golden light. Even if an ordinary body integration stage being were to be caught off guard and sucked in by this golden light, there was a very good chance that they'd perish in there unless they had some extremely powerful abilities or treasures to protect themselves. As such, even though the second nascent soul was unable to use its devilish powers, it was still able to kill that Rong being with ease. All four of those Rong beings had been slain in virtually the blink of an eye, and Fairy Yu and the elderly man were still hesitating in the distance about whether they should turn around and lend Han Li their assistance when the battle was already over. The four troublesome enemies who had posed such a major threat to them had been eradicated by Han Li with the utmost ease, and both of them were completely rooted to the spot. Their expressions were filled most with astonishment, as well as a hint of unease, and the slightest hint of elation. Han Li completely disregarded them and arrived before Chuer in a flash. Ever since Han Li had appeared, Chuer had remained rooted obediently to the spot without moving so much as a single inch. The two of them engaged in a brief conversation via voice transmission, following which white light flashed from her body, and she quickly disappeared up Han Li's sleeve. Han Li paused momentarily with a contemplative look on his face before turning to appraise the woman and elderly man in the distance. The two of them also seemed to have engaged in a brief conversation, and after a brief hesitation, they flew over to Han Li together. Even though they had decided to approach Han Li, they still chose to stop over 100 feet away from him in the end. "Thank you for stepping to save us, fellow Taoist Han. Otherwise, I'm not sure Fairy Yu and I would have been able to escape those wrong beings. Your immense powers truly put the two of us to shame," the elderly man said as he cupped his fist in a grateful salute. A calm expression reappeared in Fairy Yu's eyes as she sighed. Indeed, those wrong beings' movement techniques were quite powerful, and if you hadn't stepped in just in the nick of time, our lives were truly at risk. I'm also extremely grateful to you. So the two of you have already expended much of your magic power? I was wondering why you were unable to shake off those wrong beings. There's no need to thank me. I may not be a heavenly cloud being, but I entered this realm with you two back in Cloud City, so I certainly won't just stand by and watch when you two are in grave danger, Han Li replied with a modest smile. You have a sharp eye, Brother Han. Indeed, by the time Fairy Yu and I discovered those wrong beings' nefarious plot, we had already expended much of our energy. I won't forget what you did for us, fellow Taoist Han. I'll be sure to thank you for your efforts. The elderly man was quite relieved to see how benevolent Han Li was, and the smile on his face became a little more genuine. Han Li merely smiled and remained silent. All of a sudden, Fairy Yu raised a hand to produce a jade box. This is a 9-flame herb that's already extinct in the spirit realm, and it's a mandatory ingredient for refining several types of spirit pills. It's also one of the reasons why those wrong beings were so intent on hunting us down. We have no way of thanking you for saving our lives, so we can only offer this spirit herb in repayment. She tossed the jade box over to Han Li as she spoke, and a hint of surprise appeared on the elderly man's face upon seeing this, but it quickly disappeared and was replaced by a smile again. Han Li was also rather taken aback by this, and he made a grabbing motion with one hand to draw the jade box into his grasp. He looked down at the jade box to find that it was flashing with red light, and that there were several blue talismans plastered over the box, indicating that it contained something very important. He opened his mouth to expel a burst of azure light, and the talismans on the jade box flashed erratically a few times before flying off on their own. The lid of the box was removed, and a ball of glazed light that seemingly possessed an extremely high level of spiritual nature emerged from within. However, Han Li was already prepared for this, and he certainly wasn't going to allow it to escape. He waved a hand and made a grabbing motion, upon which a burst of immense force instantly immobilized the ball of light. He curled his 5 fingers back and the ball of light flew directly toward his hand. Fairy Yu's expression changed slightly upon seeing this, and she hurriedly cautioned, "Be careful, fellow Taoist Han." "It's all right." Han Li merely smiled in response before shimmering golden spiritual light radiated from his hand, and the glazed ball of light gently settled into his grasp. This was a spirit herb that resembled a flame and was emitting 9 different types of spiritual light. The spirit herb was only several inches tall, but its 9-colored light was radiating such intense heat that the surrounding air was shimmering and warping violently. However, Han Li didn't seem to be bothered by the scorching heat at all as he held the spirit herb up to his eyes for closer inspection. A hint of astonishment flashed through the elderly man's eyes upon seeing this, and he chuckled, "Looks like your concerns were unwarranted, Fairy Yu. With Brother Han's astonishing powers, there's no way this spirit herb will be able to harm him." Fairy Yu faltered slightly before a wry smile appeared on her face. Indeed, the spiritual light released by this 9-flame herb can melt metal and stone with ease, but it has no effect on you. Your powers are truly unfathomable, fellow Taoist Han. You two are far too kind. I've merely cultivated some techniques in the past that grant me greater resistance to flames and heat. This 9-flame herb is indeed an extremely rare fire attribute spirit herb, and I do actually have a use for it, so I'll be accepting this gift, Han Li replied with a smile. He then placed the herb back into the jade box and applied a few talismans of his own to its surface. The jade box then vanished amid a flash of spiritual light. A faint smile appeared on Fairy Yu's face upon seeing this. The elderly man was quite reluctant to part with the spirit herb, but he naturally had no objections to this arrangement. Instead, a faint smile also appeared on his face, and he was just about to say something when Han Li abruptly swept a sleeve through the air, sending a faint azure jade vial flying toward each of the two of them. Both of them faltered slightly before reflexively spreading open a hand each, conjuring up bursts of light that swept the jade vials into their hands. "What's this, Brother Han?" A hesitant look appeared on the elderly man's face. Fairy Yu was also looking at Han Li in a surprised manner. "The 9-flame herb is far too precious for me to accept without offering anything in return. Those vials contain pills that can help even 9th-tier upper race beings improve their cultivation base, so it should be helpful for when the two of you decide to break through your bottlenecks," Han Li explained in a nonchalant manner. "What? Pills that enhance even a 9th-tier upper race being's cultivation base?" the elderly man exclaimed before removing the lid of the vial and injecting his spiritual sense into it to inspect its contents. He then took a whiff of the medicinal aroma wafting from the vial, and an ecstatic look appeared on his face. Fairy Yu's expression also changed slightly upon hearing this. "These pills will indeed be very useful to me, but you've just saved our lives. How can I take these pills from you?" The elderly man finally calmed down slightly before inspecting the jade vial in his hands in a hesitant manner. "It was a simple task for me to step in there. Compared to the 9-flame herb, those pills really aren't all that significant at all. I don't want to benefit unfairly from anyone, so please accept the pills," Han Li said with a faint smile. After a brief moment of contemplation, the elderly man accepted the vial with a smile. "In that case, fellow Taoist, you and I would be more than happy to oblige." Fairy Yu also examined the contents of the vial before stowing it up her sleeve as she extended words of gratitude toward Han Li. Following that exchange, the wariness in the elderly man's heart had largely abated, and he looked around before suddenly asking, "Brother Han, are you the only one in this area?" "I was traveling with 2 other fellow Taoists, but we encountered some danger a while ago and split up," Han Li replied in a truthful manner. "I see, that's quite a pity," the elderly man said as a disappointed look flashed through his eyes, and the same expression was also mirrored on Fairy Yu's face. "You seem to be withholding some information, fellow Taoist Su. Could it be that there's something that you and Fairy Yu want to do that require many helpers?" Han Li asked as he stroked his chin with a hint of a smile on his face. The elderly man turned to the woman with an inquisitive glance upon hearing this, and Fairy Yu hesitated momentarily before making a decision. "Brother Su, that place has already been taken by those wrong beings, and our powers won't be enough to fight them off. However, with Brother Han's unfathomable powers, perhaps we'll have a chance. As such, I think we should tell him about this. If we succeed, we'll take nothing more than a replica of that golden seal text cultivation art." Golden seal text. Han Li's pupils abruptly contracted upon hearing this. "Indeed. We were actually with several other fellow Taoists, but they've all since perished. We discovered that golden seal text cultivation art with those wrong beings in a certain secluded cave." The elderly man paused here momentarily as he heaved a long sigh. Han Li merely appraised him and didn't urge the elderly man to continue. He knew that a detailed elaboration would follow. Sure enough, following a brief pause, the elderly man continued, "However, before we had a chance to break that restriction and record the entire cultivation art, we fell into a trap sprung by the wrong beings. Everyone else perished, while Fairy Yu and I only barely managed to get away using secret techniques. However, in doing so, we had severely depleted our energy and couldn't take any further risks. However, you can certainly give it a try if you're interested in this cultivation art, Brother Han. By the way, this secret cave was extremely obscure, so there might be other treasures in there aside from that golden seal text cultivation art." "Is that so? Where is this secret cave you speak of? Also, it's already been so long. Wouldn't the wrong beings have already secured the treasures in the cave and left?" Han Li asked. "Don't worry, Brother Han, the restrictions in the cave are extremely powerful, and the cultivation art was split up into several segments. Even though so much time has already passed, I'm sure those wrong beings wouldn't have been able to break all of the restrictions and obtain the complete cultivation art, so it's most likely the case that you still have a chance if you go there right away," Fairy Yu explained. "How many wrong beings are there?" Han Li asked. He had to admit that he was a little tempted. "Around 10 or so. Those wrong beings are extremely cunning. Only half of them appeared initially and invited us to explore the secret cave together. However, as soon as we discovered the golden seal text cultivation art, the rest of them also suddenly appeared and turned on us, which is how we were reduced to such a sorry state. You are indeed quite powerful, but you won't be able to take on all of them at once in a direct confrontation. I'd advise that you sneak into the secret cave and strike when an opportunity arises," the elderly man suggested. He had clearly already thought extensively about this matter. Han Li was silent for a moment before suddenly smiling as he asked, "If there are around 10 of them, then it will indeed be wise not to face them head-on. Also, I have another question. How did you two find out about this golden seal text cultivation art? And do you know what this cultivation art is? According to my knowledge, there aren't that many people in all of the heavenly cloud races who can read this text. The elderly man was rather hesitant, but the woman heaved a faint sigh and admitted, "Your wisdom is truly unmatched, Brother Han. Looks like we won't be able to hide anything from you." Truth be told, the seniors of our race told us about this secret cave and the golden seal text cultivation art. Fellow Taoist Su and I are somewhat versed in golden seal text, and we know that the cultivation art is a secret technique known as the spirit refinement technique. Spirit refinement technique? A hint of surprise flashed through Han Li's eyes upon hearing this. According to one of the elders of our race, this technique is extremely profound and can enhance one's spiritual sense by several fold. Once successfully cultivated, it'll be extremely effective even to breaking through body integration stage bottlenecks in the future. The elderly man also came clean and revealed what he knew. A cultivation art that can enhance one's spiritual sense by several fold? That's impossible. How could such an extraordinary cultivation art possibly exist? Han Li exclaimed as his expression changed drastically. Fellow Taoist Su is speaking the truth. The elders of our two races were actually made aware of the existence of this secret cave and the golden seal text cultivation art during one of the previous occasions where the vast glacial realm was opened, so they know some details about this divine refinement technique. However, the relevant records were quite ambiguous, and our two races had expended a lot of time and effort before they discovered the location of the secret cave. However, the restriction at the entrance of the secret cave is extremely profound and requires knowledge of golden seal text to be broken, so our two races have been searching arduously for information about golden seal text across the Thunder Continent for many years. Fellow Taoist Su and I finally learned how to read golden seal text prior to the opening of the vast glacial realm, which is why we attempted to break the restriction to access the cave. Thinking about it now, it's far too much of a coincidence that those rogue beings just so happened to appear at the cave right after we broke the restriction. It's very likely that they've had their eyes on us for a while now, and they must have also been made aware of the existence of this secret cave through alternative avenues, Fairy Yu explained. Han Li contemplated this information for a long while before finally replying, "If this spirit refinement technique really is as extraordinary as you proclaim, then I wouldn't mind making a trip to secure it. However, I have no idea how to read golden seal text, so the cultivation method would be useless to me." The elderly man could tell that Han Li was truly interested, and he hurriedly stepped in to seal the deal. That won't be an issue, as long as you can secure the cultivation art and are willing to give myself and Fairy Yu a replica copy each. We would be more than willing to teach you how to read golden seal text so you can use the cultivation art. That will be our repayment to you for taking this risk. Fairy Yu remained silent, so she clearly also approved of this. In that case, looks like I have no choice but to make this trip. Brother Su, give me a copy of your map. Han Li had finally made up his mind. Of course, fellow Taoist Han, I'll make you a copy of the map right away, the elderly man agreed in an elated manner. He flipped a hand over to produce a jade slip, which he placed against his forehead, and faint while light began to shimmer from it. Mere moments later, the jade replicated the map within the elderly man's spiritual sense. The elderly man then handed the jade slip over to Han Li with a wide smile on his face, and said, "Do be careful, Brother Han. Fellow Taoist Yu and I will be awaiting your triumphant return. The two of you can go and rest on that island over there. If I manage to obtain the golden seal text cultivation art, I'll be sure to come back here and reunite with the two of you," Han Li replied as he accepted the jade slip. Azure light then flashed from his body, and he flew away into the distance. After just a few flashes, the azure light vanished into the distant sky. After Han Li had completely disappeared from view, Fairy Yu withdrew her gaze and asked, "What do you think of fellow Taoist Han's chances, Brother Su?" The elderly man contemplated this question for a long while before replying, "It's hard to say. If he were a normal upper race being, he would naturally have next to no chance at all. However, he has displayed incredible powers that perhaps even surpass those of a holy race being. If luck is on his side, he should have a roughly 50% chance of success. Don't forget that there's also an extremely powerful rogue being among their ranks who managed to wound us even after we joined forces against him. 50% is already quite fantastic. To think that our two races dedicated so much time and effort into this, only for those rogue beings to suddenly swoop in and foil our plans. If we don't manage to obtain the spirit refinement technique, you and I will both be subjected to very unsavory fates," Fairy Yu sighed. "There's no helping it, Who would have thought that those rogue beings would suddenly turn up and foil our plans? The elderly man also sighed in a resigned manner. A cold expression appeared on Fairy Yu's face. If I had known that those rogue beings were plotting against us from the very beginning, I would have refused to cooperate with them no matter what. We ended up being used as tools by them and broke many of the restrictions in that cave before they stabbed us in the back. The elderly man shook his head and countered, it wouldn't have made a difference. We had already opened the entrance to that secret cave, and they would have immediately attacked us had we refused to cooperate with them, so it would have happened sooner or later regardless. Furthermore, if the altercation had taken place outside the secret cave, we wouldn't have been able to take advantage of the cave's internal terrain and restrictions, and our chances of escape would have been even slimmer. That's true. We can only hope that fellow Taoist Han will succeed now. Fairy Yu cast her gaze into the distance again. Meanwhile, the elderly man stroked his beard and fell silent as a contemplative look appeared on his face. At this point, Han Li was already tens of thousands of kilometers away, and he was flying through the air at an incredible speed. During his flight, he narrowed his eyes as he placed the jade slip to his forehead, using his spiritual sense to glean the information within. The elderly man had injected a lot of information into the jade slip. Not only was there a map of the secret cave, there were even annotations denoting all of the paths in the cave that they'd explored before. This would undoubtedly save him quite a bit of trouble. Spirit refinement technique, eh? Han Li murmured to himself. He had already been made fully aware of the benefits of having powerful spiritual sense after cultivating the Great Development Technique. If this secret technique really could multiply the power of his spiritual sense, then not only would it become easier for him to break through future bottlenecks, he would also be able to release more gold-devouring beetles at a time during battle. On top of that, possessing powerful spiritual sense would be greatly beneficial to him in other areas such as formation crafting and pill refinement. As such, he was determined to get his hands on this extraordinary cultivation art. Such a cultivation art could only exist in the true immortal realm. There was no way that he would be able to find something like this in the spirit realm, so he naturally wasn't willing to pass up this opportunity. With that in mind, even the perpetually calm and steadfast Han Li was becoming slightly excited. In the air above a certain unknown canyon within a mountain range, there was an ordinary-looking white cloud drifting in a casual manner. Hidden within the cloud were two furry rogue beings, and they were discussing something quietly among themselves. Brother Xian, it's already been over a day since those four left and they still haven't returned. Could it be that something's happened to them? A rogue being with an azure mark on his forehead said in a concerned manner. What could possibly have happened to them? The two heavenly cloud beings they were pursuing were both completely spent, and we sent 4 people after them. Nothing could possibly go wrong. It's most likely the case that those two heavenly cloud beings burned their latent potential to unleash some kind of secret techniques to delay their inevitable demise, the other crimson-armored rogue being replied in a nonchalant manner. It is indeed true that those two heavenly cloud beings are adept in some remarkable movement techniques. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to escape in the first place, the first rogue being replied with a nod, seemingly having been convinced. It really is quite a surprise that the restriction around the final part of the Golden Seal text cultivation art requires multiple vast glacial badges to break. Looks like we have no choice but to wait for more of our brethren to get here. I wonder if 2 vast glacial badges will even be enough. Perhaps even 3 or 4 will be required. If that's the case, then we'll only be able to obtain an incomplete cultivation art, the armored rogue being sighed. The restriction guarding the final part of the cultivation art is vastly different from all of the previous restrictions, so it's clearly the most important part. If we're unable to secure this final part, then it'll most likely be very difficult for us to successfully cultivate it. It's a pity that none of us know how to read Golden Seal text. Otherwise, we'd be able to read the previous parts to give ourselves an idea of what this cultivation art involves. A forlorn look appeared on the first rogue being's face. Seeing as this is a Golden Seal text cultivation art, we certainly can't just give up on it without doing everything we can. The problem is that even the closest group of our brethren are around 4 or 5 days away, and if we need to gather more vast glacial badges, then we may even have to spend several months here. In that case, our plans to go into seclusion here to try and make a breakthrough would be completely thrown into disarray, the armored rogue being said as his expression darkened slightly. That is indeed rather troublesome. However, if this Golden Seal text cultivation art really does prove to be an extremely powerful one, then perhaps it'll even be able to benefit our entire race. Compared to that, this is a worthy sacrifice, the first rogue being said in a slow voice as he furrowed his brows slightly. That may be the case, but entering the vast glacial realm is a brilliant opportunity for us to progress to the holy grade. I don't want to pass up this opportunity, the armored rogue being sighed. There's no use talking about that now. We can only hope that the other groups will receive our message and arrive with their vast glacial badges as quickly as possible. Now that I think about it, it's quite extraordinary how all of the races had always thought that vast glacial badges were only keys to access the vast glacial realm. Who would have thought that they would be so useful in breaking certain restrictions in this realm? We have to report this to the elders when we get back so our brethren who enter the vast glacial realm in the future can keep an eye out for such restrictions. Thus, the two rogue beings chatted with one another within the cloud, but their conversation was completely inaudible outside the cloud. The cloud that they were hiding in had been manifested from some kind of profound restriction, and these two were naturally the rogue beings who were keeping lookout. Unbeknownst to the two of them, while they were conversing with one another, there was an indetectable shadow within a white cloud over 1,000 feet above them, and this faint shadow was directly inspecting them. Their cloud restriction seemed to be unable to impede that man's gaze. This shadow was naturally none other than Han Li, who had taken close to half a day to get to this place. The white cloud restriction was indeed quite profound, but Han Li was still able to notice these two rogue beings with his spirit eye ability. Thus, he immediately used his high zenith invisibility talisman to adopt this indistinct form before slowly flying above them. Through the use of his ultra-powerful spiritual sense, he was naturally able to eavesdrop on the conversation between the two rogue beings, and he was quite relieved to hear that they hadn't yet secured the entire cultivation art. His expression changed slightly upon hearing about how multiple vast glacial badges were required to break the final restriction, but a thought then immediately occurred to him, and his expression reverted back to normal. A cold light flashed through his eyes as he took one final glance down below before descending toward the canyon. Even at such close range, the two rogue beings failed to detect his presence, so it would have naturally been an easy task for him to kill them if he wanted to. However, killing them could alert the other rogue beings in the cave to his presence, so he decided against it. After all, he wasn't here to kill these rogue beings. He had no intention of revealing himself prior to seeing the golden seal text cultivation art. With that in mind, Han Li descended several hundred feet into the canyon with blue light flashing through his eyes, and he swept his gaze over the two sides of the canyon. His expression then changed slightly as he focused his gaze on one of the stone faces. The stone face was of a faint yellow color with several cracks on its surface, and it appeared to be extremely mundane. However, from a certain angle Han Li could see that these cracks formed a star diagram. A hint of elation flashed through his eyes, and he immediately descended directly toward that stone face. Faint spiritual light flashed from the surface of the stone face, and his body passed through it without any impediment, following which he found himself in an extremely wide and spacious passageway. There were fist-sized crystals embedded into the walls of the passageway, all of which were shimmering with faint white light. There was an azure wooden door standing several hundred feet in front of him, and it was slightly ajar. The door was over 200 feet tall with indentations all over its surface, and it was also missing a corner, so it had clearly been forced open by someone through brute force. Han Li narrowed his eyes as he appraised the door, and he could see shimmering golden runes carved around the edge of the giant door. Most of the runes were incomplete, but he was still able to immediately identify that this was golden seal text. There were two rogue beings seated with their legs crossed and their eyes closed sitting by the sides of the gate, and one of them wore a set of black robes while the other was clothed in white robes. The two rogue beings also had fur all over their bodies, one of which had fur that was pristine white as snow, while the other had inky black fur, creating quite a peculiar contrast to behold. The rogue beings were clearly extremely cautious and had set up lookout posts at multiple locations. Han Li looked at the gap between the two rogue beings, which was around 30 to 40 feet wide, and his brows furrowed slightly again. He was very confident in his high zenith invisibility talisman, and its concealment abilities had improved significantly now that he had reached the late spatial tempering stage, but he would still be incurring some risk if he were to try and pass through between the two rogue beings. He wasn't fully confident in his ability to sneak past these two rogue beings without alerting them. However, Hailey didn't hesitate for too long before he took a deep breath and drifted silently toward the giant wooden door. He had already made it to this place, so he couldn't just turn back. If worse came to worst, then he would just have to kill these two and force his way in. That naturally wouldn't be the wisest strategy, but it was the only course of action that was available to him. There were many rogue beings in this place, but he could whittle them down by adopting guerrilla warfare tactics. His only concern was that the rogue beings could destroy the golden seal text in the cave in a fit of desperation. The damage would be irreparable, and he would have come all this way for nothing. After all, with true Immortal Realm secret technique like this one, even a few missing golden seal text runes would make it impossible for him to cultivate the spirit refinement technique. Of course, this was rather unlikely to happen. If he were to strike quickly enough and even resorted to using his profound heavenly blade segment and gold-devouring beetles, he was confident that he would be able to kill the rogue beings in the cave before they had a chance to do anything. Thus, Hanli instantly made up his mind before flying toward the two rogue beings. 300 feet, 200 feet, 100 feet. Hanli reached the area right between the two rogue beings in the blink of an eye, and right at this moment, the rogue being who was covered in black fur suddenly opened his eyes. Hanli's heart jolted upon seeing this, and he immediately stopped on the spot. The white-furred rogue being naturally sensed his companion's reaction, and he also opened his eyes before looking around in a perplexed manner. "Did you sense something?" The black-furred rogue being didn't reply as he released his spiritual sense, which passed over Hanli's body and swept through the entire passageway up ahead before sweeping backward. "Looks like it was just my imagination. I've been struggling to enter a calm state of mind before I meditate lately, and I don't know why," the black-furred rogue being said. "I see. That's not really strange. I've also been in the same situation ever since we entered the vast glacial realm. It's most likely because we've been too tense here in this foreign realm," the white-furred rogue being said with a smile. "Perhaps so," the black-furred rogue being said with his brows furrowed slightly in contemplation. However, right in the next instant, he abruptly swept a sleeve through the air, sending a burst of silver threads hurtling forth, and the silver threads encompassed the entire passageway up ahead. Hanli's pupils abruptly contracted upon seeing this, but he stood still on the spot and allowed the silver threads to strike him. A peculiar scene then ensued. The silver threads merely passed through Hanli's body in a flash before striking the ground and revealing themselves to be a series of hair-thin silver needles that were several inches in length each. The two rogue beings appraised the empty passageway in an expressionless manner. "Looks like I really have been too tense of late," the black-furred rogue being said as his lips twitched slightly. "Hee, we can rest easy now after that," the white-furred rogue being said with a smile, seemingly completely unperturbed by his companion's abrupt actions. The black-furred rogue being nodded before closing his eyes, and the white-furred rogue being did the same after sweeping his gaze through the passageway up ahead one final time. Thus, Hanli passed silently between them, and neither of them opened their eyes as Hanli made his way through the massive azure door. Only then did he truly heave a sigh of relief. It was very fortunate that the rogue being had unleashed a physical attack that was ineffective against his current body. If he had used a magic attack instead, even the simplest of fireballs would have forced him to reveal himself. After passing through the azure door, Hanli traversed through the passageway before disappearing around a corner. This secret cave truly was an architectural masterpiece. There were countless passageways of different sizes that fanned out like a cobweb, and most of these passageways had been formed naturally. As such, this place was like a befuddling maze to those exploring it for the first time. Thankfully, Hanli had the map of the secret cave that the elderly man had given him, so he knew exactly what route to take. After a short while, he finally arrived before a natural cave. This was a cave that was over 300 feet in size with a faint white stone wall on one side. There were rows of golden runes carved over the stone wall, all of which were shimmering with mysterious spiritual light. Hanli's heart abruptly jolted upon seeing this, and he swept his gaze through the cave to discover that there was a rogue being wearing a conical bamboo hat sitting in front of the stone face. He wore a contemplative look on his face, and he seemed to be inspecting the text on the stone wall. This was rather troublesome to Hanli. The text on the stone wall was undoubtedly the objective for his trip, but if he wanted to use a secret technique to replicate this text, there was no way for him not to alert this rogue being. Hanli stood silently at the entrance of the cave with his brows tightly furrowed in contemplation. Meanwhile, the rogue being was appraising the stone wall intently while making a hand gesture from time to time, seemingly completely immersed in attempting to decipher the text on the wall. Hanli finally made a decision upon seeing this. He slowly drifted toward this rogue being, and in the blink of an eye, he was only 40 to 50 feet away and continued to close in. However, the rogue being was still completely oblivious to his presence, clearly immersed in the text on the wall. Hanli was quite elated to see this, and when he was less than 20 feet away from this rogue being, he finally sprang into action. Golden light flashed from his body, and he abruptly revealed himself before raising a hand to launch a small black mountain that was enshrouded within gray light. At the same time, his golden body appeared behind him in a flash, and all 6 of its golden arms were thrust toward the rogue being in unison. The rogue being was instantly jerked out of his immersive state, and green light flashed from his body as he attempted to unleash some kind of secret technique to flee the scene. However, almost in the exact same instant, golden light abruptly flashed from the 6 golden hands, and a burst of invisible enormous force erupted from each of them. The rogue being felt the air tighten around him, and he was completely immobilized, unable to move so much as a single finger. Even the circulation of magic power within his body had become extremely sluggish. Meanwhile, the small black mountain expanded above his head before releasing a vast expanse of gray light, as well as countless silver runes. An expression of shock and fury appeared on the rogue being's face, and he immediately made a decision, taking a deep breath before letting loose a long cry. He was disregarding his own safety to alert all of his other brethren in the cave. However, the sound waves were unable to escape beyond the gray light around him, and his heart immediately sank upon seeing this. Before he had a chance to do anything else, a golden thread suddenly erupted from each of the 6 golden palms, and the threads quickly bound him into a tight cocoon. At the same time, the silver runes erupting from the extreme essence-fused mountain formed a shimmering silver light formation that descended from above. A dull thump rang out, and the light formation vanished along with the rogue being, as if he had never even been here in the first place. If someone were to unleash a powerful eye ability that allowed them to see into the extreme essence-fused mountain, they'd discover that the rogue being was lying unconscious in the belly of the mountain. Not only had his body been bound tightly by golden threads, a layer of silver runes had been plastered all over the nascent soul within his body, and it had also been forced into an unconscious state. From the instant that Hanli revealed himself to the moment that the rogue being was drawn into the extreme essence-fused mountain, only the span of a few breaths passed. Both the golden body and extreme essence-fused mountain had attacked in a completely silent manner and also had their spiritual pressure fluctuations minimized to its lowest possible point. As such, as long as there wasn't a third person in the cave, no one would be able to discover that a being at the pinnacle of the spatial tempering stage had just been captured alive. Hanli heaved a sigh of relief upon successfully pacifying this rogue being. It was a good thing that he was the only rogue being here, and his attention was entirely focused on the golden seal text on the wall. Otherwise, it definitely wouldn't have been so easy for him to succeed. If those 2 rogue beings outside had detected his presence, there was no way that he would have been able to capture them alive. He would have been forced to kill them. As long as this rogue being wasn't killed, his companions most likely wouldn't be able to detect that anything was amiss. This spatial ability to draw in beings was something that the divine essence-fused mountain had attained after being refined into the extreme essence-fused mountain. If he were to completely refine all 5 extreme mountains, this ability would become unfathomably powerful, and the mountain would even be able to draw in entire seas. Even though he currently only had 1 extreme mountain, it was still very powerful, and it would virtually be impossible for that rogue being to escape. Hanli didn't hesitate any longer after this, stowing away the golden body and black mountain before immediately sweeping a sleeve through the air. A black ring flew out from within before releasing a burst of azure light that swept downward. Spiritual light flashed and faint golden light emanated from the stone wall. However, it remained completely stationary and refused to be drawn into the storage bracelet. Hanli heaved a faint sigh, but he wasn't all that surprised to see this. If it were that easy to take this item, then it wouldn't have remained here for so long. He had only attempted to draw into the storage bracelet just in case it worked. White light flashed and a palm-sized jade slip sprang out of the black bracelet before hovering in front of the stone wall. He made a hand seal before quickly pointing a finger at the jade slip, and it immediately released a burst of silver light that encompassed the entire stone wall. In the next instant, the golden runes on the stone wall warped and twisted, and it was as if they had sprung to life within the silver light. Immediately thereafter, balls of golden light flew out of the stone wall before vanishing into the jade slip. Moments later, all of the golden balls of light had disappeared into the jade slip, and Hanli abruptly withdrew his hand seal. Silver light immediately flashed from the jade slip, and it fell into his grasp as a ball of white light. Hanli held the jade slip and injected his spiritual sense into it, upon which a faint smile appeared on his face. The contents of the jade slip were indeed identical to the golden runes on the stone wall. He carefully stowed away the storage bracelet and the jade slip before flipping a hand over to reveal a purple talisman, which he adhered to his own body again. Purple light flashed, and Han Li's body entered an insubstantial state again. Thus, Han Li continued to traverse through the secret cave and found 3 more stone walls with golden seal text inscribed upon them. Only one of those stone walls is being guarded by a rogue being, while the other 2 were left unguarded. This made Han Li's job a lot easier, and he snuck up on the other rogue being before drawing him into the extreme essence-fused mountain as well. Thus, 3 more sections of the cultivation art were replicated into the same jade slip, and according to the annotations on the map that had been given to him by the elderly man, there was only one part of the cultivation art left. However, Han Li became even more cautious here rather than allowing himself to grow complacent. He hadn't encountered many rogue beings yet, so they were most likely all gathered in the final cave. According to the information that he'd eavesdropped earlier, only the restriction guarding the final part of the cultivation art was yet to be broken, so it was no wonder that everyone was gathered there. With that in mind, Han Li found himself at a crossroads. This was an area that he had to pass through en route to that final cave. Han Li looked around as he stroked his chin, then suddenly raised a hand, and over 100 formation flags surged out of his sleeve in a frenzy. This was his most powerful set of formation tools, and it was capable of even trapping spatial tempering stage being for a while. On top of that, he also brought out one of his 9 palaces' heavenly talismans, and a massive palatial projection appeared for an instant before vanishing above the formation. The materials required to refine this talisman were extremely rare, but he managed to purchase some in Cloud City, and was thus able to refine 2 more of those talismans. Thus, even if the rogue beings outside were alerted to what was happening in the cave, they would be trapped by these 2 restrictions for a while before they could reach Han Li. After doing all of this, Han Li nodded with a pleased look on his face before laying a hand on top of his own head, upon which golden light flashed, and the golden body appeared behind him. He then opened his mouth to expel a ball of black chi that vanished into the golden body. "Go!" Han Li instructed without any hesitation. After that, Han Li made a hand seal to summon a white figure, which transformed into a woman in white that also disappeared into the nearby space. Finally, he brought out his high zenith invisibility talisman again, and silver runes flashed as he faded into nothingness. His insubstantial body quickly flew toward a certain passageway in a completely expressionless manner, and after taking several turns, a white stone cave finally appeared up ahead. There were 4 faint auras emanating from within the cave, and Han Li narrowed his eyes as he continued to drift forward. Moments later, he reached the entrance to the cave and swept his gaze through its interior. This cave was over 1,000 feet in size, which was far larger than all of the other caves, and it resembled a small plaza. At the center of the plaza was a semi-spherical silver light barrier, within which was another stone wall that had golden seal text inscribed on its surface. There was a rogue being seated with their legs crossed at each corner of the plaza, and some of them had their heads lowered in contemplation, while others were staring intently at the silver light barrier. However, what drew Han Li's attention the most was a tall and broad rogue being with his eyes closed and his hands resting on his knees. This rogue being wore a set of ordinary gray robes, but there was a huge blade strapped to his back. The entire blade was wrapped in yellow beast hide, with only its thick and long black handle, degree, revealed. The entire blade seemed to be significantly taller than even the rogue being himself, and it was extremely eye-catching. What particularly caught Han Li's attention was the virtually substantial layer of faint crimson light emanating from the rogue being's body. This was an extremely dense layer of baleful chi. The other 3 rogue beings consisted of a young man in a suit of leather armor, as well as an old man and an old woman. These 4 rogue beings also had fur all over their bodies like their brethren, but they possessed heads that were identical to those of normal humans. A cold light flashed through Han Li's eyes, and he immediately drifted toward the tall and broad man without any hesitation. It was quite clear that this rogue being was far more powerful than the other 3, so he was going to take this man by surprise and kill him quickly before taking on the other 3 less troublesome opponents. His insubstantial body drifted silently through the air, and he was soon less than 200 feet away from his target. The rogue being continued to sit in a stationary manner, completely oblivious to the fact that a major threat was approaching. Han Li's magic power was already beginning to circulate within his body, yet right at this moment, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. When Han Li was only just over 100 feet away from the rogue being, the giant blade on his back suddenly let loose a faint ringing sound. The sound wasn't very loud, but this place was completely silent, so it immediately alerted everyone. The 3 other rogue beings' hearts jolted as they turned toward their companion in unison. The tall and broad man also abruptly opened his eyes, and piercing yellow light flashed through his pupils as his hand shot forth like lightning before making a grabbing motion. In the next instant, the giant blade somehow ended up in his grasp, and the layer of beast hide was torn into shreds. The giant blade then transformed into a gust of fierce black wind that surged forward in a frenzy. Loud rumbling booms rang out incessantly from within the black wind, and the outlines of a ferocious beast could be made out within the gust of wind. Han Li's expression changed slightly upon seeing this. He had encountered an extremely rare treasure that could alert its owner to danger, and it was most likely a treasure on the chaotic myriad spirit roll. Golden light flashed from his body and he raised both of his arms at once. A silver ruler abruptly appeared in one of his hands, and he swung it toward the oncoming gust of black wind. Countless ruler projections erupted forth in a frenzy before converging to form a massive ruler projection amid a flash of silver light. An earth-shattering boom erupted as silver light and black wind exploded in unison. The silver ruler clashed with the giant blade, and the runes on their surfaces flashed violently as astonishing spiritual pressure was released. An insistent ringing sound could be heard, and the two treasures appeared to be evenly matched. Meanwhile, Han Li gently thrust his other palm into the air, and a small black mountain emerged before vanishing into thin air. In the next instant, spatial fluctuations erupted above the Rong being's head, and a black mountain that was around 10 feet tall came crashing down from above. A faint cry of surprise rang out as a slightly alarmed look finally appeared on the Rong being's face, but he then quickly put on a disdainful sneer as he made a hand seal, upon which a layer of dense crimson baleful chi surfaced over his body. The baleful chi erupted into the heavens before forming a huge crimson hand that thrust directly up toward the black mountain. A dull thump rang out as the hand came into contact with the underside of the mountain, and the former immediately began to display signs of strain. It was quite clear that the extreme essence-fused mountain was far heavier than the Rong being had expected. His expression changed slightly as he abruptly rose to his feet, then immediately launched a powerful punch upward. A pillar of crimson light erupted from his fist before vanishing into the huge crimson hand in order to bolster it. Crimson light immediately swirled around the massive hand as it swelled to several times its original size, and a crimson lotus flower appeared on each of its 5 fingertips. The 5 lotus flowers revolved on the spot, releasing countless runes that worked together with the huge hand, and their combined powers really did manage to keep the black mountain at bay. Blue light flashed through Han Li's eyes upon seeing this, and a loud thunderclap rang out behind him as a pair of translucent wings surfaced on his back. He flapped his wings, and another thunderclap rang out as he vanished on the spot. The Rong being's pupils contracted upon seeing this, and he immediately opened his mouth to blast forth a burst of golden light, which disappeared in a flash around 10 feet in front of the Rong being. A dull explosion rang out and Han Li stumbled out of thin air. There were 5 colored flames burning around his pristine white hand, which was currently locked tightly around a small golden snake with wings on its back. The snake was flicking its forked tongue and writhing incessantly, attempting to break free from, but Han Li merely harumphed coldly as the 5 colored flames increased drastically in brightness. A horrified look flashed through the golden snake's eyes, and in the next instant, a layer of ice abruptly appeared over its body, turning it into a 5-colored ice statue. Following his drastic cultivation base improvement, his 5-colored glacial flames had naturally also become vastly more powerful than before. He rubbed his hands together without any hesitation, releasing arcs of golden lightning from his palms amid a loud thunderclap. The ice statue was instantly shattered as a result, and the golden snake disintegrated into specks of spiritual light. A shocked and enraged look appeared on the Rong being's face. This void-vanquishing spirit was something that he had nurtured for many years, and not only did it possess a powerful innate ability to puncture through space, its body was also extremely resolute, making it very difficult for treasures to harm it. Never did he think that it would be captured and destroyed so easily by this opponent. A thunderous roar of fury rang out as the Rong being made a grabbing motion with one hand, upon which a round bowl suddenly appeared in his grasp. The surface of the bowl was riddled with intricate symbols and radiating faint crimson light, and its edge was extremely sharp. He flicked his wrist to send the bowl flying through the air, and it transformed into countless crimson blades that hurtled directly toward Han Li. A peculiar look appeared on Han Li's face at the sight of these crimson blades, and he made a hand seal rather than taking any evasive measures. Black chi swirled all over his body, and a suit of black armor appeared. As soon as the crimson light reached within 10 feet of Han Li, it was stopped coldly in its tracks by the layers of black runes being released by the suit of armor. Han Li took advantage of this opportunity to flap his wings, upon which he vanished again as an azure and white arc of lightning. The rogue being wore a look of thunderous rage on his face as crimson baleful chi erupted all around him before instantly forming a massive crimson lotus flower that encapsulated his entire body. At this point he had already realized that his opponent was far from an ordinary spatial tempering stage being, and he turned to his companions with a slightly bewildered expression, wondering why they hadn't stepped in to assist him yet. As a result, he was greeted by the sight of the three other rogue beings battling a white figure and two faint silver figures that had suddenly appeared. All three of the rogue beings were clearly dominating their opponents, but they were still unable to free themselves from their battles anytime soon. The white and silver figures were naturally none other than Han Li's sentient puppet, as well as shadow puppets manifested by two of his armor origin talismans. Following Han Li's progression to the late spatial tempering stage, the shadow puppets manifested by the talismans had also become far more powerful than before, and that was why they were able to hold off two of the late spatial tempering stage rogue beings. Otherwise, the shadow puppets of the past would have most likely been destroyed by such powerful opponents already. As for Dal, it was wielding a blue fan from which balls of blue light were being released in a relentless barrage. Meanwhile, its other hand was flicking threads of glacial chi incessantly toward the young man, rendering him unable to assist the rogue being who had been attacked by Han Li. The rogue being who was facing Han Li was quite surprised by this turn of events, yet before he had a chance to think of anything else, spatial fluctuations erupted above his head, and Han Li suddenly appeared above the small black mountain before gently stomping a foot down onto it. The mountain expanded drastically amid a flash of gray light, swelling to over 100 feet in size before crushing the huge crimson hand down below amid a resounding boom. The black mountain then came crashing down from above, and the rogue being's expression changed slightly as he immediately flipped his hand over. In doing so, he summoned a small silver axe that was several inches in length amid a flash of spiritual light, then hurled the axe upward. A dull thump rang out as a giant axe that was several tens of feet in size emerged from within the flashing silver light before crashing down toward the black mountain like lightning. Han Li's pupils contracted as he made a hand seal, and the extreme essence-fused mountain blurred before abruptly vanishing. Thus, the giant axe struck nothing but empty air, immediately following which Han Li and the black mountain reappeared above the rogue being's head before plummeting downward without any hesitation. The rogue being's expression changed drastically, and it was quite clear that he hadn't anticipated that such a huge mountain could weave in and out of space instantaneously. In this dire situation, he let loose a loud roar, and the crimson lotus flower petals around him converged to form a dense crimson light barrier that was 7 layers thick. At the same time, the rogue being laid a hand onto the top of his own head, and a burst of crimson baleful chi erupted out of his head before transforming into a ferocious giant crimson tiger that pounced violently toward the underside of the mountain. The black mountain continued to descend amid a burst of dull rumbling, and the giant tiger was destroyed almost as soon as the two clashed with one another. The mountain then crashed down onto the crimson light barrier, and a string of cracking noises rang out in quick succession from the latter. 5 layers of the light barrier were shattered in a flash, and the 6th layer only just barely managed to arrest the extreme essence-fused mountain's downward momentum, but it was quivering violently, clearly struggling against the mountain's enormous weight. A ferocious look appeared on the rogue being's face as he made a grabbing motion toward the giant axe up above. The huge silver axe swiveled around before crashing downward as a thick pillar of lightning, hurtling directly toward Han Li. Han Li's eyelids twitched slightly, but he made no effort to take evasive measures. All of a sudden, a head-sized ball of silver flames emerged out of the nearby space, then struck the bolt of lightning formed by the giant axe in a flash with unerring accuracy. The two clashed amid a loud boom, and the giant axe was immediately forced back into its original form before being inundated by scorching silver flames. The rogue being's heart jolted with shock upon seeing this, and before he had a chance to react, the space behind him suddenly twisted and warped. A huge golden projection with 3 heads and 6 arms then emerged out of thin air, and there was a ball of golden light revolving incessantly over each of its 6 palms. This was none other than Han Li's Provenance golden body. As soon as it appeared, the 6 arms converged in front of the golden body's chest, and the 6 balls of light instantly combined as one to form a head-sized golden vortex. At the same time, 2 of the golden body's heads closed their eyes in unison before chanting 2 different types of incantations that overlapped with one another. Loud thunderclaps rang out from within the vortex alongside faint Buddhist chants, and the vortex suddenly expanded to around 10 feet in size. The rogue being had naturally noticed the golden body at this point, and his expression changed drastically as he hurriedly swept a sleeve behind him. A vast expanse of translucent crimson threads immediately surfaced behind him before hurtling toward the golden body in unison, creating quite a devastating barrage of attacks. However, all of the crimson threads merely vanished one after another as they struck the golden body, while the golden body itself remained completely unscathed. Right at this moment, a burst of enormous force erupted from within the golden vortex, and the rogue being felt the air tighten around him, upon which he was completely immobilized. Arg! A chill ran down the rogue being's spine, and he tried to draw back the giant blade, which was still engaged in a fierce battle against the silver ruler. However, Hanli gave a cold harumph in response, and the silver ruler suddenly released countless identical projections that surged toward the giant blade as balls of silver light. The giant blade was indeed extremely powerful, but it was unable to escape from such a ferocious barrage of attacks in a short time. A burst of immense irresistible force erupted behind the rogue being, and he was drawn into the giant vortex behind him like a speeding arrow. A blood-curdling cry rang out, following by an earth-shattering boom, and the golden vortex shuddered slightly before the aura of the rogue being completely disappeared. The golden body ceased its chanting before pointing a finger at the huge vortex, and spiritual light flashed as the vortex rapidly shrank down to its original size, then faded into nothingness in a flash. At this moment, the giant black blade, which had lost its owner, let loose an anguished wail as it suddenly transformed into a black worm. The black worm blasted forth clouds of black chi in a frenzied manner, tearing a hole through the barrage of silver ruler projections before attempting to flee the scene. However, Hanli seemed to have anticipated this well in advance, and he flapped his wings amid a loud thunderclap before he instantly appeared above the black blade in a wraith-like manner. He opened his mouth to expel a ball of azure light, within which was a miniature azure cauldron. Hanli quickly pointed a finger at the small cauldron, and its lid flew off on its own before a loud buzzing sound rang out from within. Countless azure threads erupted forth before tightly binding the black worm, following which Hanli immediately patted the small cauldron. A crisp clang rang out, and the azure threads abruptly tightened around the black worm, forcing it back into its giant blade form amid a flash of brilliant azure light. Hanli made a hand seal, and the azure threads drew the huge blade into the cauldron, which reverted back into a ball of azure light. Hanli swept a sleeve toward the ball of azure light, and it disappeared in a flash. Only then did he cast his gaze elsewhere to inspect the rest of the battlefield. The giant silver axe had already been melted into a ball of silver liquid by the spirit engulfing heavenly flames, and it was close to being fully devoured by the flames. As for the other three rogue beings, they had naturally already noticed that their companion had been killed by Hanli. All three of them were horrified by this development, and they abandoned their opponents almost at the exact same time before fleeing the scene as streaks of light. Their deceased companion was the most powerful one among them, and the fact that Hanli had killed him in such a short time meant that he was definitely far too powerful for the three of them to oppose. They would only have a chance if they could be reunited with all of their other companions. However, Hanli certainly wasn't about to let them escape. A cold light flashed through his eyes, and he flapped his wings before vanishing into thin air as an azure and white thread of light. The golden body stepped forward and abruptly disappeared on the spot, while the two shadow puppets and doll also set off in hot pursuit. Moments later, the young man's anguished wail rang out from outside the cave, and his aura was the first to vanish. Immediately thereafter, a string of explosions and roars of fury rang out, and not long after that, the elderly man and woman were also felled amid blood-curdling cries. Everything fell silent thereafter. After around 10 minutes had passed, an earth-shattering boom erupted from a certain crossroads far away from the cave, and the sounds of battle resumed. After an indeterminate period of time, everything fell silent again. Azure light flashed outside the cave, and Hanli strode in an expressionless manner before immediately directing his gaze toward the silver light barrier in the cave. He had slain those three rogue beings with his golden body and puppets, then immediately rushed over to the crossroads where he'd set up his formations. As expected, the other four rogue beings had been trapped within the Nine Palaces' heavenly talisman and the restriction, and Hanli immediately engaged them in battle. The outcome of that battle was rather unexpected to him. He was able to kill three of the rogue beings in quick succession, but the final black-furred rogue being suddenly unleashed a peculiar secret technique that he had never seen before, self-detonating his physical body to break through the restriction before escaping as a dozen or so streaks of crimson light. Even though most of the streaks of crimson light were hunted down by Han Li, there were two that had escaped too far even for his spiritual sense and spirit eyes to track, so he could only let them go. However, even though that rogue being had survived, he was nothing more than just two soul fragments without a physical body, so it was most likely the case that he would simply be hunted down as prey by some powerful beast in this realm. Han Li had no intention of staying here any longer than he had to. All he wanted to do now was to break this final restriction to obtain the final part of the cultivation arc, then immediately depart from this place. However, even the dozen or so rogue beings had been stumped by this restriction, so he wasn't very sure whether he would be able to break it. Han Li narrowed his eyes, and blue light flashed through his pupils as he slowly made his way over to the light barrier. This restriction really did appear to be quite special. Its surface seemed to be shimmering with silver light, yet upon closer inspection, there were actually runes of all colors drifting within the light barrier. Furthermore, the barrier itself was also very dense, yet it remained completely transparent. However, just because the rogue beings were unable to forcibly break this restriction didn't mean that he would be incapable of such a feat as well. His brows furrowed slightly, and he suddenly flicked a finger to send a streak of azure sword chi flying out of his sleeve, which then struck the light barrier. The sword chi was instantly repelled with a crisp clang while the light barrier remained completely unscathed. Han Li wasn't all that surprised to see this, and he immediately opened his mouth to expel a ball of silver flames. The spirit engulfing heavenly flames exploded against the surface of the light barrier amid a dull thump, but it couldn't do anything either. He then summoned his silver ruler and unleashed countless ruler projections that crashed down onto the light barrier. Thus, he tried many types of treasures and abilities in succession, but none of them could even put a scratch on the silver light barrier. After an extended period of contemplation, he even made the decision to have his golden body use the profound heavenly blade segment again, but the outcome of that made him completely give up on attempting to break this formation through brute force. As expected, the silver light barrier was unable to withstand the power of laws unleashed by the profound heavenly treasure, but in the instant that cracks began to appear on its surface, cracks also appeared on the stone wall shielded within it. Han Li was immediately given a massive fright by this, and he hurriedly withdrew the attack from the profound heavenly blade segment, suffering backlash that almost damaged his true essence as a result. As such, he also cast aside the plan to use gold-devouring beetles on the light barrier and sat down with his legs crossed to inspect the light barrier and the runes flashing on its surface. Thankfully, Han Li was quite adept in the art of formations himself, and he had also overheard the two rogue beings outside mention vast glacial badges. As such, after pondering the situation for a day and a night in the cave, he finally developed an inkling for how to break this restriction. An elated peal of laughter escaped from Han Li's mouth, and he rose to his feet before sweeping a sleeve through the air to expel a ball of golden and silver light. The ball of light transformed into an antiquated badge that was around half a foot in length before hovering in mid-air in a stationary manner. Han Li flicked his 10 fingers in quick succession, launching incantation seals of different colors toward the light barrier. With each incantation seal that vanished into the barrier, the silver light would flash violently, and moments later the light barrier began to resemble a pot of boiling water. Countless runes appeared, then began to revolve in a rhythmic and orderly manner while Han Li continued to cast incantation seals as he appraised the barrier with an unblinking gaze. All of a sudden, he let loose a low cry before raising a sleeve, and several tens of formation flags erupted forth. The flags circled around in the air before forming a strange formation above the light barrier. All of the formation flags began to emit a buzzing sound, and they swayed gently as they released spiritual light of different colors. Han Li let loose another low cry before pointing a finger into the air, and the bright spiritual light radiating from the formation flags intertwined, forming an extremely complex light formation that slowly revolved in midair. Go! Blue light flashed through Han Li's eyes as he pointed a finger at the vast glacial badge, and it shuddered before vanishing into a certain part of the light formation as a streak of golden and silver light. In the next instant, a peculiar aura was released by the light formation, following which bursts of ringing sounds rang out. A golden and silver pillar of light erupted from the center of the light formation before striking the silver light barrier, and the previously immovable light barrier began to melt away like snow under the scorching sun amid a sizzling sound. However, moments later, the runes around the light barrier surged violently toward the pillar of light, ceasing the melting process and gradually thickening the light barrier again. As opposed to being frustrated by this, an elated look appeared on Han Li's face. He swept a hand over his storage bracelet, and two more balls of golden and silver light flew through the air before revealing themselves to be two more vast glacial badges. One of them was naturally the one that he had kept for himself, while the other one was obtained after searching the body of the wrong beings that had been drawn into his extreme essence-fused mountain. Much to Han Li's surprise, the one who had refined the vast glacial badge in this group wasn't the giant blade-wielding wrong being, who was clearly the most powerful one among them. After Han Li plundered everything from the storage bracelets of the two wrong beings detained in his extreme essence-fused mountain, he used his spirit-engulfing heavenly flames to burn them into ashes. After these two vast glacial badges appeared, they were flicked by Han Li and also shuddered before disappearing into the light formation above the silver barrier. The light formation tremored violently as a loud rumbling noise rang out, following which the golden and silver pillar of light it was releasing became thrice as thick as before. The silver light barrier was initially just barely able to hold its own, but in the face of such enormous power, all of the runes swirling around it churned and began to melt away again. Around 10 minutes later, an earth-shattering boom erupted right before Han Li's expectant eyes, and the silver light barrier finally crumbled, flashing a few times before vanishing into nothingness. Han Li was ecstatic to see this, and he made a hand seal before pointing a finger at the light formation up above. A dull thud rang out, and the light formation also vanished before reverting back into a series of formation flags and 3 badges. Han Li then swept a sleeve through the air to expel a burst of azure light, which instantly swept up the formation flags and badges. After that, he turned toward the golden text on the stone wall, which had become significantly clearer, and even with his steadfast nature, he couldn't help but be momentarily overcome by excitement. After an indeterminate period of time, a streak of azure light flew out of the canyon before circling around in the air. The azure streak of light then suddenly released a black mountain, which expanded to the same size as a real mountain in the blink of an eye before crashing down toward the valley. Several earth-shattering booms rang out in succession, and following a fierce barrage of powerful blows from the giant black mountain, the entire canyon caved in by several hundred feet, and it had virtually been flattened into nothingness. The azure light faded, and Han Li was revealed up above. He looked down with an indifferent expression at the flattened canyon before making a grabbing motion downward in a nonchalant manner. The giant mountain emitted a rumbling noise before quickly shrinking back down, then vanishing up Han Li's sleeve as a streak of black light. Azure light then reappeared around Han Li's body as he continued into the distance. A day later, an elderly man and a young woman were seated on a lush mountain situated on an unknown island, and both of them had their eyes closed in silent meditation. The two wore solemn expressions, and one of them had spiritual light flashing incessantly from his body, while the other had wisps of white chi quickly dancing around her. All of a sudden, the woman's expression stirred slightly, and the white chi around her dissipated. Almost at the exact same moment, the spiritual light around the elderly man's body faded as he also opened his eyes with a slightly surprised expression. "Someone seems to be coming this way. Could it be fellow Taoist Han?" the woman murmured in a hesitant manner. "Perhaps, but it's only been less than 2 days since fellow Taoist Han departed. Surely it wouldn't be that easy for him to secure the cultivation art no matter how powerful he is. After all, there were over 10 wrong beings of the same caliber as us over there," the elderly man said in an incredulous manner. "I'm not sure if that's the case, but we'll soon know whether it's fellow Taoist Han or not." Fairy Yu raised a hand to toss out a white handkerchief, which formed a white light barrier over her body. She then vanished along with the light barrier in the blink of an eye. The elderly man also nodded before flipping a hand over to produce an azure flag, which he waved through the air, upon which he also disappeared amid a flash of azure light. Thus, it became as if no one had ever been on this mountain in the first place. Moments later, spiritual light flashed in the distance, and a streak of azure light appeared, hurling directly toward the island. The azure light circled around before landing on the lush mountain, and the light then receded to reveal Han Li. He looked around with blue light flashing through his eyes, upon which a smile appeared on his face. "Come on out, fellow Taoists, I've already secured the cultivation art. It really is Brother Han. Congratulations, fellow Taoist Han." Two cries of surprise and elation rang out almost in unison, following which azure and white light flashed, and the elderly man and Fairy Yu reappeared. Both of them wore ecstatic expressions, and Fairy Yu's voice trembled slightly with disbelief as she asked, "Brother Han, have you really secured the entire spirit refinement technique?" I wouldn't lie about that. If you don't believe me, you can take a look for yourself." Han Li smiled as he raised a hand, and an azure jade slip shot forth. Fairy Yu faltered slightly upon seeing this, and she reflexively raised a hand to catch the jade slip, upon which a hesitant look appeared on her face. She was truly quite surprised that Han Li was willing to give her the cultivation art so easily. The elderly man beside her was also rather taken aback, but Han Li merely smiled and disregarded their surprised expressions, making no effort to explain himself. Fairy Yu collected herself before sweeping her spiritual sense over the jade slip to verify that there weren't any restrictions placed on it. "Alright, then I'll be taking a look." Her expression reverted back to normal as she pressed the jade slip against her forehead, and began to carefully inspect its contents. She claimed to be able to read golden seal texts, and it seemed that her claims were true. Moments later, a hint of contemplation and elation appeared on her face, but after about 10 minutes, her expression had become a lot more solemn and even a little bewildered. The elderly man stroked his beard in a contemplative manner at the sight of her reactions. After heaving a faint sigh, Fairy Yu gently removed the jade slip from her forehead before a wry smile appeared on her face. "Is there something wrong, fellow Taoist Yu? Could it be that the cultivation art recorded in the secret cave isn't actually the spirit refinement technique?" The elderly man hurriedly asked. "The cultivation art is real, and it's indeed the spirit refinement technique, but the conditions required to cultivate it are extremely rigorous. For those in the spirit realm like us, there's barely anyone who can cultivate it. But then again, that's no wonder considering this is a true immortal realm secret technique, so it only makes sense that it's unsuitable for us. However, the jade slip only contains the first half of the cultivation art. Perhaps the second part will contain some solutions," Fairy Yu said in a slow voice as she appraised Han Li with a meaningful look. The elderly man's expression changed slightly upon hearing this, and he also turned to appraise Han Li. Han Li's brows furrowed slightly, but his expression soon returned to normal as he replied in a calm manner, "Indeed, that's only the first half of the cultivation art. I'll be giving the second half to you after you teach me the golden seal text. What do you think of that arrangement, fellow Taoists?" That's no problem at all. We promise to teach you the golden seal text in exchange for this cultivation art anyway. However, golden seal text is extremely complex and profound, and it can only be taught verbally, so it will most likely take some time," the elderly man immediately agreed. Fairy Yu smiled upon hearing Han Li's condition, and she also chimed in, "Seeing as Brother Han has secured the cultivation art for us, I will naturally also fulfill my end of the deal. However, this place is a little too close to the secret cave for comfort. Let's go somewhere safer before we teach Brother Han the golden seal text." "You're right, Fairy Yu, let's set off right away then," Han Li replied with a smile. Thus, the three of them reached a consensus, and after a brief discussion, they flew away into the distance as 3 streaks of light. On the 5th day after Han Li's trio departed from the island, a dozen or so rogue beings appeared in the air above the canyon in the distance. During this final period of time in the vast glacial realm, Han Li didn't cultivate or prepare to break through any bottlenecks. Instead, he found another secluded mountain and carefully inspected the spirit refinement technique with the golden seal text that he had just learned. Even that mysterious energy back in the restriction had been unable to push him to the body integration stage, so there was naturally no way that a breakthrough could take place through more conventional methods. After all, he had progressed up 2 stages in rapid succession, so he had to consolidate both his mental state and newly gained magic power for a long time. Only then would he truly be prepared to attempt to break through to the body integration stage. In contrast, every other foreign being who had ventured into this realm had all been stuck at the pinnacle of the spatial tempering stage for countless years. Only after determining that there was no way for them to make breakthroughs in the spirit realm did they decide to risk venturing into the vast glacial realm. Furthermore, according to some rumors, the final month or 2 before the closing of the vast glacial realm was when the spirit veins in this realm released its richest spiritual chi. As such, attempting breakthroughs during this time would likely increase one's chances of success. Thus, all of the foreign beings who entered this realm either went straight into cultivation to prepare for a breakthrough, or scoured the vast glacial realm for all types of rare and precious materials and treasures before attempting breakthroughs during the final months. There was also another category of beings such as Fairy Yu, who had entered the vast glacial realm with an ulterior motive to begin with. In any case, no matter which category one belonged to, everyone would begin attempting breakthroughs during the final month or 2. Hanli was unique in that he was the only one who had entered the vast glacial realm prior to reaching the late spatial tempering stage, and the astonishing progress he had since made had never been seen even throughout history, so he was naturally an exception to this. However, the Golden Seal text truly was very profound. It took Hanli around a month just to comprehend the simplest part of the cultivation art, and a lot of this was simply an explanation as well as words of praise for the cultivation art. Hanli finally understood why Fairy had proclaimed this cultivation art to be so troublesome. According to the parts that Hanli had deciphered, the spirit refinement technique seemed to be quite an extraordinary cultivation art even in the true immortal realm. It had even incorporated some laws of heaven and earth, and once successfully mastered, one's spiritual sense would instantly receive an incredible boost. The cultivation art was split up into 3 stages. Mastering the first stage could double one's spiritual sense, mastering the second stage could quadruple one's spiritual sense, and mastering the third stage could enhance one's spiritual sense by 8-fold or even more. Hanli was naturally quite astonished by the enormous enhancements being outlined, and it was certainly quite plausible that this spirit refinement technique was quite extraordinary, even in true immortal realm. However, just as Fairy had stated, the conditions required to cultivate this technique were indeed extremely rigorous. There weren't many conditions, and the minimum cultivation base requirement was only the deity transformation stage, but one of the prerequisites was that one had to possess a sufficiently powerful body and spiritual sense so they could handle the immense backlash from the cultivation art. If one's spiritual sense were to be multiplied by this cultivation art, but their body and spiritual sense weren't powerful enough to handle such a drastic boost, then they would instantly self-detonate and perish. In any case, being able to double his spiritual sense through the spirit refinement technique would naturally be extremely useful. Not taking into account anything else, if he could master this first stage, he estimated that his chances in battle against body integration stage beings would increase by at least 20%. Thus, time slowly passed by as Hanli studied the spirit refinement technique. On this day, Hanli was meditating within the belly of the mountain when a buzzing sound suddenly rang out from his storage bracelet. His heart stirred as he hurriedly opened his eyes and looked down at the storage bracelet, just in time to see 3 balls of golden and silver spiritual light emerge from within it. These were none other than the 3 vast glacial badges. The 3 badges swayed slightly before vanishing into specks of spiritual light right before his eyes. The ground then began to tremor slightly, and the world's origin chi in the nearby area was also thrown into disarray. "Is it time?" he murmured to himself as spiritual light flashed from his body, and he flew away as a streak of azure light. Moments later, the azure light receded in the air above the mountain, and Hanli appeared with his gaze directed upward. 5 colored clouds had appeared in the sky over the vast glacial realm, and they were churning violently amid gusts of fierce winds. The tremors running through the ground were also growing stronger as rocks and stones rolled down the mountain, and some of the trees were also being tipped onto their sides. All types of flying and land-dwelling beasts rushed out of the mountain before escaping toward flat ground as quickly as they could. Hanli clasped his hands behind his back and slowly closed his eyes with a solemn look on his face as he sensed the violently surging world's origin chi around him. Prior to entering the vast glacial realm, he had been told that these phenomena were signs that indicated that the vast glacial realm was beginning to close. After half a day at most, outsiders like them would be forcibly ejected by the power of laws in this realm. As such, they had left behind their own marks on the formation prior to departing, and they were also carrying special treasures that could resonate with the formation, thereby ensuring that they would be sent back to where they had first departed from. Hanli thought back to all of the rewards he had reaped during his time in the vast glacial realm while sensing the astonishing changes taking place around him, and all of a sudden, his expression changed slightly. He opened his eyes in a surprised manner before turning toward a certain direction. There, 2 streaks of light, one golden and one white, were hurtling toward him beneath the layer of 5-color clouds in the sky. The 2 streaks of light were quite dim, but the white light was clearly more powerful than the golden light, and the latter was being hunted down by the former. The streak of golden light up ahead struck Hanli with a sense of familiarity, and blue light flashed through his eyes, allowing him to see the 2 creatures within the streaks of light, upon which a surprised look appeared on his face. There was a giant golden wolf within the golden streaks of light, and it was fleeing with all its might. Its fur was ragged and in tatters all over its body, and it was none other than the dark beast monarch that Hanli had encountered twice before already. The white light that was giving chase contained a winged white tiger monster, and it was also in a rather sorry state, but it was determined to hunt down the dark beast monarch. The two flew through the air, one after another, and due to the fact that both of them were completely spent and Han Li was concealing his aura, both of them failed to notice him. A series of thoughts raced through Han Li's mind, yet before he had a chance to decide what he wanted to do, a low roar that was filled with eagerness and anxiety suddenly rang out from within his sleeve. The sound came from the leopard Kirin beast in Han Li's spirit beast bracelet, and it seemed to be reacting very strongly to the two oncoming beasts. Han Li's heart stirred slightly as he sensed the leopard Kirin beast's reaction. He naturally thought back to how the beast had devoured several high-grade demon beast demon cores, resulting in changes that he still couldn't quite comprehend even to this day. Thus, a cold look appeared in his eyes as he turned toward the streak of golden light in the distance. A loud thunderclap rang out as a pair of wings appeared on his back, and he vanished as an azure and white thread in a flash. In the next instant, spatial fluctuations erupted above the dark beast monarch, and a giant golden figure with 3 heads and 6 arms appeared. The golden figure's 6 arms swept through the air, and 6 pillars of golden light erupted forth like lightning, reaching the dark beast monarch in the blink of an eye. The dark beast monarch's early body integration stage powers should have allowed it to evade these attacks, even if it had been caught off guard, but it was currently a completely spent force with less than a tenth of its magic power remaining. As such, even though it tried to evade with all its might, it was still struck by 3 of the pillars of golden light. A rumbling boom rang out as piercing golden light inundated the dark beast monarch's body. Immediately thereafter, spatial fluctuations erupted up above once again, and a giant black mountain that was over 10,000 feet tall appeared alongside a giant silver ruler, both of which then crashed down in unison without any delay. Countless silver runes surged forth from the underside of the mountain, forming a giant light formation that instantly sent a burst of enormous power crashing downward. After being struck by the 3 pillars of golden light, the dark beast monarch had only just barely returned to its senses before an overwhelming weight appeared over its body. It immediately let loose a thunderous roar of rage and alarm, and its fur instantly stood up on end before transforming into a vast expanse of golden light that surged through the air. With the dark beast monarch's body integration stage powers, the golden light would have been able to free it from the surrounding restrictions under normal circumstances, but in its severely debilitated state, the golden light only managed to travel around 10 feet away from its body before being stopped cold by the enormous weight crashing down from above. A fearful look appeared on the dark beast monarch's face. It possessed a range of powerful abilities, but without magic power to support itself, it was unable to unleash any of them. Right at this moment, the giant silver ruler up above swayed before conjuring up countless ruler projections, all of which crashed down upon the dark beast monarch. The dark beast monarch let loose a shrill cry of anguish as its physical body was instantly surrounded by countless arcs of silver lightning, sending the acrid smell of burning flesh and fur wafting through the air. Right at this moment, a giant azure sword also swept downward from above. The dark beast monarch was completely immobilized by the enormous weight and silver lightning, so it was unable to evade. Azure light flashed and its body was sliced in half. A loud explosion rang out, and a golden dark beast that was around half the size of the original dark beast monarch suddenly sprang out of the carcass. A burst of crimson mist erupted from its body, and it flew through the air as a ball of crimson light. A faint cry of surprise rang out from the nearby space, following which a resounding boom erupted. The giant black mountain had instantly teleported through the air before crashing down upon the fleeing crimson light with unerring accuracy. However, a peculiar scene then ensued. The crimson light instantly erupted in all directions while a thin streak of golden light shot forth from within. It was a fist-sized golden dark beast on this occasion. It had left behind another empty husk in its attempt to escape. A cold harumph rang out from above, and silver light flashed, following which a head-sized silver fire raven abruptly appeared ahead of the fleeing miniature dark beast. The fire raven spread its wings and pounced toward the golden dark beast, which didn't have enough time to evade and was devoured by the bird. The miniature dark beast didn't even get a chance to utter a single sound before it was incinerated into nothingness by the spirit engulfing heavenly flames. Right at this moment, a dull thunderclap rang out, and an azure and white thread of light abruptly appeared near the silver flames. The light then receded to reveal Han Li, and he quickly raised a hand and made a grabbing motion. A thumb-sized golden crystalline core was immediately drawn out of the flames and into his grasp. It was none other than the dark beast monarch's demon core. Han Li only briefly inspected the demon core before casting his gaze toward another direction. There, the white-winged tiger demon was situated several thousand feet away, appraising the demon core in Han Li's hand in an enraged manner. There was a greedy look in its eyes, but it didn't dare to approach Han Li. Han Li's eyes narrowed slightly as he waved a hand toward the giant black mountain and silver ruler, upon which both treasures reverted back to their original size before flying back to him. Meanwhile, he merely held the demon core and stood still in mid-air, appraising the white tiger demon in a completely expressionless manner. The other two consisted of an ordinary-looking middle-aged man and a young man, both of whom had entered the vast glacial realm as part of his group. Han Li swept his gaze over the middle-aged man, and his pupils abruptly contracted as he detected the early body integration stage spiritual pressure emanating from his body. This completely mundane-looking middle-aged man had successfully made a breakthrough in the vast glacial realm. The remaining three displayed no changes in their spiritual pressure, so they had all clearly failed. At this moment, spiritual light flashed from the other formation, and 4 more people appeared. Han Li cast his gaze toward that direction and only recognized one of the people there. It was Fairy Yu. The elderly man with the Su surname was nowhere to be seen. Fairy Yu wore a faint smile on her face, and her aura had also completely changed, indicating that she had also succeeded in her breakthrough to the early body integration stage. Han Li was rather surprised to see this. He knew that the probability of making a breakthrough was significantly higher in the vast glacial realm, but it was still quite astonishing that 2 of the 8 people who had returned thus far had made breakthroughs. Thankfully, the vast glacial realm only opened once every 10,000 years. Otherwise, there would most likely be more body integration stage beings on the Thunder continent than the other 2 continents combined. However, Han Li was rather perplexed about why his group had returned first. Was it merely a coincidence? Unbeknownst to Han Li, this was actually related to the profound heavenly fruit in his arm. As a treasure that was imbued with the power of laws of another realm, even though the profound heavenly fruit had been sealed in his arm, it was still rejected more vehemently by the power of laws of the vast glacial realm, which was why he had been teleported back first as the owner of the fruit. All of the heavenly cloud beings that had just returned from the vast glacial realm were stunned by the scenes unfolding around them. They had only left for about a year or so. How had the Jiaoqi beings already reached Cloud City? However, everyone who had managed to return alive from the vast glacial realm was very powerful and experienced in battle, and they knew that this wasn't the time to be asking questions. Spiritual light began to flash from the bodies of some of the more short-tempered heavenly cloud beings, and they all released their treasures as they prepared to join in on the battle. However, right at this moment, a ball of red light suddenly descended from above, appearing in the air above the 2 formations after just a few flashes. This was a benevolent-looking elderly man in a suit of blue armor. "You're finally back. All of the elders are facing the high-grade beings of the Jiaoqi race, so none of them are here. However, prior to Senior Wang's departure, he instructed me to tell everyone to head to the sentient fortress of the myriad ancient race as soon as you all return." The elderly man yelled in an urgent manner before tossing a badge down toward them, then rose up into the air again. Crimson lightning was released by the elderly man toward a Jiaoqi being who was flying toward him, and the Jiaoqi being let loose a loud roar as he also released balls of white flames in retaliation. Thus, the 2 became engaged in a fierce battle, and Han Li and the others were left staring at one another, wondering how to proceed. The badge was drawn into the hand of the middle-aged who had just progressed to the early body integration stage, and he carefully assessed it using his spiritual sense before tossing it toward Fairy Yu in the other formation. Fairy Yu also carefully inspected the badge before concluding, "There's no mistaking it, the badge is real. I also recognize the fellow Taoist who brought the badge to us. That's fellow Taoist Yu of the Azure race. He's a guard at the panel of elders." After a brief moment of hesitation, the middle-aged man said, "All right, then let's do as we're told. I'm sure Senior Wang has his reasons for issuing this instruction to us." He was speaking as if he were issuing orders, and it made sense seeing as he was now a holy race being. Even so, Shirkuan and the others were still rather disgruntled to be ordered around like this, but they didn't have any reason to disagree, so everyone nodded in response. Thus, everyone in the formations rose up into the air and flew toward a certain part of Cloud City. Along the way they occasionally encountered some Jiaoqi beings who attempted to stop them, but this was a group consisting of 2 early body integration stage beings and 6 late spatial tempering stage beings, so they naturally had no trouble at all brushing aside all of the obstacles in their way. The burly man's aura was rather peculiar, and even Han Li was unable to ascertain his cultivation base. He could only sense that this man seemed to possess a certain type of special ability that was extremely fearsome. Fairy Yu and the middle-aged man who had just reached the early body integration stage were quite startled to see this burly man, and they hurriedly stepped forward before extending respectful salutes. "Greetings, Senior Bing, my sincerest apologies for making you wait for us." Everyone else's expressions also changed drastically as they extended respectful salutes, and Han Li appeared to be the only one who didn't recognize this man, but he also cupped his fist in a salute. "There's no need for such formalities, fellow Taoists. The two of you have already reached the holy grade, so you can regard me as an equal. Follow me and I'll take you to Senior Wang," the burly man said with a nonchalant smile. "Senior Wang is in the fortress?" The middle-aged man was rather taken aback to hear this before an elated look appeared on his face. Everyone else also heaved sighs of relief. With this grand ascension stage powerful being present, the situation surely couldn't be all that bad. The burly man smiled and nodded in response, but didn't say anything further as he flew directly toward a certain mountain. Han Li and the others naturally followed along, and all of the other armored warriors split up into two groups to escort them on either side. Moments later, everyone passed over a huge mountain before a fortress that spanned several kilometers appeared before their eyes. The fortress was enclosed within tall sturdy walls, and there were series of silver statues situated atop those walls. Some of the statues were of beasts while others were humanoid in form. The largest of them were over 1,000 feet in size, while even the smallest ones were around 70 to 80 feet tall. All of them were completely stationary, but there was an indescribable baleful aura emanating from them. There were rows of halberd-wielding azure armored warriors situated on top of the city walls, yet all of them were completely devoid of life force fluctuations, clearly indicating that they were nothing more than humanoid puppets. There were a dozen or so metal puppets that were thousands of feet tall near the fortress, and all of them were also standing completely still with different weapons in their hands. In the air above the fortress were 5 or 6 strange light formations, each of which was over 100 feet in size and flashing with spiritual light. Han Li couldn't help but wonder what purpose they were meant to serve. This was none other than the Myriad Ancient Race fortress that Han Li had visited once before, and it was also where the Myriad Ancient Race's Cloud City headquarters was situated. However, there were currently many streaks of light flying in and out of the fortress, and these were beings of all races, so the fortress had clearly become a temporary command base. Han Li and the others descended in front of the Sentient Hall behind the burly man, and they then entered the hall under the scrutiny of the 2 white-robed guards at the entrance. There were only 3 people in the hall, one of whom was sitting on a chair in a calm and collected manner. This was none other than the Grand Ascension stage being, the young man with the Wang surname. The 2 people standing beside him were only at the spatial tempering stage, and they were both listening to instructions from him in a respectful manner. "We pay our respects to the Grand Elder." Fairy Yu and the middle-aged man immediately led everyone else over to him to extend respectful salutes. "Welcome back. Looks like 2 of you have ascended to the holy race. That's not bad at all. You may all rise," the young man said with a faint smile on his face. Fairy Yu and the others naturally complied and rose to their feet. Only then did the young man cast his gaze over everyone, and Han Li didn't know if it was just a figment of his imagination, but he felt as if the young man's smile had widened further at the sight of him than in response to Fairy Yu and the middle-aged man's breakthroughs. He then thought back to how the young man had bestowed that heavenly astral seal upon him for no reason, and he was left feeling a little uneasy. Thankfully, the young man's gaze only lingered on Han Li for an instant before he waved a hand toward the other 2 spatial tempering stage beings present, and they immediately exited the hall. The situation is rather special right now, so I'll keep this short. As I'm sure you've all seen, this is the current state of Cloud City. It's quite simple. We fell into a trap sprung by the Jiaoqi race. They lured our main frontline forces to a certain perilous place and temporarily trapped them in there. The Jiaoqi race army took advantage of this to conquer 13 cities in succession, and they're now at Cloud City. Our city's main formation diagram has also been stolen by them, so we can't even use the formation to oppose their army. Hence, we'll have to abandon this city soon. All of you should also retreat to the nearest concealed WRM city, the young man said in a calm manner. The situation's that horrible already? Surely with you here, the situation wouldn't warrant abandoning Cloud City, Senior. Fairy Yu was quite stunned to hear this, as was everyone else. Hehe, do you think the Jiaoqi race didn't send any Grand Ascension stage beings themselves? There are 2 Grand Elders of the Jiaoqi race in this invading army, and they notified me in advance that if I don't participate in this battle, they won't do anything either. Otherwise, the consequences would be very catastrophic. I won't be a match for 2 beings of the same caliber, but at the same time, they're not confident in their ability to kill me even after joining forces, which is why they gave me notification in advance at all, the young man explained. But there are several tens of holy grade beings in the city. If all of them join in on the battle, surely we'll be able to turn the tables. On the way here we didn't see a single holy grade being. Could it be? The middle-aged man's voice trailed off as the worst-case scenario sprang into his mind. Don't worry, they're not in the city because they're attending to other matters. I'm sure that you've also noticed that there are no holy grade beings among the invading Jiaoqi beings either, and that's all thanks to them. However, this situation won't last too long. The Jiaoqi beings will most likely react very quickly and directly send their holy grade beings to participate in this battle. Seeing as my hands are tied, this city will inevitably fall, and that's why I've issued the order to abandon this city, so leave with fellow Taoist Bing right away, the young man instructed as he waved a dismissive hand. Fairy Yu and the middle-aged man exchanged a glance before accepting these orders, and everyone else also did the same. Only Han Li's brows were slightly furrowed in a display of hesitation. By the way, please stay behind, fellow Taoist Han. I have something I need to discuss with you alone, the young man suddenly said as his gaze settled on Han Li. Han Li's heart stirred upon hearing this, but he didn't dare to turn down the young man. Everyone else was internally rather perplexed about this, but they were all ushered out of the hall by the burly man who had led them here. Only then did the young man turn to Han Li with a hint of a smile on his face. In the face of a Grand Ascension stage being who seemed to harbor ulterior motives, Han Li was naturally feeling a little uneasy, but he still asked in a respectful manner, "What are your instructions, senior? If there's something you need me to do, I'll be sure to complete your assigned tasks to the best of my abilities. I asked you to remain behind naturally because I want you to do something for me. Fellow Taoist Han, you hail from the human race of the Tianyuan continent, right?" The young man immediately asked a question that gave Han Li quite a fright. "How did you know, senior? Could it be that you've also visited the Tianyuan continent before?" Han Li's calm facade finally cracked as his heart thumped violently. I haven't just been to the Tianyuan continent, I have a few friends among your human race whom I became acquainted with through battle. Overall, the human race isn't a very powerful one, but there are a few abilities that are passed down from generation to generation that are not to be looked down on. It's just that the conditions required to cultivate them are very rigorous, and are therefore beyond the reach of the average human, the young man chuckled. In that case there's nothing for me to hide. I am indeed a human from the Tianyuan continent who ended up here completely by chance. Han Li could only admit the truth. I'm glad you're coming clean, fellow Taoist. What is your relationship with Fairy Eye Soul? Why do you have her spirit void cauldron within your body? The young man smiled and asked another question that had Han Li feeling rather taken aback. Spirit void cauldron? Could you be referring to this treasure? Han Li blinked in a surprised manner before opening his mouth to expel a ball of azure light, within which was a miniature cauldron. It was none other than the Heaven Void Cauldron. So you really do have it? I haven't seen this treasure for many years, but it still gives off about the same aura as it did back then, the young man said in a slow voice as he inspected the cauldron through narrowed eyes. I do indeed know of Fairy Eye Soul, but this is the Heaven Void Cauldron, not the Spirit Void Cauldron, Han Li corrected with a wry smile. Heaven Void Cauldron? The young man was rather taken aback to hear this, following which a thought suddenly seemed to have occurred to him, and he made a grabbing motion toward the miniature cauldron. The cauldron's connection with Han Li was immediately severed before being drawn into the young man's hand in a flash. Han Li's expression changed slightly upon seeing this, but it then quickly reverted back to normal. The young man held the cauldron in his hand and began to carefully appraise it. After a while, the young man's brows furrowed slightly and he mused, upon closer inspection, this does appear to be somewhat different from the Spirit Void Cauldron. The refinement method is a bit less sophisticated, but it's not a replica either. If I had to give my verdict, I'd say that it's an experimental predecessor to the Spirit Void Cauldron. An experimental cauldron? A contemplative look appeared on Han Li's face. So be it. This may be the wrong treasure, but it definitely still came from fellow Taoist Eye Soul, so I'm sure you're somehow related to her. I asked you to stay behind as I want you to track down Fairy Eye Soul when you get back to human territory and give her an item and a letter from me, the young man said as he released the miniature cauldron with a nonchalant smile. Truth be told, I only came across this treasure by chance, so I don't actually know Fairy Ice Soul personally, nor do I know if she's even still alive anymore, Hanli hurriedly countered as he drew the Heaven Void cauldron back into his body. He had first heard about Fairy Ice Soul back in the human world, and if she had really ascended to the spirit realm and lived to this very day, then she would most likely be comparable in power to the young man before him already. As such, he didn't want to accept this potentially troublesome errand for no reason. It's alright even if you don't recognize her. With her significant reputation, I'm sure you'll be able to track her down once you return to the human race. If fellow Taoist Ice Soul is indeed no longer of this world, then you can pass on these items to her descendants as well, the young man replied in a nonchalant manner. He then flipped a hand over to produce a jade box and a blue jade slip, which he tossed toward Hanli with a flick of his wrist. Seeing as this was an unavoidable task, Hanli could only heave an internal sigh before catching the two items and taking a glance at them. Each of the items had a shimmering golden talisman plastered over them to seal them tightly. I refined those two talismans myself, and aside from Fairy Ice Soul herself or a descendant of hers who bears her bloodline, anyone else who tries to tear off those talismans will make them explode on the spot, so please keep that in mind. I won't ask you to do this for me free of charge. Here are some precious materials that can only be found on the Thunder Continent as repayment for your efforts. Also, Qian Jizi and the others have already promised you access to the Super Teleportation Formation, but due to this ongoing battle, all of the teleportation formations in the nearby cities have been sealed. The Super Teleportation Formation just so happens to be situated within a secret hall in concealed WRM City, and it's also been sealed. I'll pass down an instruction for them to allow you to use the formation once. Of course, prior to this, I'll have you swear a vow on your inner demons that you'll carry out the duty I entrusted to you before I issue this instruction, the young man said. I hardly have any choice in the matter, do I? Hanli could only concede with a wry smile before making a hand seal and swearing a vow as he was told, then placed the two items into his storage bracelet. These vows weren't overly binding back in the human world, but ever since he had entered the spirit realm and reached the spatial tempering stage, the effects of these vows had become so potent that the inner demons resulting from them would pose the most fearsome obstacle in one's breakthroughs. Hence, these types of vows were extremely binding to high-grade cultivators. After quickly assessing all of his other options, Hanli swore a vow as he was told, promising that he would deliver the two items to Fairy Ice Soul or one of her descendants. The young man nodded in a pleased manner upon seeing this, then pulled out 3 more jade boxes before tossing them over to Hanli. These boxes naturally contained the aforementioned materials, and Hanli swept a sleeve through the air, accepting the boxes with a burst of azure light without even inspecting them. All right, you may leave now, the young man instructed in an expressionless manner. Hanli heaved an internal sigh of relief upon hearing this, and after extending a respectful salute, he also departed from the hall. The young man looked on at Hanli's departing figure with a contemplative look on his face. When Hanli emerged from the sentient hall again, he was rather surprised to find a giant silver flying carriage waiting outside. The carriage was over 200 feet in length and was rectangular in shape. The patterns on its surface were extremely intricate, and it was being drawn by 6 massive praying mantis-like spirit beasts. Fairy Yu and the others were all standing on the carriage already, while the burly man with the dark complexion was standing patiently at the front of the carriage. Everyone immediately turned their eyes toward Hanli as soon as he emerged, and they all wore different expressions on their faces, but they all seemed to be waiting for him. Get on the carriage, fellow Taoist Han, we're about to set off, the burly man said with a smile. Thank you, senior. Hanli cupped his fist in a grateful salute before his body swayed, and he instantly appeared on the carriage. He then made his way over to a corner and sat down with his legs crossed in a completely expressionless manner. The burly man let loose a low cry, and the 6 giant beasts drawing the carriage suddenly revealed pairs of wings before flying into the sky with the carriage in tow. In the instant that the flying carriage rose up into the air, a green light barrier appeared around it, and it flew away as a ball of green light. He had a menacing look on his face, and Hanli's brows furrowed slightly at the sight of him. After a brief moment of hesitation, he suddenly said, "Stop the carriage. I have something that I need to do here. I'll join all of you at the Starcloud Pavilion soon." Everyone else was rather taken aback to hear this, but they naturally had no excuse to stop him. Thus, the coach driver stopped the carriage as he was told, and Han Li drifted down from it. The two people on the side of the street were clearly arguing about something, and their argument was quite loud. You have to repay the spirit stones you owe me within 3 days. Otherwise, don't blame me for turning on you, the purple-faced man said in a threatening manner. I'm sure you know about my situation, fellow Taoist Huang. There's no way I can gather so many spirit stones in 3 days. The elderly man with the sickly pallor shook his head in a troubled manner. I don't care. I'm sure you know what consequences await you if you don't repay the spirit stones. If I don't get my spirit stones in 3 days, hee. The purple-faced man chuckled coldly. The elderly man's expression changed slightly, and he was just about to say something when a hint of bewilderment suddenly appeared in the eyes of the purple-faced man standing before him. A calm male voice then rang out from behind the elderly man. How many spirit stones does Senior Marshal Brother Xiang owe you? I'll repay you in his stead. The elderly man's heart jolted upon hearing this. The voice seemed to be coming from right behind him, but why couldn't he sense the person who had spoken when they were clearly so close to him? He hurriedly turned around to find a young azure-robed man standing around 10 feet away from him. This was a man with a set of ordinary facial features, and he had a hint of a smile on his face. It was naturally none other than Han Li, Junior Marshal Brother Han? An elated look immediately appeared on the elderly man's face at the sight of Han Li. Long time no see, Senior Marshal Brother Xiang, Han Li said with a smile. Indeed, it had been many years since Han Li had last seen Xiang Zhili in Cloud City. I see you've come to concealed WRM City as well, Junior Marshal Brother. Prior to leaving Cloud City, I tried to find you, but I was unable to find any information on your whereabouts, Xiang Zhili said with a smile. I've indeed been in a rather secretive place of late. My apologies for making you go through so much trouble, Senior Marshal Brother Xiang. How many spirit stones do you owe him? Han Li asked. The purple-faced man was at around the same cultivation base as Xiang Zhili, so he was only at the core formation stage, and his spiritual sense was completely unable to identify Han Li's unfathomable cultivation base. As such, his face immediately paled, and he hurriedly extended a deep respectful bow toward Han Li. I wouldn't dare to ask for spirit stones from you, Senior. There was a golden plaque above the pavilion gate, upon which the words Starcloud Pavilion were inscribed in large shimmering silver ancient characters. There were 8 silver-robed beings with long swords on their backs standing on either side of the gate in an expressionless manner, and to Han Li's surprise, there was a slightly chubby yellow-robed elderly man who was standing in front of the pavilion with his hands clasped behind his back. As soon as Han Li appeared, the yellow-robed man immediately approached him with a smile. This elderly man was none other than Chen Jizi of the myriad ancient race. Han Li extended a respectful greeting, in response to which Chen Jizi merely waved a hand with a smile. No need for formalities, fellow Taoist Han. He then swept his spiritual sense toward Han Li, upon which his expression suddenly changed slightly. You've already reached the 9th tier, fellow Taoist Han? Han Li heaved an internal sigh, but his expression remained unchanged as he replied, I encountered some minor opportunities that allowed me to make these breakthroughs. Even though his cultivation base had progressed to the pinnacle of the spatial tempering stage, he had used a secret technique to conceal it, so Lu Shuier and the others naturally failed to detect this. As for Fairy Yu, she had progressed to the body integration stage, but her progression was quite recent, so her spiritual sense was still inferior to Han Li's, and she naturally also failed to detect anything as a result. As for the young man with the Wang surname, he was able to immediately identify Han Li's progression, but as a Grand Ascension stage being, he naturally didn't pay much heed to this and didn't even bother to mention it. As a late body integration stage being, Chen Jizi was also able to identify Han Li's progression. The surprise on Chen Jizi's face quickly disappeared, and a calm smile returned. Surely progressing 2 ranks in succession can't be referred to as a minor opportunity, hee. In any case, I came here especially to see you, fellow Taoist Han. Please come with me, there are 2 other people who would also like to see you. 2 other people? Han Li was naturally slightly taken aback to hear this. Indeed, but don't worry, these 2 are both acquaintances of yours, fellow Taoist Han, Chen Jizi assured in a meaningful voice. A series of thoughts rapidly raced through Han Li's mind upon hearing this, but his expression remained unchanged as he replied, I'm naturally happy to comply with your wishes, Senior. Alright then, come with me. Qian Jiji nodded in a pleased manner before turning and walking into the pavilion. Han Li hesitated momentarily before also following along. He wasn't afraid that Qian Jiji would turn on him. After all, he was the elder of a race and there were so many witnesses around, so he certainly wouldn't do something that would ruin his own reputation here in the Star Cloud Pavilion. With Qian Jiji leading the way, the silver-robed guards on either side of the gate naturally granted them free passage. Inside the pavilion was a large hall that was completely empty aside from a few small teleportation formations. Qian Jiji led Han Li directly into one of the formations, and light flashed before Han Li found himself in another hall. This hall was only just over 200 feet in size, and the teleportation formation underfoot lay at the direct center of the hall. There were some tables and chairs positioned around the hall, and there were huge head-sized crystals embedded into the ceiling, releasing white light that illuminated the entire hall so that it was as bright as day. Han Li cast his gaze around the hall, upon which his attention was immediately drawn to the 4 people in it. There were 2 men and 2 women, 2 of whom were seated while the other 2 were standing. All of them were indeed acquaintances of his. They were Kai Luiying and Lu Shu'er, as well as Duan Tianren and Shi Kuan. Han Li was rather perplexed about why they would want to see him, but his expression remained unchanged as he extended a respectful salute. Han Li pays his respects to Senior Kai and Senior Duan. Hehe, no need for formalities, fellow Taoist Han. It was all thanks to you that fellow Taoist Kai and I were able to secure the items we were looking for, Duan Tian replied as he appraised Han Li, upon which a hint of surprise flashed through his eyes. It was quite clear that he had also identified the startling progress Han Li had made. Kai Luiying hadn't said anything yet, but a peculiar look also flashed through her eyes. I was only doing what was expected of me. I'm not worthy of your gratitude, seniors, Han Li replied with a modest smile. However, he was feeling a little befuddled by this situation. Qian Jiji was standing right beside him, but he wasn't surprised at all by what Duan Tianren was saying. It seemed that he already knew of their agreement. There's no need to be so modest, fellow Taoist Han. I heard from my disciple that you're far more powerful than even we had anticipated, and if it weren't for your efforts, we wouldn't have been able to secure the treasures from the vast glacial realm anywhere near as smoothly as we did. Now that you've made such significant progress in your cultivation base, your powers are most likely no less inferior to those of a holy race being, so you can refer to us as equals, Kai Luiying said with a smile. Han Li faltered slightly upon hearing this before glancing at Qian Jiji and Duan Tianren, both of whom wore calm expressions and raised no objections to Kai Luiying's words. A series of thoughts quickly raced through his mind, and he smiled as he asked, I must have been called here for a reason, right? Could it be that there are some difficulties surrounding the super teleportation formation, seniors? We promised to let you use the formation, so we naturally won't go back on our word. Besides, Senior Wang has also spoken to us about this matter, and none of us would dare to go against his wishes, Qian Jiji replied as he stroked his beard. Then? Han Li could roughly deduce what he had been summoned here for, but he gave nothing away. Please don't misunderstand, fellow Taoist. We heard from our disciples that you emptied the entire medicine garden within that restriction, and I'm sure many of the spirit medicines in there are extremely rare or even extinct in the spirit realm, and most of them would likely be very useful to holy grade beings like us. You are indeed very powerful, but you haven't progressed to the holy race yet, so those spirit medicines won't be overly useful to you at the moment. As such, the 3 of us would like to propose a mutually beneficial exchange, Kai Luiying said with a smile. An exchange? What do you propose, seniors? Han Li remained quite calm upon hearing this, and his calm demeanor came as a slight surprise to Qian Jiji and the others. The 3 of them exchanged a glance before Duan Tianren cut straight to the chase. All 3 of us have reputations to uphold, so we definitely won't force you into any unfair trades. The 3 of us each have some spirit pills that will assist in breaking through the holy grade bottleneck, as well as some treasures and materials that will be of use to you, and we would like to use them to exchange for your spirit medicines. Those medicines must indeed be extremely precious, but I'm sure making a breakthrough to the holy grade is more important to you, fellow Taoist Han. Pills that can assist in breaking the holy grade bottleneck. Han Li's expression changed slightly upon hearing this. Indeed. We all prepared large quantities of such pills back when we made our breakthroughs, and even though most of them were consumed during that process, the 3 of us combined naturally still have quite a few of these pills left. With these pills, your chances of making a successful breakthrough will be increased by at least 20% to 30%, Duan Tianren said in a proud manner. Of course, the amount of pills and treasures we're willing to offer will depend on the types and quantity of spirit medicines you obtain from the medicine garden, Kai Luiying added. Lu Shuer and Shikuan were naturally already aware of the reason why Duan Tianren and the others had summoned Han Li here, and both of them were appraising him with envy in their eyes. They had also received immense benefits from Duan Tianren and Kai Luiying following their return from the vast glacial realm, but those benefits still couldn't compare with what was currently being offered to Han Li. A hesitant look appeared on Han Li's face as he pondered this proposal. Qian Jizi and the others also fell silent to allow Han Li to process the situation. After a long while, Han Li finally exhaled as he made a decision. I did indeed secure a large quantity of spirit medicines in the restriction, but most of them are completely unrecognizable to me. It would naturally be fantastic for me if I could exchange them for the aforementioned pills, but I'm not sure if the spirit medicines will be of interest to you. Rest assured, fellow Taoist Han, the three of us have some experience, and I'm sure we'll be able to identify most of the spirit medicines. Even if we can't identify some of them, we'll be sure to do our best to give you a fair price, Qian Jizi hurriedly reassured. He was ecstatic that Han Li was willing to proceed with the exchange, as were Duan Tianren and Kai Luiying, who also made similar promises. In that case, I'll bring out the spirit medicines for inspection. Han Li nodded before flicking his wrist, and a loud buzzing sound rang out from his storage bracelet as a burst of azure light erupted forth. The azure light flashed through the air, upon which hundreds of jade boxes of different styles appeared, and all of them were shimmering with faint spiritual light. Duan Tianren's eyes lit up as he made a grabbing motion toward the nearest jade box to him, and the lid of the box flew off on its own to reveal a crimson coral-like spirit plant that was around a foot in length and emitting a faint glow. What a massive flame coral herb! Duan Tianren exclaimed with a stunned look on his face. Han Li's pupils contracted ever so slightly upon hearing this, but his expression remained unchanged. This was one of the spirit medicines that he had been unable to identify, and if he recalled correctly, he had collected about 6 of them in total. Out of all of them, he had only brought out one. Kai Luiying and Qian Jizi exchanged an excited glance upon seeing this before also beginning to carefully inspect the contents of the jade boxes. As expected of holy-grade beings who had lived for over 10,000 years, most of the spirit medicines that Han Li couldn't identify had been recognized by them, and judging from their elated reactions, these were clearly all extremely precious spirit medicines. There were over 100 jade boxes that had been summoned, but the inspection of their contents was soon complete. After Qian Jizi appraised the spirit flower in the final box, he put the flower back into the box in a slightly reluctant manner, then turned to Han Li with a smile. These are indeed all spirit medicines that are very difficult to find in the spirit realm, but judging from the size of that medicine garden, I'm sure there would have been more spirit medicines in there. How much more do you have, fellow Taoist Han? You can bring them all out for our inspection. Han Li wasn't surprised to hear this. He had already plundered the entire medicine garden before Lu Shuer and Shikuan had a chance to reach it, but from the size of the medicine garden, one could still roughly deduce the number of spirit medicines that had been planted in there, which was why Qian Jizi was convinced that there were more. I do indeed have some spirit medicines that I've yet to reveal, but shouldn't you show me some sincerity as well, senior? Han Li countered with a smile. Qian Jizi's expression darkened slightly upon hearing this. Are you doubting our integrity, fellow Taoist Han? I wouldn't dare. It's just that I've already brought out all of the spirit medicines I've collected from the vast glacial realm, and I only have repeats of the same spirit medicines left. Hence, I would like to see the spirit pills being offered to me in exchange. I'm sure that's not asking too much, Han Li replied in a slow voice, displaying no intention of backing down. Duan Tianren was holding a thumb-sized red fruit in his hand, and after engaging in a brief voice transmission conversation with Kai Luiying, he said, Fellow Taoist Han's request is a reasonable one. Let's show him the spirit pills that we have as confirmation that we're serious about this exchange. Many of the spirit medicines that fellow Taoist Han has brought out are ones that we need, so it is indeed only fair that we also show him what we have to offer. Hence, I'm willing to take the lead and show fellow Taoist Han the spirit pills I have to offer first, Kai Luiying said with a smile. Qian Jizi faltered slightly upon hearing this before suddenly bursting into laughter. Seeing as neither of you has any objections, I would only be making myself look bad if I were to turn down this request. Thank you for your kindness, seniors. Han Li immediately cupped his fist in a grateful salute. Thus, Kai Luiying flipped a hand over and spiritual light flashed, upon which 3 medicine vials appeared before being tossed to Han Li. These 3 types of spirit pills will all assist in breaking your bottleneck, and they're all quite renowned, so I'm sure you've heard of them. They are Silver Floss pills, Myriad Wonder pills, and Bitter Azure pills. I had to expend countless time and effort to secure these pills, and I've used up half of them already, but the remaining half should be sufficient for your consumption. In particular, the 3 Myriad Wonder pills will be extremely potent in assisting you in your breakthrough attempt. Han Li caught the medicine vials before carefully inspecting their contents while listening to Kai Luiying's introductions. With Han Li's pill refinement prowess, he was able to easily identify the authenticity of these pills, and after confirming this he gave a slight nod. At this moment, Duan Tianren also produced 2 medicine vials as well as 2 medicine boxes, while Chen Jiji brought out 2 palm-sized gourds, one of which was red while the other was blue. After a few minutes, Han Li had verified all of these pills. The pills that Duan Tianren was offering were not inferior to Kai Luiying's, while the 2 gourds brought out by Chen Jiji contained 2 types of precious spirit liquids that could only be found on the Thunder Continent. Directly consuming the spirit liquids wouldn't do anything, but they were important ingredients for refining several types of spirit pills, and they were extremely rare in the spirit realm. A pleased look appeared on Han Li's face, and he flicked his wrist again, upon which even more jade boxes were released from his storage bracelet. The spirit pills and spirit liquids that have been offered are indeed all priceless treasures, but just these alone won't be enough to exchange for all of my spirit medicines, Han Li said in a slow voice as he looked at the hundreds of jade boxes he had just summoned. I'll simply ask for the other half of the spirit stones required to activate the super teleportation formation as well. That should be a far easier condition to fulfill. Kai Luiying faltered slightly upon hearing this before replying with a smile. Spirit stones? That's certainly no problem at all. Chen Jiji and Duan Tianren also agreed to this arrangement as their expressions eased slightly. Seeing as the conditions for the exchange had been established, Han Li summoned an azure jade slip before tossing it toward Kai Luiying. Kai Luiying raised an eyebrow before catching the jade slip, then injected her spiritual sense into it to find that it was a list of many materials, quite a few of which were vastly renowned to her. She glanced at Han Li with a hint of a smile on her face before flicking her wrist and tossing the jade slip to Duan Tianren. Meanwhile, she began to examine the spirit medicines Han Li had brought out. Moments later, all 3 of them had examined the new spirit medicines, and after confirming that nothing was amiss, they each began to summon different containers such as wooden boxes and jade vials out of their storage bracelets. Within mere moments, around 60% to 70% of the materials on the list had been assembled. Han Li's expression remained unchanged, but he was actually extremely astonished. This naturally wasn't a list of random materials. Most of them were actually ones that Qing Yuanzi had requested, and even though most of these materials weren't the ones on the list that were of the utmost importance, they were still all extraordinary items. As such, Han Li was naturally quite stunned that Chen Jiji and the others were able to assemble so many of them without even batting an eyelid. However, this also indicated that these 3 body integration stage beings had indeed made extensive preparations in advance, so they were sincere in their offer to trade with Han Li. Otherwise, they wouldn't be carrying so many precious items with them. After examining all of the materials, Han Li stowed them away into his storage bracelet in a pleased manner. At this moment, Duan Tianren suddenly said, "Aside from a few of the materials that we can't track down, I'll get the rest delivered to you within 10 days. Will that be an issue, fellow Taoist Han?" "Of course not. I have full trust in your words, senior," Han Li replied with a smile. "These are the spirit stones and crystal moon liquid that you asked for. You really are stripping us bare, fellow Taoist Han. We might have to start borrowing from our friends to make ends meet." Kai Luiying chuckled as she swept a sleeve through the air. A black leather pouch and a shimmering blue vial were immediately sent flying toward Han Li within a ball of 5-colored light. "Surely you jest, senior," Han Li chuckled in response as a hint of elation flashed through his eyes, and he made a grabbing motion to draw the 2 items into his grasp. He only gave the spirit stones within the leather pouch a rough examination with his spiritual sense before tossing it into his storage bracelet, but he was a lot more thorough in his inspection of the small blue vial. Not only did he open the vial and use his spiritual sense to examine it several times, he even held it up to his nose and took a whiff of the contents. Only after that careful assessment did he stow the vial away. Seeing as the exchange had been completed, Han Li naturally wasn't going to stick around any longer. Thus, after extending a bow to the 3 body integration stage beings, he bade them farewell and departed. The three body integration stage beings clearly didn't want Han Li to stay any longer either, so they also bade him farewell. Spiritual light flashed from the teleportation formation, and Han Li instantly vanished. "You two can go as well," Kai Luing said to Lu Shu'er and Shirkuan. "Yes." Lu Shu'er naturally accepted the instruction, whereas Shirkuan glanced at Duan Tianren before also doing as he was told after receiving a nod of confirmation from Duan Tianren. Thus, the two of them also stepped onto the teleportation formation and disappeared in a flash. When the two of them arrived in the hall on the first floor of the pavilion, Han Li was already nowhere to be found. The two of them exchanged a glance with wry smiles on their faces. "Let's split these spirit medicines evenly as we agreed on," Duan Tianren said with undisguised excitement in his eyes as he looked at all of the jade boxes hovering in the air. Kai Luing was also very excited, but she shook her head and countered, "Hold on. We did indeed agree to split these spirit medicines evenly, but the spirit stones and crystal moon liquid at the end were all given by me, so I have to take 10% more than my share." 10%? Are you planning to go back on your word, Fairy Kai? Fellow Taoist Duan and I will naturally reimburse you for your spirit stones. As for the crystal moon liquid, that is indeed a holy medicine for body refinement, but how can it compare with 10% of all the precious true immortal realm spirit medicines here? You can have 5 or 6 extra spirit plants at most as compensation, Qian Jizi said in a cold voice as his expression darkened. "Sure, I'll take 5 extra spirit plants then," Kai Luing eagerly agreed with a smile on her face. Qian Jizi faltered slightly upon seeing before immediately realizing that he'd fallen for a trap, and an indignant look on his face, but he merely gave a cold harumph before falling silent. Meanwhile, Duan Tianren was inspecting the unfolding scenes with his arms crossed and a faint smile on his face. Thus, the three of them immediately began to allocate the hundreds of spirit medicines between them, and after several rounds of intense bartering, they were finally able to split up all of the spirit medicines. With these spirit medicines, the bottleneck that has troubled me all these years will surely be broken with ease, Duan Tianren said in a pleased manner as he stowed away his jade boxes. "I'm sure he didn't bring out all of the spirit medicines though. Aren't you too interested in what he has left?" Qian Jizi suddenly asked as a sinister look flashed through his eyes. Duan Tianren and Kai Luing naturally immediately understood what he was implying, but after exchanging a glance with one another, wary looks appeared on both of their faces. Duan Tianren contemplated the matter for a while before shaking his head in response. "The three of us will naturally be able to take him down with ease, but don't forget the order that Senior Wang issued to us a few days ago. He instructed us to allow that kid to access the teleportation formation, so he must be related to Senior Wang somehow. Also, I've heard my disciple describe the size of that medicine garden, and even if he's kept some spirit medicines in reserve, it definitely wouldn't be a lot. It's not worth risking Senior Wang's wrath to try and secure those remaining spirit medicines. On top of that, that kid is quite powerful in his own right and he's been very cooperative, so there's no need to do something like this." I second Brother Duan's opinion. Even as holy race beings, we definitely don't want to risk incurring Senior Wang's wrath over something like this, Kai Luing chimed in a solemn manner. "In that case, just pretend like I never said anything. It appears I was indeed a little too greedy." Qian Jizi glossed over the matter with a sheepish chuckle. Without Kai Luing and Duan Tianren's support, his scheme was naturally laid to rest. At this point, Han Li had already arrived at the foot of the mountain. His robes were fluttering around him in the wind, and he had a calm and collected look on his face. However, his mind was racing rapidly as he assessed the exchange that had just taken place. On the surface, it seemed that he had ended up with the short end of the stick by exchanging so many true immortal realm spirit medicines for some materials and spirit pills. However, in his heart he was well aware that he had actually profited greatly from the exchange. He had naturally retained one of every type of spirit medicine that he had brought out earlier, and with the assistance of his mysterious small vial, he would be able to mass cultivate them given some time. At Han Li's current cultivation base, the protective spiritual light formed by his provenance true devil arts was completely impervious to the effects of normal treasures. However, this proved not to be the case here. The grayish-white threads punctured through the golden light in a flash before vanishing into his body. A bone-chilling sensation immediately spread through Han Li's body from the grayish-white threads, and within the span of a single breath, his body had become completely numb and immobilized. At the same time, a sinister look suddenly appeared on Xiang Zhili's face. As soon as the grayish-white threads vanished into Han Li's body, he immediately made a hand seal, upon which his body abruptly exploded. Blood and flesh flew in all directions, revealing a crimson shadow. Bright crimson light then erupted forth as the crimson shadow hurtled toward Han Li, leaving an overwhelming stench of blood and gore in its wake. All of a sudden, black chi erupted from Han Li's body, and a suit of black armor appeared. Countless black runes surged forth from the suit of armor, and the crimson streak of light was instantly repelled by the runes and black chi. The crimson shadow was sent stumbling backward and was forced to reveal its true form. Blue light flashed through Han Li's eyes, allowing him to better glean the true appearance of the crimson shadow, and in spite of everything he had been through, even he couldn't help but be startled by what he was beholding. At first glance, the face of the crimson shadow appeared to be a sinister ghostly face, but after a faint flash, it turned into Xiang Zhili's face, and after another blur, it transformed into the face of another man. This man was also familiar to Han Li. It was none other than Old Devil whom Xiang Zhili had entered the spatial node with. The crimson shadow quickly transitioned between its three faces as if it were incapable of adopting a stable form. The crimson shadow finally righted itself before exclaiming in a shocked and enraged manner, "Heavenly devilish armor? Impossible. How could you possess a suit of armor that should only belong to heavenly devils?" The voice resembled that of Xiang Zhili, but it also gave Han Li a strange unfamiliar feeling. Han Li harumphed coldly as shimmering golden light appeared all over his body. At the same time, a suit of golden scale armor emerged over his skin. "Do you think I can't do anything to you just because you have that suit of heavenly devilish armor?" The crimson shadow's face changed several times in rapid succession before it let loose a strange cry and began to rotate on the spot. In the blink of an eye, a crimson tornado had erupted from his body and risen up into the sky, reaching a height of over 100 feet. Incessant rumbling rang out from within the tornado, and bolts of crimson lightning flashed violently, creating an extremely alarming sight to behold. The crimson shadow then chanted a few strange incantations, and the tornado rapidly shrank, condensing itself into a head-sized crimson rune mere moments later. The rune hovered in front of the crimson figure, and a grim look immediately appeared on Han Li's face as he sensed the violent fluctuations proliferating from the rune. A loud thunderclap rang out, and the crimson rune lashed out as an arc of crimson lightning. The lightning struck the black runes up ahead amid a resounding boom, and after a few erratic flashes of light, the black runes were parted, thereby allowing the lightning to strike the surface of the black suit of armor. A muffled thump rang out as the crimson arc of lightning vanished, revealing a palm-sized hole that had been blasted onto the surface of the suit of armor. A sinister look reappeared on the crimson shadow's face, and after a burst of wicked cackling, it rushed forward as a rapid streak of crimson light again, reaching Han Li in a flash before pouncing toward the hole on his suit of armor. However, right at this moment, spatial fluctuations erupted nearby, and a large golden hand appeared in front of the hole on the suit of armor. The hand spread open its 5 fingers and caught the oncoming crimson shadow like lightning. The crimson light receded, and the crimson shadow reappeared in the golden hand with a horrified look on its face. However, it then abruptly opened its mouth to blast a burst of crimson flames directly toward Han Li's face. This was an extremely vicious and unpredictable attack. Han Li was completely immobilized right now, and the crimson flames had been unleashed at point-blank range, so there should have been no way for him to evade it. However, a cold smile suddenly appeared on Han Li's face, and black light flashed on his glabella, following which an inky black eye was abruptly opened. Black light flashed, and a beam of black light shot forth before striking the crimson flames with unerring accuracy. He still couldn't figure out exactly what had happened to Xiang Zhili for such a sinister being like the crimson shadow to be lurking in his body, but this physical body definitely did belong to Xiang Zhili. From the unsettling transitioning faces of the crimson shadow, it seemed to have already devoured Xiang Zhili and Old Devil whose souls before fusing them as one. Thankfully, the hibernating weeping soul beast had suddenly displayed a slightly restless and uneasy reaction when he had met Xiang Zhili in Cloud City for the first time, thereby alerting him to the fact that something was amiss. Otherwise he would have failed to notice anything. If this Xiang Zhili hadn't been attempting to plot against him, Han Li naturally wouldn't have gone out of his way to kill him. However, during their 2 previous encounters, Xiang Zhili had clearly been intent on making him fall for some kind of sinister trap, thereby igniting the killing intent in his heart, which was why he decided to meet him as planned. However, he wasn't 100% sure that there was something wrong with this Xiang Zhili, which was why he had waited until the trap was sprung. Following the huge strides Han Li had made in the vast glacial realm and the seed of wariness that had already been sowed into his heart, he was confident that he wouldn't fall prey to the devious plot he was potentially walking into. Even if he hadn't used his golden body and spirit engulfing heavenly flames, there were still many other ways for him to kill that crimson shadow with ease. After all, there was too much of a disparity between his and Xiang Zhili's powers. The crimson shadow had detonated Xiang Zhili's body before absorbing most of the body's blood essence, but that still wasn't enough for it to unleash much of its power. Han Li stood on the spot and heaved an internal sigh. Xiang Zhili had once stood at the very pinnacle of the human world, yet he had fallen to such a tragic fate. It was truly a saddening sight. Han Li didn't know if he and Old Devil who had fallen prey to that crimson shadow in the spatial node or after they had arrived in the spirit realm. If it were the latter, then that would be even more tragic. Han Li heaved another faint sigh before gently sweeping a sleeve through the air, unleashing a wave of crimson flames that instantly incinerated the mangled set of remains into nothingness. As for that so-called giant spirit talisman, it had already crumbled into nothingness following the demise of the crimson shadow. After that, Han Li didn't delay there any longer. He made a grabbing motion in the air around him, and barely detectable spatial fluctuations immediately erupted in the air around the mountain peak. A dozen or so balls of light of different colors then emerged before vanishing up his sleeve in a flash. These were none other than the formation flags he had released earlier. The formation flags had formed a simple formation that concealed spiritual chi fluctuations. In the instant that Xiang Zhili arrived on the mountain, Han Li had secretly activated the formation to conceal the energy fluctuations that had erupted from their battle. Otherwise, to some beings, they would have still been able to notice what was happening on this mountain, which was only less than 100 kilometers away from concealed WRM City. The formation wouldn't have been able to completely conceal the signs of their battle, but it wouldn't have been very noticeable even to high-grade beings. Han Li rose up into the air as a streak of azure light before flying toward concealed WRM City. Not long after that, a group of patrolling armored warriors arrived on the scene from another direction. However, after searching around the mountain, they discovered nothing and could only return in a frustrated manner. As for Han Li, as soon as he returned to concealed WRM City, he went back to the inn and remained in his room. In the primordial world of the Tianyuan continent, there were countless types of unidentifiable beasts and monsters. There were also some extremely perilous locations that were lethal to even high-grade cultivators, and countless beings of all races perished each year in the primordial world. Even so, countless cultivators were still willing to enter the primordial world for its precious materials and potential opportunities. The human race was situated in a secluded corner of the Tianyuan continent, and it was far weaker than the major races on the continent. It wasn't even much more powerful than its few neighboring races. Thankfully, they were able to ally themselves with the demon race, which was roughly comparable in power. Furthermore, the 3 regions and 7 territories had all been sealed away by a super restriction set up by the primordial mighty figures of the 2 races. Aside from Deep Heaven City, there were no other entrances leading into the land of the 2 races, and this was what had allowed the 2 races to exist in the spirit realm to this very day. Of course, Deep Heaven City was regarded as an extremely important place by the 2 races. Not only were there large numbers of powerful beings from both races constantly stationed there, the city itself had a panel of elders that was solely responsible for defending the city. There were only 10 members in the panel of elders, but all of them had to be at the early body integration stage or above. If one of them were to perish, another body integration stage being would immediately be elected from the 2 races to take the perished elder's place. It was through these arrangements that Deep Heaven City had always remained an impregnable fortress. At the same time, Deep Heaven City was the only exit available to the cultivators of the human and demon races if they wanted to access the primordial world. Most cultivators didn't dare to venture too deep into the primordial realm and only scoured the area that was within a month's travel away from Deep Heaven City. If they were to encounter any powerful ancient beasts or other hazard, they would still have a chance to return to Deep Heaven City for refuge. Of course, there were also many courageous characters who were confident in their own abilities and ventured much deeper into the primordial world, but the mortality rate among those beings naturally spiked dramatically. In the air above a lake in the primordial world, there were currently several human cultivators who were in this type of imminent life-threatening danger. This group consisted of 4 humans, 2 male and 2 female, and they had been trapped by a gargantuan ancient beast in the lake. The giant beast had the body of a massive turtle, but there were a dozen or so tentacles on its back that were sweeping through the air, creating fierce gusts of wind and forming a giant net that trapped the 4 people within. The 4 of them were all powerful deity transformation cultivators, and the treasures they were wielding also appeared to be quite powerful, but regardless of whether they were flying swords, flying daggers, huge wheels, or giant staves, all of them were instantly repelled by the tentacles, leaving the 4 cultivators completely trapped. There was a scholarly middle-aged man among them wielding a particularly powerful silver scepter treasure that withstood most of the pressure being exerted on them by the huge net of tentacles. If it wasn't for that treasure, they would have already had their defenses breached and been killed by this giant beast. Even so, all 4 of them were panting heavily and sweating profusely, clearly unable to last much longer. "Brother Hua, release your extreme lightning bead. We have to make one final roll of the dice now," the scholarly man yelled in an urgent manner to the man beside him. A crimson-armored man with a set of hideous facial features replied in a grim manner, "The extreme lightning bead is indeed powerful, but I'm afraid that setting it off in such an enclosed space would harm us as well." "I'm aware of that, but we'll just have to risk it. This stone origin turtle possesses early spatial tempering stage powers, and my 100-spirit scepter won't be able to last much longer against it. If we don't use the extreme lightning bead now, we won't get another chance," the scholarly man insisted in a decisive manner. The crimson-armored man was still rather hesitant. Right at this moment, the ancient beast's tentacles began to accelerate, and the sound of howling winds and rumbling thunder rang out. The enormous power erupting from the giant net also increased significantly. The countless streaks of white light conjured up by the scepter quickly dimmed significantly after a few more clashes, and the safe enclosed space around the 4 human cultivators shrank even further. This turn of events finally prompted the crimson-armored man to make up his mind, and he gritted his teeth before flipping a hand over to produce an egg-sized bead. The bead was shimmering with blue light and had blue patterns all over its surface, giving it a rather mysterious appearance. The 2 female cultivators were quite alarmed at the sight of the blue bead, and one of them hurriedly changed something before waving both of her sleeves through the air, summoning a dozen or so high-grade talismans that formed layers of light barriers around all 4 of them. Meanwhile, the other woman raised a hand to send a small black bell flying through the air. The bell then expanded drastically before releasing a layer of black light amid a faint clang, and this black light also encompassed all 4 human cultivators. A ferocious look appeared in the scholarly man's eyes as he expelled several mouthfuls of blood essence in succession. With each mouthful of blood essence expelled, his complexion would pale slightly, but that didn't stop him from pointing his finger rapidly into the air. The blood essence vanished into the scepter up above in a flash, and the spiritual light that had dimmed slightly immediately brightened, manifesting into a dense barrier of white light. Seeing as all of his companions had adopted defensive measures, the crimson-armored man didn't hesitate any longer as he tossed the blue bead forward. As soon as the bead left his hand, it transformed into a ball of dazzling blue light. The crimson-armored man made a hand seal, and the ball of blue light instantly expanded to the size of a wagon wheel, then crashed directly toward an oncoming tentacle. An earth-shattering boom rang out, and the blue ball of light exploded as soon as it came into contact with the tentacle, sending bursts of blue shockwaves erupting forth in a frenzy. The giant net formed by the dozen or so tentacles was instantly inundated by blue light, and the shockwaves spread to cover a radius of over 500 meters. Gale-force winds howled incessantly within the blue light amid a string of explosions, and 4 streaks of light rushed out of the blue light before linking up in a flash and fleeing into the distance. The 4 human cultivators within the streaks of light were all in an extremely sorry state. The scholarly man had blood all over his body, and one of his arms had gone missing. His 3 companions also had extremely pale complexions, and their clothes were in tatters, clearly having also sustained severe injuries. Thankfully, none of them had lost their abilities to fly, and they were still able to flee at an astonishing speed. Moments later, the shockwaves in the air dispersed, and the blue light faded as well. Most of the ancient turtle beast's tentacles had been destroyed, and the remaining ones were also all charred and incomplete. A thunderous roar of fury erupted from the ancient beast's mouth, and green light flashed from its mangled tentacles, upon which they began to rapidly regenerate. Turbulent waves then surged over the nearby surface of the lake, following which a vast amount of water was swept up before enveloping the giant turtle. The vast expanse of water then formed a giant cloud that was several acres in size before setting off in pursuit of the 4 human cultivators. The 4 of them were naturally quite alarmed by this, and they fled as quickly as they could to try and shake off the cloud. However, despite its enormous size, the giant cloud was able to keep up with the combined speed of the 4 human cultivators, and not long after that, the cloud and the human cultivators had flown for hundreds of thousands of kilometers. As time passed, the gap between the two gradually dwindled. This wasn't to say that the cloud had suddenly sped up. Instead, the 4 human cultivators were slowing down. They were all bearing severe injuries, and after fleeing as quickly as they could for so long, they were finally beginning to exhaust their supplies of magic power. The 4 of them had naturally realized the perilous situation that they were in, but in the face of the almighty ancient beast behind them, they were powerless to do anything. Finally, after flying for around another 100,000 kilometers, the distance between the ancient beast and its prey had been whittled down to just over 1,000 feet. Right at this moment, the ancient beast let loose a thunderous roar, and the cloud suddenly blurred before exploding on its own. White water attribute spiritual chi surged before dissipating, but the giant turtle was nowhere to be seen. The 4 human cultivators had naturally been keeping a constant eye on their pursuer, and the scholarly man's expression immediately changed drastically upon seeing this as he exclaimed, "Look out!" However, before the 4 of them had a chance to do anything, spatial fluctuations suddenly erupted up above, and several black tentacles swept toward them like lightning. Even before the tentacles reached, the massive wind pressure they were exerting was already causing the spiritual light around them to flicker violently and fluctuate in brightness. The 4 of them let loose cries of surprise, and they reflexively dispersed, flying in different directions to avoid the attacks. In doing so, they were able to evade the powerful tentacles, but they had also been split apart. The 4 of them looked at one another, and all of them had grim expressions on their faces. Even their combined magic power had been unable to shake off the ancient beast. Now that they had been forcibly dispersed, it would be impossible for them to escape. A massive black shadow flashed up above, and the giant turtle emerged out of thin air before appraising the 4 cultivators with a frosty look in its green eyes. The human cultivators' hearts sank, and they knew that there was a good chance this would be their final resting place. However, the 4 of them had cultivated to their current powers and dared to venture deep into the primordial world, so they clearly possessed strong will and wouldn't just resign themselves to their fates. Thus, they forcibly reinvigorated themselves before releasing their treasures again to prepare to make one final struggle. The giant turtle beast let loose a low roar upon seeing this, and a humanized look of disdain flashed through its eyes. The dozen or so tentacles on its back swept forth again before transforming into black blurs, and it appeared that another battle was about to commence. However, right at this moment, peculiar looks appeared on the faces of the 4 cultivators and the giant beast, and all of them abruptly looked up almost in unison. A head-sized ball of lightning had appeared over 1,000 feet in the air above them, and the ball of lightning was flashing with countless thin arcs of silver lightning, but it was completely silent. The violently flashing lightning created a stark contrast with the complete lack of sound, creating an extremely unsettling sight to behold. However, before the 4 cultivators and ancient beast had a chance to react, the lightning ball suddenly swelled to several times its original size amid a resounding boom. A successive string of loud booms rang out immediately thereafter, and countless arcs of lightning sprang forth as the ball of lightning instantly formed a circular formation that was several tens of feet in diameter. This was a formation that was comprised entirely of silver arcs of lightning, and countless silver runes appeared amid violent flashes of lightning. An earth-shattering thunderclap rang out, and a bolt of lightning that was as thick as a water tank crashed down from above. The lightning faded, and a humanoid figure stumbled out onto the center of the lightning formation. As soon as this humanoid figure steadied himself, he immediately delivered a crass tirade. "Lei Yunzi, you old bastard. Don't let me catch you again or I'll make sure you get what's coming to you." The humanoid figure was an azure-robed young man with a pair of translucent wings on his back. His facial features were quite ordinary, but he wore an enraged look on his face. The scholarly man swept his spiritual sense toward him, and he faltered momentarily before an elated look appeared on his face. He hurriedly yelled, "Be careful, senior, that stone origin turtle down below has already attained intelligence and is extremely fearsome." Stone origin turtle? Only after hearing this did the young man seem to notice that there were beings below him, and he cast his gaze downward before immediately burst into laughter. The four of you are humans. That must mean Deep Heaven City isn't far away from here, right? The young man didn't even bother to take a second glance at the giant turtle, and the ancient beast seemed to have also sensed that this man was quite a formidable being. It possessed quite a high level of intelligence, and it currently wore a hesitant look on its face, not daring to unleash any reckless attacks. This place is still some distance away from Deep Heaven City. If you don't mind, the four of us would be more than willing to act as your guides, Senior. The crimson-armored man had also discovered that the young man's cultivation base was completely unfathomable to his spiritual sense, and he was also immediately latched onto Hanli like a life raft. The scholarly man and the two women eagerly agreed to this arrangement as well. I guess it can't hurt to have someone lead the way. However, you'll have to wait for a bit. This stone origin turtle seems to be decently powerful. Let me secure its inner core before we set off. The young man turned to the ancient beast down below with a faint smile on his face. The stone origin turtle had no idea what they were saying, but it was immediately struck by a chilling sensation at the sight of the young man's menacing gaze. It immediately let loose a low roar and opened its mouth to blast forth a thick pillar of blue light. At the same time, the dozen or so tentacles lashed out in unison, sweeping toward the young man as countless black shadows. The ancient beast had been struck by the feeling that its life was under severe threat, and it immediately went berserk. The four human cultivators were quite alarmed by the giant turtle's violent outburst, and they hurriedly activated their treasures to form protective light barriers before quickly backing away. However, the young man merely smiled at the sight of the rampaging giant turtle. He raised a sleeve and a gray light barrier instantly appeared in front of him. The blue pillar of light struck the light barrier, and the former instantly vanished into nothingness amid a flash of light. The devastating attack had fizzled out like a candle in the wind. The young man also remained completely unflustered at the sight of the giant tentacle net that came crashing down toward him. All of a sudden, he flapped his wings, and a loud thunderclap rang out as countless arcs of azure and white lightning appeared over his wings before erupting into the air in a frenzy. At the same time, he extended an inky black hand out of his sleeve before making a grabbing motion toward the giant net. An astonishing scene then ensued. In the instant that he made the grabbing motion, all of the arcs of azure and white lightning converged to a single spot, instantly forming a huge azure and white hand that was around 10 feet in size. The hand was completely comprised of thick bolts of lightning, and all of the tentacles that came into contact with it were torn apart as if they were mere papier-mâché structures. In the next instant, a huge bolt of lightning appeared above the giant turtle before transforming into a massive palm again. The gargantuan hand swooped down at an alarming speed, and the giant turtle didn't even have a chance to react before the protective azure spiritual light around it was dispelled, and the hand locked itself tightly around the ancient beast's body. A rumbling thunderclap erupted, and countless arcs of azure and white lightning appeared. The arcs of lightning were clearly imbued with extremely devastating power as the stone origin turtle's body was reduced to ashes after just a few flashes, and it didn't even get a chance to cry out prior to its demise. After the lightning in the air vanished, only an egg-sized demon core remained, hovering in mid-air in a stationary manner. The young man made a grabbing motion, and the demon core was immediately drawn into his grasp. He casually inspected the demon core a few times before stowing it away amid a flash of spiritual light, then turned to face the four human cultivators. Alright, we can set off now. The four human cultivators had already been completely rooted to the spot. They had experienced the powers of that spatial tempering stage stone origin turtle for themselves, and it had almost brought about their demise. However, this young man had slain the giant beast as if it were nothing more than an ant. This was simply incredible. Could it be his cultivation base was far superior even to what they had imagined? The scholarly man took a deep breath before hurriedly extending a deep respectful bow. May I have the honor of knowing your name, Senior? Could it be that you're a body integration stage cultivator? Body integration stage? I'm not quite there yet. As for my name, my surname is Han, the young man replied in a calm manner. This young man was naturally none other than Han Li. Over 100 years had passed since he had teleported back to the Tianyuan continent. Back when he was teleported from the Thunder continent, he had found himself in an extremely secluded part of the Tianyuan continent. Aside from a few heavenly cloud beings who had been sent there to guard the teleportation formation, there were no other beings around. After he displayed his identification jade slip to those heavenly cloud beings, he was able to depart without a hitch. However, even Han Li hadn't anticipated just how lengthy his journey back to the human race would prove to be. With his current powers, even body integration stage beings weren't all that formidable to him, but the Tianyuan continent was simply far too massive. On top of that, there were countless hazards that arose during his journey, and he also had to pass through the territories of some foreign races. Even though Han Li had been extremely alert and cautious, he still almost perished on several occasions. There was one occasion where he had been chased for several months by multiple body integration stage ancient beasts, and he had only managed to outlast them in a battle of stamina by relying on his abundant supply of spirit pills and spirit stones. There was also one occasion where he had unwittingly stumbled into a glacial realm and was swept up by a type of strange glacial tide. These formations included trapping formations as well as offensive and defensive formations, and their powers and versatility were truly astounding. Of course, with Han Li's powers, Lei Yunzi also couldn't do anything to him either, and after battling for a month, the two of them eventually became friends of sorts. Han Li was naturally extremely curious toward Lei Yunzi's lightning powers and lightning formations, while Lei Yunzi was very intrigued by Han Li's divine devil bane lightning, as well as his lightning beads and lightning robe. Thus, the two of them eventually negotiated a truce and began to exchange cultivation experiences. As a result, Han Li learned a few very practical lightning formations, and Lei Yunzi also absorbed some divine devil bane lightning from him. Only then did the two of them part ways, having benefited mutually from one another. However, either these lightning formations were extremely difficult to cultivate or Lei Yunzi had intentionally omitted some key details, but Han Li was never able to control them as he pleased. Furthermore, it was often the case that some minor issues would arise when he tried to use them, making him feel very frustrated. After studying these formations in greater depth, Han Li was finally able to ascertain that it was most likely the case that Lei Yunzi had indeed omitted some key details. Han Li was naturally quite disgruntled by this, although he had also given Lei Yunzi a flawed version of the lightning symbol technique, so his success rate when attempting to manifest lightning beads would be less than 10%. The azure flying carriage flew even faster than when the four human cultivators had combined their powers, and a journey that should have taken over 2 months was completed in only about 1.5 months. The flying carriage stopped high in the air above Deep Heaven City, and a complex look appeared on Han Li's face as he looked at the monolithic city walls in the distance. After wandering in foreign territory for so many years, he had finally returned to a home of sorts. "Should we teleport into the city now, Senior?" the scholarly man asked in a careful manner. Not far away from the carriage stood a teleportation formation that was several tens of feet in size, and there were a dozen or so azure-armored dark azure guards standing around the formation. Light flashed from the formation, and several humanoid figures conversed with the dark azure guards before entering the formation and vanishing on the spot. This was none other than the teleportation formation that led into Deep Heaven City. Due to the fact that this city directly faced the primordial world, it didn't have a normal city gate, so those who wanted to enter the primordial world had to do so through teleportation formations. As for the guards in Deep Heaven City who have to complete missions from time to time, they had their own set of even more obscure teleportation formations. Han Li withdrew his gaze before stomping his foot gently down onto the flying carriage, and it immediately embarked on a slow descent. The flying carriage was quite enormous, so the dark azure guards down below naturally noticed it, and bursts of spiritual sense were immediately sent sweeping toward them. Han Li swept a sleeve through the air, and azure light flashed, following which the flying carriage abruptly vanished. The 5 of them then descended near the teleportation formation. "Captain? Is that you?" A cry of surprise suddenly rang out from one of the dark azure guards. Han Li faltered slightly upon hearing this before casting his gaze toward that direction. In doing so he discovered that there was a burly green-eyed man standing among the dark azure guards, and he was rather familiar to Han Li. This was none other than Zhuochong, who was one of the guards that he had led back when he was last in Deep Heaven City. At this point he had already progressed from the late nascent soul stage to the early deity transformation stage, and he was staring at Han Li with a stunned expression. "Oh, long time no see, fellow Taoist Zhuo. Congratulations on becoming a dark azure guard," Han Li said with a smile. "It really is you. Have you already progressed to the spatial tempering stage, Captain? Zhuocheng was initially elated to see Han Li before a shocked expression reappeared on his face. He discovered that his spiritual sense was completely unable to glean Han Li's cultivation base, so he could only assume this to be the case. I did indeed manage to progress to the spatial tempering stage during my travels. I didn't think that I'd meet you here even before I entered the city, fellow Taoist Zhua. How are all of the other fellow Taoists in our former group doing? Han Li asked with a smile. Well, not long after you left, the foreign races attacked Deep Heaven City, and close to half of us perished during that battle. The rest then chose to leave Deep Heaven City, and Fairy Su and myself are the only ones who decided to stay, Zhuocheng replied. Fairy Su is still in the city? Han Li asked as a peculiar look flashed through his eyes. This woman was a descendant of Fairy Ice Soul, which was someone he had to meet in order to complete the task that Senior Wang of the Heavenly Cloud races had assigned to him, so he was naturally interested in hearing about her. Fairy Su has also reached the deity transformation stage, and she's now a mid-deity transformation cultivator. By the way, Fairy Su regularly mentions you, and she's always saying that she wouldn't be where she is today without your guidance, Zhuocheng said with a suggestive smile, seemingly under the impression that there was something going on between the two of them. I didn't do much. You can barely even refer to that as guidance. Fairy Su has attained her current accomplishments due to her own outstanding aptitude, Han Li replied with an indifferent shake of his head. Meanwhile, as Han Li spoke with Zhuocheng, the four human cultivators were quite relieved to see that Han Li was acquainted with one of the Dark Azure Guards. It seemed that he had been telling the truth about coming from Deep Heaven City himself. As such, they no longer had to worry that he was a foreign being attempting to infiltrate the city in disguise. Such occurrences were not exactly rare after all. The scholarly man also recognized Zhuocheng and he said, I'm glad to see that Brother Zhua is acquainted with Senior Han. We were only able to make it back here as Senior Han stepped in to save our lives from a perilous situation. Did the four of you encounter some danger? Zhuocheng was rather taken aback to hear this. That's an understatement. The four of us almost perished to a spatial tempering stage stone origin turtle, the scholarly man replied with a wry smile. After departing from the hall, Han Li emerged in another massive hall that had a radius of over 1,000 feet. There were other people who were also entering and exiting the other halls connected to this one, but there weren't very many of them. Not far away from the exit of the giant hall stood 2 rows of Dark Azure Guards who were holding foreign spirit discs, with which they were carefully assessing each and every cultivator entering and exiting the hall. There was also a golden armored heavenly guard who stood behind the Dark Azure Guards with his arms crossed, appraising everything within the hall with a cold expression. Han Li immediately identified this heavenly guard as a mid-spatial tempering cultivator, and after a brief pause, he strode directly toward the guard. The Dark Azure Guards outside the city were only responsible for guarding the teleportation formation so they didn't get damaged by foreign beings and beasts, while the guards here were truly responsible for verifying the identities of those looking to access the city. In the past, Deep Heaven City gave out temporary transit badges to everyone who entered the primordial world. However, Han Li hadn't returned to Deep Heaven City for so many years, so he naturally didn't possess such an item, which could prove to be a little troublesome. There weren't many people in the giant hall, and Han Li was the only spatial tempering cultivator. The heavenly guard immediately cast his gaze toward him, and even though Han Li remained completely expressionless, he was using an aura concealment secret technique. A surprised expression immediately appeared on the heavenly guard's face. The heavenly guard's body swayed, and he appeared in front of all of the Dark Azure Guards in a wraith-like manner before cupping his fist in a polite salute. I am Yu Lingzi. Your cultivation base is truly astounding, fellow Taoist. May I ask your name and where you came from? My name is Han Li, and as for where I came from, I was a Deep Heaven Guard over 300 years ago, Han Li replied. The heavenly guard faltered momentarily before his expression darkened slightly. A Deep Heaven Guard? Surely you jest, fellow Taoist. I've been a heavenly guard for several hundred years. Why have I never seen you before? Han Li merely chuckled and suddenly raised a hand to send a ball of azure light flying through the air. The heavenly guard's pupils contracted as he made a grabbing motion to draw the ball of azure light into his hand, upon which he discovered that this was an azure jade pendant. One side of the pendant was inscribed with some beveled silver runes, while the other side had the code C56 written in golden characters. This was none other than Han Li's Dark Azure Guard badge from centuries ago. You're a Dark Azure Guard? The heavenly guard found this to be rather difficult to believe. Indeed, is there anything wrong? Hanli asked. Not at all, but I'll need to verify this badge first, the heavenly guard replied in a cautious manner. No problem. Go ahead, Hanli said in a calm voice. The heavenly guard nodded before rubbing his hands together, and the jade pendant immediately began to flash with faint azure light. This is indeed a Dark Azure Guard badge, but your Dark Azure Guard number was cancelled over 100 years ago, so you're already a free man, fellow Taoist, the heavenly guard said with a slightly peculiar look on his face. I completed an extremely perilous mission many years ago, and I was a free man from the moment I completed the mission, Hanli replied in a calm manner. An extremely perilous mission from over 300 years ago? A thought seemed to have occurred to the heavenly guard, upon which a shocked look surfaced in his eyes. Looks like you also remember what happened back then, Hanli chuckled. So you were one of the members sent on those missions. Apologies for my rudeness, you may leave now. On the other side of the light barrier was the exchange center for the demonic beings in Deep Heaven City, while at the center of the light barrier stood a hall, which was the only venue where humans and demons could trade precious items with one another. Hanli cast his gaze toward the massive hall in the distance, and his expression changed slightly as he caught sight of a demonic woman who was vaguely familiar to him. He had traded with this demonic woman countless times in this hall in the past, and secured many precious demon race spirit medicine seeds from her. If it weren't for her, he would have had to expend a lot more effort to gather those seeds on his own. However, this woman seemed to have some rather important connections, as exemplified by the fact that she was aware that the foreign beings were going to attack Deep Heaven City in advance, so she was able to leave before the battle ensued. Hanli withdrew his gaze and inspected his surroundings before entering one of the larger material shops nearby. The shop had around 5 or 6 employees, and a handsome young man immediately strode over with a smile. Our shop specializes in selling all types of pill and tool refinement materials. Feel free to tell me if you require any assistance, senior. Before Hanli had a chance to say anything, the shopkeeper, who was sitting on a bamboo chair, suddenly discovered that an item in his hand had begun to flash erratically with light. He was quite startled by this and immediately sprang up from his chair. You can go do something else, I'll serve this senior in person. This core formation stage shopkeeper then rushed over to Hanli with a respectful look on his face. Forgive me for not coming out to greet you sooner, senior. I was unaware that you would be gracing my modest shop with your presence. Hanli was rather taken aback by this. He hadn't used any secret techniques to conceal his own cultivation base after entering the city, but a core formation stage being definitely wouldn't be able to glean his cultivation base. However, he then glanced at the treasured in the old shopkeeper's hand, and an enlightened look appeared on his face. I see you have a spiritual pressure disc. No wonder you were able to identify my cultivation base. I require a large batch of materials, prepare them for me as quickly as possible. Hanli flipped a hand over to produce a white jade slip before tossing it toward the shopkeeper. The elderly man hurriedly accepted the jade slip with both hands before injecting his spiritual sense into it, upon which an expression of surprise and glee appeared in his eyes. This is indeed quite a large batch of materials. My shop will be able to provide most of these materials, but I'll have to borrow the rest from other shops. Would you be able to give me some time, senior? Sure, I'll give you 15 minutes, Hanli replied. The shopkeeper was ecstatic and hurriedly led Hanli over to a chair, then instructed an employee to brew some spirit tea for him while ordering the rest of the employees to bring out the required materials from their storage room. After that, he departed from the shop to visit the other nearby shops in order to gather the rest of the materials he couldn't supply. Judging from the shopkeeper's reaction, it was naturally quite apparent that this senior was quite a powerful being, and they were all appraising him with awe and veneration in their eyes. Hanli casually took a sip of the spirit tea that had been offered to him before closing his eyes to rest. After about 15 minutes, the shopkeeper returned in an excited manner with a storage bracelet in his hand. At this point, the other employees in the shop had also brought out a bunch of different containers. These materials were quite ordinary to Hanli, but they were very precious to this shop. After sweeping his spiritual sense over the storage bracelet and these containers several times, Hanli asked for the final price, and the shopkeeper put on a fawning smile as he stated a price that would have been an astronomical amount to a normal cultivator. However, Hanli didn't even bat an eyelid as he flicked a wrist to toss a leather pouch through the air. The shopkeeper caught the leather pouch and injected his spiritual sense into it to find that the amount of spirit stones had even slightly exceeded the amount that he had asked for, and he immediately expressed his gratitude in an elated manner. Han Li calmly stowed the items away before departing from the shop. After that, he left the market altogether and flew toward another direction. Several hours later, he departed from Deep Heaven City before flying toward a boundless expanse of mountain ranges as a streak of azure light. Half a month later, Han Li had left the territory under the jurisdiction of Deep Heaven City, but he continued onward without any intention of stopping. 2 months later, the azure streak of light finally landed on a lush mountain. The light receded, and Han Li appeared on a massive rock. He briefly inspected his surroundings before closing his eyes and releasing his powerful spiritual sense. Moments later, he nodded in a pleased manner. This place had a decent spirit vein, and even though it wasn't very big, there was abundant spiritual chi in a radius of several hundred kilometers, which was perfect for his needs. However, it was impossible for such a spirit vein to be unoccupied, and through his spiritual sense, he detected that there were a dozen or so cave abodes of different sizes nearby. The most densely populated of these cave abodes housed more than 10 people each, while some were inhabited by just a single person. However, even the most powerful ones among them were only a pair of nascent soul cultivators, while the rest were only at the core formation and foundation establishment stages. This made sense as more powerful beings wouldn't be willing to establish their cave abodes in such a secluded place. There was no way that a cultivator at the deity transformation stage or above would stray so far from the city just for a place to settle, so despite the abundance of spiritual chi here, there definitely wouldn't be any overly powerful beings inhabiting this place. However, Han Li wasn't planning to cultivate here for too long anyway, so he naturally wasn't concerned by the people already inhabiting this mountain. Thus, he immediately made a hand seal and golden light flashed from his body. His lips moved a few times but no sound came out, so it seemed that he was transmitting his voice. Within the belly of a mountain that was around 50 kilometers away from Han Li's location, there was a white-haired elderly man in a set of brocade robes. He was situated within a secret chamber that was sealed by multiple restrictions, and he was making a hand seal while appraising a cauldron in front of him in a tense manner. Beneath the cauldron were bursts of blue flames, and a rich medicinal aroma was wafting out of the cauldron. All of a sudden, an unfathomably powerful burst of spiritual sense completely disregarded all of the restrictions around the secret chamber and descended like a fiend celestial. The elderly man didn't get any chance to react before he was completely flattened onto the ground by the enormous power accompanying this burst of spiritual sense, and he wasn't able to move so much as a single finger. "Arg!" the elderly man yelled out in shock and horror. However, before he had a chance to do anything else, a cold male voice suddenly rang out from above the secret chamber. "I need to borrow this place for something and I don't want to be disrupted by anyone. All those who hear this voice transmission, leave this place right away. If you haven't left after a day, then you can remain here forever." After that brief ultimatum, the burst of powerful spiritual sense abruptly vanished. The elderly man immediately regained his mobility, and he rose to his feet in a shaky manner with a horrified look in his eyes. After contemplating the situation for a moment, he stomped his foot onto the ground and instantly flew out of the secret chamber, not even taking a second glance at the cauldron that he had held in such high regard. 2 hours later, a streak of white light rose up from the mountain before flying into the distance. The same scenes were unfolding in various places within a radius of several hundreds of kilometers. One streak of light after another flew away from this place in a panicked manner, and after around half a day the set of mountain ranges was completely devoid of cultivators, leaving behind only a series of empty cave abodes. Han Li swept his spiritual sense through the surrounding area, and after verifying that all of the cultivators had indeed departed, he flew toward a certain point on the mountain as a streak of azure light. The azure light soon faded, and Han Li appeared in front of an azure rock face. Blue light flashed through his eyes as he inspected the rock face before flicking his wrist, upon which several balls of azure light flew out of his storage bracelet, then transformed into several huge ape puppets in a flash. Without even requiring any instructions from Han Li, the puppets raised their arms, and streaks of azure light that were around a foot in length each erupted from their fingers toward the rock face. Azure light flashed and the hard rocky surface of the mountain was sliced through like tofu. In the blink of an eye, a huge cave that was around 100 feet tall had appeared, and the ape puppets entered the cave. Han Li then swept a sleeve through the air to expel a ball of golden light, which circled around before revealing itself to be a small beast that was around a foot in length. This was a small leopard-like beast with shimmering golden fur. It was none other than the leopard Kirin beast. Golden light flashed from its body, and it expanded rapidly to around 10 feet in size in the blink of an eye. There were peculiar black patterns all over its body, and a pair of short silver horns that were each several inches in length had appeared on its head. An indescribably fearsome aura was emanating from its body, and Han Li instructed, "Patrol the surrounding area and don't let anyone come near this mountain." The giant leopard Kirin beast roared in response before black chi abruptly erupted from its paws, and it vanished into the ground. As for Han Li, he merely sat down with his legs crossed on the spot and patiently awaited the completion of his cave abode. He had been rather surprised by the current appearance of the leopard Kirin beast. The reason behind its transformation was the dark beast monarch inner core it had consumed in the vast glacial realm. After consuming that inner core, it had hibernated for over 10 years before finally awakening, and its powers had increased significantly following that awakening. It was able to easily progress to the spatial tempering stage, and it had also taken on this menacing appearance. Han Li was naturally quite intrigued by this transformation, but this beast possessed a hint of the true spirit Kirin's bloodline and had consumed the demon core of a body integration stage dark beast monarch, so it wasn't entirely implausible for it to have undergone such a transformation. Furthermore, it seemed that there was still more latent potential for the leopard Kirin beast to tap into. During the next few decades following its awakening, Han Li had fed it a large amount of spirit pills, and it had evolved again to the mid-spatial tempering stage, and also attained several powerful abilities. According to Han Li's estimations, even the average late spatial tempering stage being wouldn't be a match for this beast. Despite this, it appeared that the leopard Kirin beast was only just beginning to reach maturity, so he was very much looking forward to seeing how this beast was going to develop. He wasn't concerned for the safety of the beast in the slightest, as only body integration stage beings would be able to pose a threat to it, but it was virtually impossible that any body integration stage being would visit this mountain. With that in mind, Han Li closed his eyes, and several hours later, the giant ape puppets finally completed the cave abode before emerging one after another. Han Li opened his eyes and swept a sleeve through the air to draw them up his sleeve as balls of azure light. He then stood up and flipped a hand over to produce a stack of formation flags. He raised a hand, and several tens of balls of different colored spiritual light shot forth into his surroundings before vanishing into thin air. Countless bursts of white mist appeared before permeating through the area, and moments later, the entire mountain had transformed into a sea of mist along with the area in a radius of close to 100 kilometers around it, making it impossible to see what was happening on and around the mountain. After that, Han Li made a hand seal before making a grabbing motion, and white light flashed as a palm-sized round formation plate appeared in his grasp. Han Li pointed a finger at the formation plate before letting loose a low cry, upon which countless silver runes emerged within the mist, then abruptly vanished into nothingness. Only then did Han Li withdraw the formation plate before striding toward the entrance of his new cave abode. After he made his way into the cave abode, he swept a sleeve through the air to send an azure stone gate tumbling down from above, which completely sealed the entrance. Spiritual light then flashed erratically from the surface of the stone gate, and it completely fused as one with the surrounding rock face as if it had always been a part of this mountain. Due to the fact that Han Li had controlled his puppets to construct this cave abode, he was naturally extremely familiar with its structure. The first thing he did was travel to the medicine garden to plant some spirit medicines, then set up a few small restrictions within the cave abode before heading straight to the secret chamber. After making a few turns, he was greeted by the sight of the stone door of the secret chamber, and he suddenly patted something on his waist. A faint white shadow flew out before transforming into a white-robed beauty that was emanating a frosty aura. It was the sentient puppet. Dal was also different from its past appearance. Not only had a thumb-sized blue bead been embedded into its glabella, there also seemed to be a bit more life in its eyes. This was naturally the effect of the glazed water bead. After being nurtured by this treasure for over 100 years, Dal's body had become extremely cold, and it seemed to truly be developing toward a glazed water body. The effect of this wasn't very pronounced at all, and it had taken over 100 years for this slight change to take place, but Han Li was still extremely pleased. Furthermore, Dal's spiritual nature also seemed to be increasing, and this was naturally an unexpected yet positive side effect of the glazed water bead. After issuing Dal some simple instructions, Han Li entered the secret chamber, then raised a hand to summon a yellow futon. He sat down with his legs crossed on the futon and closed his eyes before falling completely still, with only a layer of translucent azure light shimmering around his body. Han Li meditated like this for 3 days and 3 nights without opening his eyes even once during this time. The mountain ranges that he was situated in had truly erupted into a frenzy. After being forcibly evicted from this place, many of the cultivators here packed up their things and left, while some went to seek refuge with their friends on the nearby mountain ranges. As such, the cultivators in the neighboring areas were also made aware of the fact that an unfathomably powerful high-grade cultivator had appeared nearby. He was able to completely immobilize a nascent soul cultivator with just his spiritual sense alone, and he seemed to be a spatial tempering cultivator. As such, many of the cultivators were feeling quite uneasy, praying that this senior didn't harbor any negative intentions. Not long after that, they were made aware that Han Li had gone into seclusion in an area that was completely filled with white mist, and all of them were very relieved. It was quite clear that this high-grade being had no intention of taking their territory and really did seem to only need to do something here. As such, even though they were still a little uneasy, they didn't have to move out of their cave abodes. On the morning of the 4th day, Han Li's body moved slightly, and the azure light around him faded as he opened his eyes. Piercing blue light flashed within his pupils before immediately vanishing, and he slowly exhaled. Following these past 3 days of rest, both his magic power and spiritual sense had been completely replenished, and the fatigue he'd accumulated from his travels had also been alleviated. He was finally able to get down to business. A contemplative look appeared on his face as he flipped a hand over to produce an intricate jade slip. This jade slip was quite remarkable, not just because of the faint golden light that was emanating from it, but also because it was fluctuating erratically in size on his palm as if it possessed spiritual nature and would fly away if he weren't careful. Han Li didn't pay any heed to this as he pressed the jade slip against his own forehead before closing his eyes again. Time passed by slowly, and after an indeterminate period of time had trickled past, he heaved a faint sigh before removing the jade slip from his forehead. He then opened his eyes as a contemplative look appeared on his face. This jade slip was naturally none other than the one that contained the spirit refinement technique. This technique was split up into 3 stages, and even successful mastery of just the first stage alone would enhance his spiritual sense by at least 2-fold. Han Li's spiritual sense was already far more powerful than other beings of the same cultivation race, and if he were to attain this incredible boost on top of that, it would become a lot easier for him to break through his body integration stage bottleneck. The effect of that would be several times more potent than that of any spirit pill. Thus, Han Li had immediately begun to study this cultivation art right after he had obtained it. He had been cultivating this technique ever since he had left the Thunder Continent, and during his century-long journey, he had dedicated most of his time and attention to this cultivation art. One could say that mastering the first stage of the spirit refinement technique was quite difficult, but it could also be argued that this was quite easy. The difficult aspect naturally lay in the fact that there were almost no beings in the spirit realm that satisfied the prerequisites to cultivate this technique. There was no way for those who didn't satisfy those conditions to successfully cultivate this technique, and if they were to try and forcibly cultivate the technique anyway, they would be struck by enormous backlash force and self-detonate as a result. However, Han Li's spiritual sense and physical constitution were both powerful enough to cultivate this first stage. As such, after over a century of cultivation, he had already completely figured out this first stage and was only one step away from mastering it. The provenance projection wasn't manifested into the golden body, but its 6 arms each made a different hand seal, and the lips on its 2 heads with clear facial features were moving slightly as if it were chanting something. Moments later, Buddhist chants began to echo throughout the secret chamber, and at the same time, golden light swirled over Han Li's face while his skin and muscles squirmed, following which a series of golden scales appeared. This was a clear indication that he had unleashed his provenance true devil arts to its maximal extent. The 9 silver discs that were hovering around him tremored slightly before radiating piercing light and emitting a faint buzzing sound. The sound resonated with the Buddhist chants and combined as one seamlessly without seemingly out of place or unpleasant to the ears at all. It was as if both of the sounds were originating from the same source. All of a sudden, a golden halo appeared behind Han Li, and another appeared behind the provenance projection. The halo behind the projection was clearly larger than the one behind Han Li, but it was nowhere near as dense. Han Li let loose a low harumph as he switched to another hand seal, and the two golden halos revolved on the spot before countless golden runes gushed out of their centers. All of these runes were shimmering with golden light and extremely dazzling to behold. Upon closer inspection, one would discover that these were all golden seal runes. The 9 silver discs also began to display changes as if they were being influenced by the golden seal text. A faint buzzing sound rang out, and one fist-sized silver rune after another rapidly drifted out of the discs before hurtling toward the golden light. These silver runes were clearly beveled silver text. Thus, golden and silver runes appeared simultaneously within the golden light, and their numbers only continued to increase as they soon spread all throughout the light. However, there were still large numbers of runes that were gushing out relentlessly before surging into the light in a frenzy. Han Li remained completely still, but a rather strained look appeared on his face, and this expression was only becoming more and more pronounced as the number of runes in the golden halo increased. Not long after that, Han Li's eyes abruptly sprang open, and he let loose an almighty cry. All 9 of the silver discs exploded in unison amid a sharp screeching sound and vanished into balls of silver light. Meanwhile, the golden halo behind Han Li also began to accelerate drastically in its rotation. At the same time, it began to blur and shrink, and the golden and silver runes within it also shrank alongside it. Within the span of just a few breaths, the thousands of runes had been reduced to around the size of a grain of rice each. The golden halo itself had also become a fist-sized ball of shimmering golden light. The other golden halo that was higher up in the air also transformed into a golden ball of light at the Providence projection's behest before slowly descending. Immediately thereafter, a flash of light appeared, and the giant projection vanished, leaving only the 2 balls of light hovering beside Han Li. A solemn look appeared on his face as he pointed a finger at each of the balls of light, both of which then vanished into his glabella in a flash. In the next instant, large droplets of sweat began to materialize on Han Li's forehead, and his body also expanded in size in an alarming manner. His entire body began to tremble and thick worm-like veins were bulging through his scales. It was as if there were something wreaking havoc within his body and putting him in extreme agony. A short while later, spiritual light flashed from Han Li's head, and a layer of purplish golden light abruptly enveloped it. The layer of light fluctuated erratically in size, and a series of golden and silver runes appeared over his face before instantly vanishing. It was as if there were something trying to escape, only to be forcibly dragged back, and this created a very peculiar sight to behold. At this point, Han Li had already closed his eyes, and he was constantly making different hand seals as if he were desperately trying to activate something. The golden light around his body fluctuated in brightness and flashed erratically, and at the same time, astonishing scenes were also unfolding in the air above the mountain that his cave abode was situated within. The clear blue sky was originally completely devoid of any clouds, but all of a sudden howling winds were suddenly swept up, following which the entire sky dimmed as massive patches of dark clouds appeared, making the sky in a radius of around 50 feet as dark as the bottom of a charred pot. Meanwhile, the fierce winds abruptly receded, and a burst of glacial air suddenly surged forth from somewhere before rampaging through the clouds. Fist-sized blue hail began to fall in a frenzy alongside a fierce snowstorm, and moments later, the entire area had been transformed into a world of glacial snow and ice. Before the snowstorm had even ceased, a gust of scorching wind suddenly swept forth from within the clouds in a ferocious manner. The extremely dense dark clouds were instantly dispersed by these winds, and rays of sunlight began to spill down from above. If anyone were still situated on the mountain to witness the phenomena taking place in the air above, they would most definitely be stunned by what they saw. It was already noon at this point, so there should have been multiple suns in the sky, but at this moment, there was only a single scintillating sun while the rest had all vanished. The single sun that remained was golden in color, and the clear blue sky had also taken on a faint silver hue. The golden and silver colors intertwined, making this entire area appear as if it were situated in another mysterious world. However, if one were to fly a few hundred kilometers away from the mountain that Han Li was situated in, they would discover that these astonishing phenomena would gradually fade away. Beyond the vast sea of mist that Han Li had conjured up, there were still several suns hanging in the sky alongside one another, and the sky was still as blue as ever. However, faint silver light was flashing incessantly above the sea of mist, and the strange rumbling noise emanating from the same direction was quite alarming. Many of the cultivators in the surrounding area were already feeling quite anxious and wary, and they immediately rushed out of their cave abodes. They either stood at the summit of the mountain or used flying treasures to fly to higher altitudes, and all of them cast their eyes toward the sea of mist with bewilderment etched on their faces. In the air above a mountain that was close to 10 kilometers away from the sea of mist, there were a dozen or so people hovering at an altitude of over 10,000 feet, and they were also appraising the sea of mist in the distance. One of them was a white-robed man who appeared to be in his 30s. He was clearly the undisputed leader of the group, and he stood at the forefront with a giant white sword beneath his feet. The dozen or so other people in the group were all standing behind the white-robed man with respectful looks on their faces. Did this man really only take over the Sunrise Peak 3 days ago? The white-robed man asked without even turning his head. An elderly man with pristine white beard and hair bowed slightly in a respectful manner and replied, "Indeed, Senior. This man descended upon the Sunrise Peak 3 days ago, and he evicted all of the nearby cultivators with his powerful spiritual sense. I have a good friend who's a late nascent soul cultivator, and he just so happened to be in this area. According to his account, the spiritual sense was so vast that it flattened him to the ground and rendered him completely unable to circulate his magic power, which was why he had fled the scene without daring to offer any resistance. I can use the power of my spiritual sense to restrict a nascent soul cultivator from afar as well, albeit with some difficulty, but no ordinary spatial tempering cultivator can restrict all of the cultivators in a dozen or so cave abodes at once, not even someone at the pinnacle of the spatial tempering stage," the white-robed man mused with a slightly peculiar look on his face. "Are you saying that man is a body integration cultivator, Senior?" the elderly man exclaimed as his expression changed drastically. Everyone else was also given a huge fright upon hearing this. That's very likely to be the case if we're judging from his spiritual sense alone, but I can't eliminate the possibility that he could have used some treasure or cultivated some particularly powerful secret technique to enhance his spiritual sense, the white-robed man replied after a brief pause. "I see." The elderly man's heart eased slightly upon hearing this. It seemed that this was less daunting of a prospect to him. "This is all just my speculation. Even if that man isn't a body integration cultivator, he's definitely at the spatial tempering stage, and he's most likely already at the pinnacle of that state. Don't get on this man's bad side no matter what you do. Even true spirit families like ours would only do everything in our power to try and get on good terms with someone as powerful as him," the white-robed man instructed in a cold manner. "I wouldn't dare to irk such a powerful senior. If it weren't for the fact that you were passing through the air, we were planning to evacuate this area and find another place to settle altogether," the elderly man said with a wry smile. "There's no need to go that far. Seeing as he only used his spiritual sense to evict all of you, he's definitely not a cruel man who actively engages in senseless slaughter. Judging from the phenomena unfolding before us, that man is most likely only borrowing this place to cultivate some kind of powerful ability and doesn't have any sinister motives. Furthermore, the fact that he's chosen such a secluded place to cultivate indicates that he should be a vagrant cultivator without any ties to any major powers. If we can recruit him into our Gu family as a guest elder, then that would be a significant boost to our overall power. With that in mind, I'm inclined to wait for a while and see if I can meet this man," the white-robed man mused. "It would be nothing short of a blessing for us if you're willing to stay here for now, Senior," the elderly man immediately said in an ecstatic manner. This senior was an early spatial tempering cultivator, so if he could stay with them and instruct them in their cultivation, they would undoubtedly benefit immensely. After all, even as a branch leader of the Gu family, the elderly man was only a late nascent soul cultivator. The white-robed man was very pleased with the elderly man's attitude, and he nodded before casting his gaze toward the sea of mist again, wondering what kind of powerful ability could trigger such astonishing phenomena. However, this was a rare secret technique even in the true immortal realm, so there was obviously no way that this man could guess what it was. Thankfully, the phenomena unfolding from this distance weren't all that astonishing. If he were situated at the center of the sea of mist, there was no way that he would remain so calm and collected. There were some abilities in the spirit realm that could affect the world's origin chi in the surrounding area, but none of them could create as astonishing an effect as the spirit refinement technique. However, just the phenomena that the white-robed man was currently witnessing had already convinced him that Han Li was no ordinary cultivator, and he was very keen to recruit such a powerful being. After inspecting the sea of mist for a while longer, the white-robed man asked a young man to remain behind on the mountain before departing with everyone else into the cave adobe at the foot of the mountain. The nearby cultivators were also quite stunned by these phenomena, but they couldn't just stand there and stare forever, so all of them eventually also returned to their cave abodes with heavy hearts. At the center of the sea of mist, the sky was still silver and the sun was still golden. However, aside from that, there were no clouds or mist, nor any signs of wind blowing through the area. There was no sound at all within a radius of around 50 kilometers. It was as if everything had been isolated by a type of mysterious energy. Time slowly passed, and the strange phenomena within the sea of mist remained unchanged. However, on the second day, some shimmering black spots began to appear within the golden sun. On the third day, those spots formed a black clump at the center of the sun. On the fourth day, the black clump began to elongate and thin out in the process. On the fifth day, a long and thin black line had taken shape on the surface of the sun, and from a distance, it looked as if it were a tightly shut giant golden eye, creating a very peculiar sight to behold. On the sixth day, everything remained unchanged except the golden light radiating from the sun was becoming more and more dazzling and bright. At noon of the seventh day, Hanli suddenly opened his eyes as he sat inside his cave abode, and at the same time, the black light on the giant golden eye formed by the sun also slowly opened. Within the black light, a seven-colored ball of light that resembled a pupil appeared. The surface of the ball of light was swirling in a dazzling manner, striking one with the incredible feeling that it was able to see through all things in this world. Moments later, a long cry akin to a dragon's roar erupted from the mountain and directly into the heavens. Within a certain space, there was a pristine white palace hovering in mid-air. Within it, several shimmering yet blurred humanoid figures, each of which was seated on a platform that was several hundred feet tall above the ground, were conversing with one another from afar. The faces of these humanoid figures had all been concealed by spiritual light, and there were several disciple-like figures standing behind each of them, all of whom were acting in a very respectful manner. At the center of the platforms was a black and white flower with a diameter of around 1,000 feet. The flower was emanating a fragrant scent and was very mysterious to behold. All of a sudden, a blurry humanoid figure with seven-colored spiritual light revolving around him suddenly let loose a faint cry of surprise. "What's going on, fellow Taoist Shen Ming?" a figure enshrouded in white light next to him asked. After a brief hesitation, the rainbow figure replied in a truthful manner, "Someone's cultivating the spirit refinement technique, and they've mastered the first stage. The phenomena that they triggered was detected by my immortal treasure." The spirit refinement technique? That technique has already been listed as a restricted technique within all of the major immortal areas. How could someone still dare to take the risk to cultivate it? In any case, just send someone to detain them. Why is this situation worthy of any alarm? The white figure was still rather perplexed. I would naturally have sent someone already if things were as simple as that, but the phenomena my immortal treasure detected came from a certain lower realm, so it's not being cultivated by anyone in the immortal areas, the rainbow figure explained with a wry smile. The white figure faltered momentarily before chuckling, "Someone from a lower realm? That is indeed rather surprising. Someone must have taken the technique to that realm on a visit. In that case, it doesn't really matter then. The spirit refinement technique is quite difficult to cultivate even for those in the true immortal realm like us, so there's no way someone from a lower realm can master the final stage." "You're right. I've been assigned the task of overseeing these matters, but it's naturally beyond my realm of jurisdiction if someone outside of this immortal area cultivates this technique. Even if that man masters that technique, he won't be able to get past the people at the guidance platform when he ascends anyway," the rainbow figure replied with a smile. The conversation between the two of them was quite brief, and the other people present paid some attention to it at first, but after hearing that this merely concerned someone from a lower realm, they also quickly brushed off the subject, and the matter was soon glossed over. The rainbow figure also didn't mention this subject any further as if he had truly forgotten all about it. Han Li exhaled, and his heart was filled with elation as he sensed the world around him with his vastly enhanced spiritual sense. He had finally mastered the first stage of the spirit refinement technique, and even though he still hadn't reached the body integration stage, the power of his spiritual sense was comparable to that of the average late body integration stage being. His spiritual sense instantly spread out of his cave abode and emerged out of the mountain, upon which his brows furrowed slightly. The phenomena in the sky had already vanished, and everything in the surrounding area had been severely ravaged. The ice, snow, and winds had been extremely fierce, and not only had most of the plants in the area disappeared, the remaining ones looked as if they were all hanging by a thread. The top half of the mountain was completely bare, presenting an extremely bleak and desolate sight to behold. Han Li's spiritual sense scanned through the surrounding area a few times before extending outward, instantly sweeping through everything within a radius of hundreds of kilometers. All of a sudden, his expression changed slightly, and his spiritual sense paused at a certain mountain on the border of the Sea of Mist before encompassing the entire mountain. There were spatial tempering stage spiritual sense fluctuations emanating from within a cave abode at the foot of that mountain, and even though several layers of restrictions had been set up around the cave abode, they were easily torn apart by Han Li's insanely powerful spiritual sense. Thus, a wisp of his spiritual sense penetrated through several layers of restrictions before tracking down the spatial tempering cultivator. Within a secret chamber sat none other than the white-robed man. Han Li didn't bother to disguise his spiritual sense at all, and he had forcibly barged his way through the restrictions, so as soon as his spiritual sense appeared inside the secret chamber, it was immediately detected by the white-robed man. Thus he opened his eyes and smiled as he said, "Greetings, fellow Taoist, I am Gu Yun from the South Moon Mountain. Congratulations on mastering your new ability." "South Moon Mountain? Is that the mountain near Chenwu City?" Han Li asked in a hesitant manner. "Hehe, that is indeed the one. Do you know of our Gu family, fellow Taoist?" The white-robed man was rather taken aback. "I don't know much about the Gu family, but I have heard of the renowned South Moon Mountain. The cultivators who are rumored to be residing on that mountain must be your Gu family, right?" Han Li asked in a slow voice. "Hehe, I'm sure you've heard of true spirit families, right, fellow Taoist? Our Gu family is a true spirit family, and in order to ensure the continuation of our bloodline, we very rarely interact with the outside world. Not many people know about this, but with your powers, it's only a matter of time before this information is revealed to you," the white-robed man chuckled. "A true spirit family? Do you know of the Yi family and the Long family?" Han Li asked after a brief pause. "The Yi family and Long family are two of the largest true spirit families. Our Gu family is certainly not weak, but we're still inferior to those two families. Do you recognize people from those two families, fellow Taoist?" The white-robed man asked in a hesitant manner. "I have indeed encountered some people from those two families, but they were only fleeting encounters. Now then, why have you decided to stay in this place?" Han Li asked. "Hehe, this is where one of the branches of our Gu family is situated, and I just so happened to be passing by. Much to my surprise, you were also here cultivating your new ability, and I wanted to get to know you," the white-robed man replied with a smile. "I see. I've already completed my cultivation now. If you don't mind, you can come and meet me at my cave abode. I'm also quite curious about the true spirit families, so I'm sure a meeting will be mutually beneficial for us," Han Li offered. "That would be ideal. I'll come over right away," the white-robed man agreed in an elated manner. "All right, then I'll be awaiting your arrival in my cave abode." Han Li's voice gradually faded away, and moments later his spiritual sense disappeared from the secret chamber. Around 15 minutes later, a streak of white light flew out of the mountain before reaching the border of the Sea of Mist in just a few flashes. Several large silver runes flashed within the mist, and it suddenly parted to reveal a path that was several tens of feet wide, leading directly into its depths. Gu Yun immediately flew down the path, and the white streak of light soon vanished into the distance. At this moment, the mist closed over again and the path disappeared. By the time Gu Yun reached the mountain at the center of the Sea of Mist, Han Li had already emerged from his cave abode and was standing in front of the gate with a smile on his face. Upon verifying that Han Li was indeed a cultivator at the pinnacle of the spatial tempering stage, Gu Yun's smile widened even further. After exchanging some pleasantries, they entered the cave abode one after another, and after staying in Han Li's cave abode for about half a day, the white-robed cultivator emerged from the Sea of Mist with a disappointed look on his face. He then issued some instructions to the elderly man who was the leader of this Gu family branch before departing. Meanwhile, Han Li was situated within the secret chamber of his cave abode, appraising a white jade slip in his hand with a contemplative look on his face. "So the Long family is the #1 true spirit family and has body integration cultivators among their ranks. I'll have to be careful of them in the future," Han Li murmured to himself, and the jade slip vanished amid a flash of light. This jade slip had been given to him by Gu Yun, and there was some information about the true spirit families recorded in there, thereby giving Han Li a rough understanding of those families. Of course, none of this was particularly confidential information, and all spatial tempering cultivators would eventually be able to learn all of this through alternative avenues, so Gu Yun had only done him a slight favor. Han Li had invited Gu Yun to his cave abode as he wanted to learn more about the Long family, which he had opposed alongside the Yi family to foil their plans in the past. Even though several centuries had already passed since then, this wasn't enough time for cultivators to forget their grudges. Seeing as he had returned to the human race and planned to settle here permanently, he had to develop an understanding of his potential enemies so he could address them appropriately. Thus, he was inclined to invite Gu Yun over for a conversation after learning that he was a member of a true spirit family. Just as he had expected, after conversing for a while, Gu Yun invited him to join their Gu family as a guest elder, an offer that Han Li naturally turned down in a euphemistic manner. With his current powers and cultivation base, there was no way that he would bind himself to any family. On top of that, with his immense wealth, the conditions that Gu Yun offered, which he thought to be very alluring, couldn't tempt Han Li at all. After contemplating the issue for a long while, Han Li shook his head to set the matter aside for now. He then flicked his wrist, and a scroll that was around a foot in length appeared before him. All of a sudden, a long cry suddenly rang out from within the sea of mist, followed by a tremendous eruption of spiritual pressure. The spiritual pressure was powerful beyond belief, and even though all of the spectating cultivators were situated hundreds of kilometers away, all of them felt a gargantuan weight crashing down upon them. Some of the cultivators with weaker cultivations bases blacked out on the spot and collapsed with blood trickling out of all of their orifices. Even the more powerful beings like the white-haired elderly man also experienced momentary loss of vision before involuntarily falling to their knees. These people were naturally extremely alarmed, yet before they had a chance to do anything, bursts of Buddhist chants suddenly rang out from within the five-colored spirit clouds, and runes of all different colors began to appear. Right at this moment, an inhuman roar erupted from the center of the sea of mist, where the mountain was situated, and a streak of golden light shot forth. The light then receded to reveal a golden figure that was over 1,000 feet tall. The golden figure had a pair of huge menacing eyes and was baring its fangs in a ferocious manner. It was a vicious-looking giant golden ape. As soon as this ape appeared, loud thunderclaps immediately erupted from within the five-colored spirit clouds. Countless purple lightning arcs then converged toward the same spot in the clouds, forming a giant purple WRM that was not inferior in size to the massive ape. Another earth-shattering thunderclap erupted, and the purple WRM came crashing down with devastating force. The giant golden ape looked on with a ferocious expression and pounded its own chest with its huge fists before leaping up to meet the purple WRM. The giant golden ape spread its massive arms before wrapping them around the neck of the purple WRM, then tore the head off the huge WRM with a ferocious roar. The purple WRM's body disintegrated into countless arcs of lightning amid a resounding boom, and the giant ape abruptly raised its head before taking a deep breath, then opened its mouth to expel a vast expanse of golden light. All of the dispersing arcs of lightning were immediately captured by the golden light before being drawn into the golden ape's mouth. In the blink of an eye, all of the lightning had vanished. However, the giant ape had no intention of stopping there. Spiritual light swirled around its body, and the golden light it had expelled from its mouth vanished into the five-colored spirit clouds as a pillar of light. A string of dull thumps rang out in rapid succession within the spirit clouds, and they began to revolve around the golden pillar of light. All of the runes within the clouds were drawn into the golden light in a frenzy by a burst of enormous suction force, and these runes were all devoured by the gargantuan ape. Moments later, the surface of the golden pillar of light was riddled with runes of all different colors, which were surging downward in a frenzy. The giant golden ape's mouth was like a bottomless pit that seemed to have an unlimited capacity for these runes. All of the spectating cultivators around the sea of mist all looked on in a flabbergasted manner. Meanwhile, the terms giant mountain ape and true spirit bloodline reverberated within the white-haired elderly man's mind, and he was even more shocked than all of the other cultivators. As a branch leader of a true spirit family, he was naturally far more knowledgeable and experienced than other cultivators of his caliber, and he immediately identified that gargantuan ape as the projection of a giant mountain ape, a revelation that immediately had his jaw dropping straight to the ground. No wonder he was unwilling to join our Gu family. He possesses a true spirit bloodline himself, but this projection is way too powerful. Even from this far away, its aura alone is enough to fell so many of us. On top of that, the phenomena taking place on this occasion are even more astonishing than those from last time. So much of the world's origin chi is converging toward one place. Could it be that he's attempting a breakthrough to the body integration stage? The elderly man wasn't all that powerful himself, but he was quite smart and managed to strike the nail on the head in just a short time. At this moment, not only were the runes above the sea of mist being drawn into the golden light, even the five-colored spirit clouds themselves were being swept up. A short while later, the spirit clouds in the sky had been warped and elongated to form a giant funnel-like structure with a wide top that tapered down to a narrow bottom. Vast amounts of these spirit clouds were surging into the giant ape projection in a frenzy, and the slightly indistinct projection gradually became clearer during this process. Not long after that, all of the five-colored spirit clouds had been sucked away, and the giant ape projection seemed to still be dissatisfied. It closed its huge mouth before thumping its own chest again, and piercing golden light erupted from its body. A white tornado took shape around the giant ape projection before swelling rapidly in size, and in the blink of an eye, it had completely encompassed the giant projection within it. At the same time, a burst of invisible fluctuations was rapidly spreading in all directions from the tornado, and the scope covered by these fluctuations was quite astounding. All of the world's origin chi in a radius of thousands of kilometers were stirred up into a frenzy, and they all surged toward the sea of mist as possessed specks of light. These specks of light vanished into the tornado like moths to a flame, and the giant ape's roar rang out from within the tornado once again. On this occasion, the roar was slightly urgent and pained. As the number of five-colored specks of light increased, the giant ape's roars gradually subsided before it fell completely silent in the end. However, regardless of how many specks of light were converging toward the tornado, it seemed that the tornado would never be filled. All of the cultivators around the sea of mist looked on in awe and astonishment. If a normal cultivator were to absorb so much of the world's origin chi, they would have most likely self-detonated and perished already. After a long while, a shrill cry suddenly rang out from within the white tornado, followed by an earth-shattering boom. The tornado was then blown apart, and gusts of fierce winds erupted in all directions, dispersing all of the nearby specks of light. The giant ape appeared once again, but its body was no longer golden in color. Instead, it was riddled with dazzling five-colored runes, presenting a very peculiar yet spectacular sight to behold. The giant ape had its hands on its head, and its expression was changing rapidly, transitioning erratically between unspeakable agony, extreme fury, and a series of other emotions, making it appear as if it had gone insane. At the same time, the runes on its body flashed violently, and its entire body was fluctuating in clarity in an extremely unstable manner. All of the spectators were rather puzzled to see this, but a sense of horror welled up in the white-haired elderly man's heart. This situation was a clear indication that the man had reached a critical juncture in his breakthrough and had been afflicted by inner demons. If he were to succumb to his inner demons and lose control over himself, it was very possible that his inner demons would make him go on a senseless killing rampage. With this man's astonishing powers, none of the spectating cultivators would be able to offer any resistance, and they'd be as good as dead. Breaking through major cultivation bottlenecks was always an extremely perilous endeavor, and such events were far from uncommon. With that in mind, the elderly man's horror was exacerbated even further, and in his desperation, he circulated his own magic power with all his might, trying to stand up against the enormous pressure so he could lead all of the other cultivators away from here, but he had only just risen to his feet before his legs gave out from under him, and he knelt down onto the ground again. Even though the giant ape projection in the distance was clearly quite disoriented, the spiritual pressure it was releasing showed no signs of abating. As a mere nascent soul cultivator, he was completely immobilized, and even his magic power was completely unable to circulate, so he wasn't even able to alert the others of how perilous this situation was. As such, the elderly man could only look on helplessly as his horror mounted. It then tossed the blade segment in its arms up into the air, then rapidly made a hand seal before closing its eyes again. The speed at which the five-colored runes were descending from the ceiling immediately increased by more than twofold, and the entire secret chamber was filled with vibrant spiritual light that was flashing incessantly. At the same time, a peculiar fragrance was released by the physical body down below. However, the nascent soul paid no heed to this as it continued to absorb the five-colored runes falling from above with all its might. As it did so, its body began to expand at a rate that was discernible to the naked eye. After about 7 or 8 more minutes, The nascent soul had grown to around 3 to 4 feet tall and resembled a small child. At this moment, the giant ape projection above the mountain abruptly shrank back into the belly of the mountain as a pillar of light. An extremely enormous burst of the world's origin chi immediately descended into the secret chamber before injecting itself into the nascent soul and physical body in a frenzy. The physical body's skin began to take on a translucent quality, and the fragrance it released became even more potent. Meanwhile, the nascent soul up above expanded to the same size as the physical body amid flashes of spiritual light within the span of just a few breaths. Its eyes were tightly shut, and it was hovering in midair with a seated manner while a pained expression appeared on its face. At this moment Han Li's nascent soul felt as if it were being burned alive. There seemed to be lava churning within its entire body, and its mouth was completely dry while its limbs had turned into a scorching red color. Right at this moment, a burst of enormous suction force erupted from the physical body down below, and the nascent soul was completely powerless to resist as it abruptly shrank down to less than a tenth of its size, then vanished into the top of Han Li's head in a flash. The scorching energy permeating through the nascent soul's body then surged into the physical body in a frenzy as if it had found an outlet. Han Li's body immediately became translucent, and with the influx of scorching energy, light swirled over the surface of his skin, instantly making his body semi-transparent. Even the faint golden bones beyond his flesh and blood could just barely be made out. At this moment, there were countless thin threads of light wrapped around his bones, and these threads were flashing with faint five-colored spiritual light. At the same time, there were countless tiny streams of energy quickly following through all parts of his meridians from his dantian. Han Li could only sense that this flow of energy was quickly combating the scorching sensation and replacing it with a cool and refreshing one that was extremely comfortable. Moments later, all of the energy converged before flowing toward his head at once, and Han Li felt as if there were a massive figurative lock in his mind that was opened by this energy, following which a numb sensation that originated from deep within his soul spread through his entire body. As a result, he involuntarily opened his mouth and let loose a long cry. In the instant that the giant ape projection vanished, the astonishing aura that had restricted all of the nearby cultivators also disappeared, allowing all of them to rise to their feet with bewildered looks on their faces. Some of them decided to stay and continue to appraise the sea of mist to see what was going to happen next, while others were petrified of this place and hurriedly fled the scene, encouraging their friends to do so as well. In the instant that the white-haired elderly man regained his mobility, he immediately shot forth toward the cave abode as a streak of white light, preparing to gather everyone and leave right away. However, everyone had only regained their mobility for a short while when the long cry that Han Li had let loose surged toward them. It was as if rumbling thunderclaps were erupting through the entire area, and the sea of mist was dispersed in all directions. The cultivators near the border of the sea of mist were all alarmed by this development and attempted to flee the scene, but as soon as the sound traveled into their ears, they felt as if bolts of lightning had exploded in their heads, and they let loose cries of agony and alarm as they plummeted from the sky. Even though these cultivators' magic power had been completely restricted, their physical bodies were still far more powerful than those of the average human, so even though falling from an altitude of several thousand feet was quite a painful experience, they didn't suffer any major injuries. However, there seemed to be no end to the long cry erupting from the distance, and all of the cultivators were writhing in pain in response to this terrifying noise. They all clamped their hands over their ears in an attempt to lessen the pain, but the sound seemed to be able to pierce directly into their minds. Some of them had even torn their clothes into rags to craft makeshift earplugs, but that still completely failed to keep out the torturous sound. Mere moments felt like months to these cultivators, and if it weren't for the fact that these cultivators couldn't muster up any magic power, they would have most likely already self-detonated to put themselves out of their misery. At this moment, the sea of mist had formed giant waves that were proliferating in all directions, and some cultivators were able to just barely turn their heads to appraise the situation, upon which their faces immediately turned completely pale. Even though these massive waves had only been formed by mist, they still presented a very terrifying sight that petrified all of the onlookers. After all, there was no way for them to muster up any magic power or use any treasures to defend themselves, and who knew whether there was some additional type of power imbued within the waves of mist. The gargantuan waves of white mist continued to surge forth, and if they were to crash into the mountain, all of the spectating cultivators would be instantly inundated. However, right at this moment, The long cry erupting from the center of the sea of mist suddenly ceased, and was followed by a cold harumph. Immediately thereafter, a string of loud thumps rang out, and the waves of mist instantly exploded into nothingness. All of a sudden, it was as if nothing had ever happened. Only around 15 minutes had passed did all of the human cultivators rise to their feet. All of them were in an extremely sorry state, and they glanced at one another to find their own alarmed and horrified expressions mirrored in each other's eyes. Without even uttering a single word, all of them rushed back into their cave abodes as streaks of light, and not long after that, one streak of light after another flew away from the mountain, fleeing in all directions. They didn't pause even for a single moment in their flight, and only after flying for hundreds of thousands of kilometers did some of them hesitantly stop. However, most of them simply continued onward and completely left this area. After all, it was simply far too terrifying for them to have a neighbor who could inflict such unspeakable agony upon them with just his voice alone. However, from the astonishing phenomena and Han Li's display of unfathomable power, many people had already guessed what had just happened. The white-haired elderly man traveled all the way to a small valley that was hundreds of thousands of kilometers away with his group, and after everyone had settled there, a male cultivator immediately separated from the group. This was the second most powerful cultivator in the group, and the elderly man had given him a jade slip and instructed him to deliver it to the Gu family as quickly as he could. Meanwhile, the rumor stating that a new body integration stage powerful being had taken over the Sunrise Peak also began to spread toward other areas like wildfire. At this moment, the sea of mist around the Sunrise Peak had reverted back to its original state, and peace and quiet resumed. 3 days later, Han Li slowly opened his eyes as he sat with his legs crossed in the secret chamber within the belly of the mountain. Blue light flashed through his eyes, but they returned to normal following a few blinks. He had already successfully progressed to the body integration stage several days ago, but in order to consolidate his cultivation base, he immediately meditated for a few days within his secret chamber. Now that he had finally quelled the potential negative effects that he could be afflicted by in the wake of such a major breakthrough, he was able to do other things. Han Li slowly looked around, and a slightly peculiar look suddenly appeared on his face. Even without releasing his own spiritual sense, he could still detect the world's origin chi in the air around him. He gently exhaled before making a hand seal and chanting a simple incantation, upon which an astonishing turn of events unfolded. A loud buzzing sound rang out in the air, following which specks of white light flashed erratically before forming a series of palm-sized blades of wind. These blades of wind were extraordinarily thin and semi-transparent. They hovered in mid-air while trembling slightly, and they soon filled the entire secret chamber. The records on the tomes certainly weren't lying. After reaching the body integration stage, my ability to sense and control the world's origin chi is incomparable to back when I was at the spatial tempering stage. I've barely expended any magic power, yet I'm able to directly control the world's origin chi to form attacks, Han Li murmured to himself with an elated look on his face. He swept a sleeve through the air, and the blades of wind vanished as balls of white light. He then closed his eyes and began to assess his current bodily and magic power condition following his breakthrough to see if there was anything amiss. After a long while, he opened his eyes, and the elation on his face had become even more pronounced. After progressing to the body integration stage, his physical constitution and magic power had both become far more powerful than he had imagined prior to the event. With his current powers, he was confident that he would most likely be able to defeat even a being at the pinnacle of the body integration stage. After a while, he forcibly repressed his elation and began to think about what he had to do next. It was undoubtedly the case that as a body integration cultivator, he would no longer have to fear anyone unless there were hidden Grand Ascension stage beings among the human and demon races. As such, he would be able to do the things that he wanted without having to be as fearful of potential consequence as he had been in the past. Of course, he was going to remain here for the next few years as he still needed to completely consolidate his cultivation base. After that, there were many things that he had to do, the most important of which was naturally to verify whether Nangongwan had ascended to the spirit realm. However, due to the fact that Nangongwan may have also ascended to the spirit realm through a spatial node, she may not necessarily have ended up on human territory. If he couldn't find her in Deep Heaven City, then he would have to consider the possibility that she was somewhere else, perhaps even on demon territory. That was certainly far from unlikely as the human and demon territories directly neighbored one another after all. As such, if he couldn't find any information about her in Deep Heaven City, then he would have to search for her elsewhere on the 3 regions and 7 territories. If Nangong-wan were still trapped in the human world due to a lack of power, then he would have to find a way to break into the human world and forcibly lend her his assistance. Setting aside everything else, as long as he could get his hands on a few types of spirit pill and treasures and somehow deliver them to Nangong-wan across realms, then it definitely wouldn't be difficult for her to ascend to the spirit realm. At the thought of his beloved wife, countless emotions immediately welled up in Han Li's heart, and he stared blankly into space for a long while, completely absorbed in his own memories. In the end, he heaved a resigned sigh before focusing his attention on other matters. Aside from Nangong-wan, he also had to track down that fairy Su after he came out of seclusion. She was Fairy Ice Soul's descendant. He had to deliver to her the items that the young man with the Wang surname had entrusted to him. Aside from that, he also had to collect the materials stipulated by Qing Yuanzi. Even though he had already collected most of the materials, he didn't travel to the flying spirit race as he wanted to return to the human race and attain enough power to ensure self-preservation first. In any case, Qing Yuanzi had given him a time limit of 1,000 years, so he still had 600 to 700 years left. During this time, he was confident that he would be able to progress to the late body integration stage, following which he would meet Qing Yuanzi again to exchange for that divine infernal river elixir. This was definitely the safest course of action to take. You're tuning in to the Sword Dance in the Vast Sky YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.